Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Willie Fritz, University of Houston fans, he's going to be joining us in a couple of minutes. They got TCU on Saturday at TDECU Stadium, so we will talk to him about that and the big win that they got in at Central Florida. Man, it seems like forever ago, but here we go. We got Friday night. You got the big win, and we'll talk about it. And then the final game of the season coming up. They got TCU. No, wait, they got one more too, don't they? Anyway, regardless, the University of Houston is right there and ranked 25th again, back in the rankings. So congratulations to the Cougs getting back in there and a nice win on the road at Central Florida. Yeah, they also got Baylor. They at Baylor to finish up the season. So they're 8-2 right now, and Coach is going to join us in a few minutes. Otherwise, I mean, there's something that we didn't get into yesterday, Dell. I mean, this is on you because we always, what did we miss? There's something that nobody is talking about around the country, and that is the Shador Sanders situation.
Oh, no, I was intentionally good with not.
No, see, nobody's talking about this, and I think as a show we should.
Yeah.
Nobody around the country, nobody on ESPN is talking about it. Nobody is is like intimating how racist Kevin Stefanski is.
Well, not racist. He's setting them up to fail.
Well, of course he is. Every head coach sets their players up to fail.
Yeah. This is really one of the saddest. Like, the Shador Sanders people are just going out sad, and I'll be honest with you. I honestly, I mean this from my heart. I feel bad for the kid because who else? Like he creates cliques, right? He is. There's certain things you can talk about that is going to create engagement, and Shador creates engagement, positive and negative. It's just the truth. There's a reason ESPN talks about him every day. They get the numbers. They know he creates engagement. Why? Just because he's polarizing, and. He came in as a backup. Dylan Gabriel was hurt. He came in as a backup. Famously, he's been a third stringer for most of the year. There's been some intimations maybe that he hasn't been as professional as he needs to be in terms of preparation, things like that. And to me, he's the backup quarterback, whatever. When he gets his chance, he'll get his chance. If you have to come in, you have to come in. But, I mean, I really honestly do feel bad for him because here's the problem. Did he play well? No. He played actually quite poorly. Not that unusual. Backups, especially rookies in their first game usually aren't good at all.
Well,
they're usually not good.
The big story was that he got zero first-team
this
reps.
is what became a story. It's actually not a story. As Chase Daniel told you, as Josh McCown Cade McNown told you, or Cade McCown told you, whatever. I get not Cade McNown. One of the McCowns. One of the McCowns, not the coach, the other McCown.
Right.
So him and Chase and Dan Orlovsky and all these backup quarterbacks, like it's actually, I know that Josina and other people, the talking points that everyone glommed onto was he didn't get first team reps. And then the backups came in and said, listen, we don't really get first team reps. That's not really a thing. We don't really get first-team reps. We barely get reps at all in practice, barely at all. Now, there was talk about why did he not get it in the preseason or whatever. But once you get in a season, backups really don't get many reps at all. They'll get some scout team stuff, and that's about it.
Well, Cam said every week Derek Anderson got reps. Derek Anderson was his backup in Carolina, and Derek Anderson got reps.
Well, that's according to the other quarterbacks, that's fairly rare.
Yeah.
That's fairly rare. Now, unless there is – now, you got to remember, the Dan Orlovsky, Derek Anderson thing, that's pretty much a competition, right? One's not way ahead of the other one. You're talking about Derek Anderson and Dan Orlovsky together?
No.
Cam Newton.
Newton.
Oh, wait.
Cam Newton said
Wait,
that.
you said Dan Orlovsky said that or Cam Newton said that?
Cam Newton said that.
Oh, Cam Newton said that. Well, that's pretty unusual compared to, according to these other backups. And if you've ever been to Texans practice, it's really, well, in camp, no, you get reps, but you don't get first-team reps.
Yeah,
the backups don't get
split. You'll
they
get
give
some
reps.
Yeah, you'll get reps.
Though you get reps, but you don't get first team reps. You don't run with the ones. You run. You may have a receiver here or there. You may have a lineman here or there, but you switch. You're not having one group take all the reps in camp. You're not. There's not enough players. This is turned into a stupid. Chase Daniel had to do an all 22. For what? Let Shador go through whatever he's going to go through. People are doing damage to his potential to even be on a roster. I talked to somebody yesterday who's an assistant GM who said, and it came up, I said, I bet you're glad you guys didn't have to make that decision. He said, honestly, I thought the kid was maybe a little better quarterback than the people in our building did. He goes, but at this point, you just don't even want the hassle because a backup quarterback's just supposed to be eyes. And he's supposed to just be there and a quiet pro, and that's it. And even if he tries to do it, he said it's impossible with media and the fan stuff. He goes, you just have to shut all that stuff out. And that's what – why are you doing an all-22 on a backup's first time into a game when he wasn't expecting to play? It's stupid. Don't you think? Why are we breaking all of this down? Why can't – let him have his bad game and then move on. I don't understand why – and why the people who feel like they have to put a cape on for him have to go make excuses for everything. It just comes off as super lame. Lots of quarterbacks have gotten their ass kicked in the first time. Some of them aren't very good. He might not be very good. I don't know. He may end up being a pretty good quarterback. I don't know. I know this.
Well,
no other backup quarterback ever, I think, in the history of football, except maybe if Tebow was a backup and got in, I'm not sure any other backup has received this much attention for a game in the history of the sport.
Right. Well, it
in
is
a game that meant nothing for Cleveland
because of how much he's been talked about.
I know
the debut of a quarterback is
but he shouldn't have been taught. But that was outlandish because he's just another quarterback in the draft. He didn't deserve to be talked about more than Cam Ward, but his engagement brings listeners and viewers and clicks.
I've seen Cam Ward a couple of times now. It
doesn't matter. Cam Ward was a first pick. Cam Ward was the first pick.
Yeah.
He deserved way more. The first pick of the draft should always get more talk than the fifth-round pick. Always.
No, I agree.
And Cam Ward, you think Cam Ward's got help? He's got no receivers over there now. None. Cam Ward has had – I'm not judging Cam Ward yet. He has no help over there. He's got Tajay Spears, Calvin Ridley, who's always beat to hell and getting knocked out of games. He's got a bunch of nobodies over there. So, I'm not going to judge him, and I'm definitely not going to judge Shador Sanders on a half, but I am going to call it like it is. He sucked. What's so hard about this? It's not the end of the world for Shador Sanders, and he was also not good. It doesn't require an all-22 breakdown, but you know why you get it? Because engagement, because people will click on it.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
Exactly.
And in the meantime, Sanders is sitting there, and all of this crap is going to be a negative on him. It's not his fault. It's going to be a negative because people are going to be – the next team is going to say, I don't want this. I don't need that crap.
Exactly. We absolutely don't need this. We absolutely
Nobody – when the juice isn't worth – there's not enough juice to be worth any squeeze right now.
The intimation is that there's something racial involved here.
Well, I don't pay attention to that. What I pay attention to is people who said – who most of the arguments I saw weren't racial. Those are people on Twitter typically. The ones that I saw the most was – he wasn't the talking point is he wasn't given enough first team reps. He wasn't given enough first team reps. That was the big talking point. And I just I don't care. It's not my quarterback. He's a backup. I don't this is crazy y'all subject us to this. Seriously, y'all are subjecting us to this when the real talk is that Brock Bowers only has 3 touchdowns all year.
That is the real talk.
That's the real talk that no one's getting. Or that Dak Prescott has thrown 3 or more touchdowns in 5 of his last 7 games. Dak is having a really good year, but so are the Houston Cougars.
Yep. And is Coach with us?
Yeah.
Let's talk to the head coach of the 8-2, ranked 25th in the country, Houston Cougars, Willie Fritz, joining us once again here on the show. Coach, welcome in. Congratulations on the win at UCF. Another hard-fought game. And that place is really high. I don't care what their record is. That building is a really tough place to play, isn't it?
It really is. They had a packed house, and they had sound going the whole game, and lights were going. one time during a punt return, lights actually went off. I had a little mishap with the lights, but they just really did a good job with the game experience. I was very impressed. I played in a lot of big places, and they do a nice job there. And our guys, they answered it quarter after quarter and did a great job. That last, 10 minutes of the game, we put together a really nice drive, got a field goal out of it to take the lead, and then, stop them defensively. So really proud of the guys.
Now, we're obviously throwing back to the last game. You guys didn't play last week, but we're throwing back to the last game, and that was
it seems like it was about 3 months ago.
Yeah, I know. But it's important we talk about that because we haven't talked about it yet. But you did something in that game that you've done a few times this year, and that was win in the fourth quarter and win a game in the fourth quarter. And I want you to spend a second talking about that element, because being a closer, being a team that can close, is the difference sometimes between being sub 500 or sitting there at 8-2.
And that's why you got to have a run game. If you don't have a run game, it's really hard to close out games, control the ball. We work on a lot of situational football. A lot of people think situational football is 2-minute stuff, but it's also 4 minutes. Understanding, controlling the ball, and you play great defense when you're on offense. And the guys have done that in quite a few games this year. And, that's, I think we got a little bit more mature team than maybe what we had last year. And they understand how important each and every snap is and each and every possession is.
Big part of your running game is Connor. Connor Wegman,
Yes.
Did you envision him having such a big role in the run game, Coach, before this season started, or is that just how everything evolved?
22 carries in the last game.
Yeah, he, I watched his high school tape when we were, visiting with him about coming over here to University of Houston. I watched him at his previous school, and he runs the ball. The thing he does a great job of is he gets vertical. He gets north and south. And, so many guys want to try to pop everything to the outside. If they're playing with halfway decent leverage, it turns into a bad play instead of a good play. Sometimes it's not there, and we talk about C2 split too. Try to see the two guys, don't take a big shot. Kind of eat through the middle of the two guys, and you gain 3 instead of 1. You gain 6 instead of 3 or 4, and he does a really nice job of that. And then when it's open, he'll make something happen. Early in the game, he had a 40-something yard run, and we didn't block a guy in the hole. He just made a miss and took off running. So, he's done an excellent job running, and we were hoping, sometimes you got to play 11-on-11 football when they pack the box, and running the quarterback allows you to do that.
Yeah, you had Michael Pratt at Tulane, and he carried the ball. I mean, he had 98 carries one year. He had over 100 another year. Like, that's something I was curious if you would ever be in a situation anymore where you don't have a quarterback who can be an add-on runner in an offense, because it just seems like life becomes a little easier if you have that option.
Yeah, I just think if the guy can run a little bit, you got to be able to do it. You're talking about Michael, Pratt. He's an excellent runner for us. I've only had maybe 1 or 2 quarterbacks that had a tough time, running the ball. They didn't have great speed, movement, all those kind of things. They were fantastic in the pocket. And that's where you kind of get into, if a guy can't run, you get more into the RPO game, just allow that 11-on-11 football to be throwing the ball rather than handing it off to a back. So, we're just fortunate that we got some quarterbacks who can run around here. It really helps you out.
Willie Fritz joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One thing that didn't happen early on, Coach, that's happening a lot more lately is the interceptions by Connor. And, he had 3 and another pick 6 in that game. What have you guys been working on in this off week and going forward to TCU to cut that down?
Well, you're just trying to, learn the coverages and, just keep the ball out of harm's way with the opponent. He'd like to have those back, obviously, and, but sometimes they're throwing the ball 30, 35 times a game. You're going to have an issue or problem. So, we're just, I know that he's a smart quarterback and he's going to learn from any mistakes that he's made. And, we got to limit those. There's been a bunch of games where he's thrown the ball a bunch and had 0 interceptions. But we try to stay away from turnovers as much as we can, whether it's fumbling the ball with a back or a receiver or whatever, a quarterback throwing a pick. And sometimes one of them was a big time. There's a route. Guy just didn't run the correct route, and that put the ball in harm's way. You expect the guy to do one thing, something else happens. But he'll knows that he's got to really study all those different things. He's done a great job for us this season.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Toss up about TCU coming in here. They had a rough one against BYU. What are you seeing?
Oh, they're a good squad. Offensively, they got one of the top quarterbacks in the country, Josh Hoover, and real good, a group of wide receivers. They do enough in the run game where you got to honor and respect that big offensive line, and defensively, they're going to do everything in their power to keep you from running the ball effectively. Pack the box. We're going to have to do a good job of throwing it, and sometimes the pass opens up the run game for you. But yeah, really good team overall. Got a lot of respect for Coach Dykes and his staff. And the 3:00 ball game. I hope we get a whole bunch of people out to watch the Cougs on Saturday.
Yep, let's go. Fill it up. We've got tickets to give away, so keep on listening here. We will give those away shortly. Those of you in the 7:00 hour that are here to listen to Coach Willie Fritz every week, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, we'll let you go. We know you got work to do. Best of luck. TDECU Stadium, 3:00. The seniors, Coach. And, you haven't been here that long, a couple of years, but you got to know these guys. And, it's always hard to say goodbye to those seniors, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We got a really good group of guys. I know all coaches say that, but we really do. Great character guys. Some of the guys, I got a couple of guys that have been around the program for 6 years. So they know Houston really well. And I got some guys who've been around 6 months, but they've all made a tremendous impact on getting this program headed in the right direction. I appreciate each and every one of them.
That's Coach Willie Fritz right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, as always, man, we appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Thank you. Go Cougs.
All right, there's Willie Fritz joining us every week right here. Get on out there, TDECU Stadium. We will be giving away tickets shortly here. Let's do it in the 7:00 hour, Dolph. The 7:00 people rarely get the tickets. And listen, the winter is here. And your pipes might freeze. And I don't know if you – how old are your pipes? 5, 10, 15? How old is your house? 25 years old? Have you ever checked them? Have you ever seen if your pipes are – how old they are and whether or not they're subject to –
John, if you have a house built in the 60s, you have the galvanized steel pipes. And they are rusting. They happen to me. And Aqueduct will tell you, there is no way you keep it from happening. It's just a matter of when.
And if you repipe, Billy's going to give you a water heater, free water heater. How about that?
Why would you not take it? They'll install it and give it to you for free. Even if your water heater's like 10 years old, you're like, yeah, let's run it back with a free water heater. I need the repipe anyway. Let's get that done. And while they're out there, they can service. If you say, I don't need repiping, but I need, I got this leaky shower. Well, have them service your water heater, tankless or standard water heater, because your sediment, if you're listening here in the Houston area, I know in the Houston area for sure, there's so much sediment and crap in the lines that it is getting dirty. It's dirty and it's jamming everything up. You need to have it cleaned out, and that's a service that needs to take place once a year, John. So that's an example of one of the things they do for maintenance, but they can also do hydrostatic tests to see if you have any leaks in your home, pipe leak. And, of course, they can do those big, heavy lifting jobs like repiping your home. And in this particular case, they're going to throw you a free water heater as well. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
281-488-6238, Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And big ups to HRP. Thank you, HRP, for sponsoring the Willie Fritz segment every week right here. Thank you, HRP.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. For those of you that are having issues with our app, for those of you that are having issues seeing us, it's not, believe it or not, it's not us. I don't know if you guys know what Cloudflare is. Cloudflare is down. Something is wrong. We can't get to Twitter.
That's the app. Oh, you know what? So I have a small one of those.
Did you do this? Did your kids do this?
Sleep number bed, and the app isn't working this morning. I bet that's the same thing.
Yeah, Cloudflare. There's something major going on. Do you think that maybe like the Russians or the Chinese have taken this over and shut down our Twitter, and this is how they're going to destroy our country?
Well, maybe.
It seems too small for that. I think this is probably more like Bolivia.
Bolivia's after us.
Well, Venezuela right now we're having problems with.
Well, a Cloudflare outage, just as a headline, is taking down parts of the internet. This comes from techradar.com, so it's across the board. If you or your website or an app is using Cloudflare, you are out of luck.
Cloudflare.
Excuse me, Cloudflare, Flare.
Yeah.
If whatever you're using is dealing with that, that's the issue.
This could be a national epidemic. This could be something that's. I mean, if Twitter goes down, all our news goes down.
Well, it's not a national; it's a worldwide epidemic.
Worldwide. This is worldwide. Oh, it's hackers, and you know what? They're trying to destroy our ability to communicate through Twitter and go after each other. And you know what?
Well, that's stupid. If we don't have Twitter, what happens? Things get better.
You think things get
We
better?
become friendlier. We become less radicalized. Boy, they are screwing this up. I would open up Twitter even wider.
Well, Instagram and Facebook still exist, so there's still ways to get outraged.
Yeah, that's true.
But Cloudflare, they have an update page and says they have found the issue. A fix is being implemented, so now we just wait.
Oh, you don't think that? I think this might be the first attack on our. I
don't know.
ability.
Why are you spreading?
I've been waiting for somebody to hurry up.
Why are you spreading unfounded rumors, John?
You're
one of the problems.
Somebody's got to start them.
Just
no, you
hurry
don't have
up
to
and
be the
attack
person
us and get it over with. Have you guys seen this documentary that's going to be coming out on Prime about? And it's like Marco Rubio. People from the government are finally admitting, there's aliens. There's unidentified. They don't call them UFOs anymore. There's UAPs, unidentified air phenomenons or something like that. They're called UAPs, and they're just basically matter of fact. This documentary shows they matter of fact, like we've got Area 51 happen and all this stuff. Like people from the government now are admitting,
it's real.
Yeah, it's a thing, and they can travel, and like pilots have said, the ability for them to hit instant acceleration is something. They've got 3 phenomenons that we can't do that have been witnessed by multiple pilots who have seen these things. And all I can think of was, and they even said, well, if they got all that, can't they do something to us if they want to? Like, they've probably already figured that out. But
well, yeah, they can. Come try some. If you think come on, you froggy leap, aliens.
Yeah.
They might have been messing with Cloudflare.
You don't want no part of the aliens, Sean. I don't know why you are challenging them. Yeah.
Watch.
Because we want out. That's why, Dell.
What do you mean you want
Come
out?
on, do it. This
want to leave?
This all sucks. We're 5-5 in football.
Oh,
wait until after Rocket season.
The Rockets are pretty good.
Yeah, wait until after Rocket season.
You want to leave this mortal coil because the Texans are 5-5?
It's whatever. I mean, there's not a good quarterback.
You're
draft.
used to 5-5.
It's not
Texans
a good quarterback
football.
draft, but I do want you to wait until after, like maybe do it. Well, maybe do it after the basketball, the lottery. Let's see if we get a lottery pick with Brooklyn.
What?
Well, if we get a high pick with Brooklyn, it's like, okay, we'll hold off just for a little bit, aliens.
Do they have the Brooklyn picks or the Suns picks?
Wait,
Suns, yeah.
Well, the Suns are better than we would have liked.
I know,
far.
but let's give it
even without
because they got Jalen.
He's not playing.
Well, they got him though.
Yeah, but they're 8-6.
He did play one game and he scored 19 points.
What's wrong with Jalen?
He got a hamstring. He came back. He played a couple games.
How about he
popped
played
that hamstring
81
again.
games, 82 games every year with us, and he's out for he played 1 or 2 there.
First year of that contract kicking in.
The big money came. That's where the injuries come in.
Oh, my God.
Hey, you know who used to be kind of a horse was Kawhi, too. Now Kawhi's Kawhi's going to go down as one of the most injured players in NBA history.
He used to be a horse?
Before.
He and Anthony Rendon.
Yeah, Anthony Rendon, a guy who basically told you, I just don't like baseball.
I'm not that big on it. This whole
I used to
baseball
like
thing.
it way better than now. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. You don't say.
I'm not really big on that baseball thing.
I mean, how about when I type in Kawhi, I just get to KAW and it just fills out Kawhi Leonard injury. It's the very first thing that pops up.
It's Kawhi injuries.
Kawhi Leonard injuries is like the very first thing that pops up. And looking at his early career, he was, I take it back. 64 games, 58 games, 66 games, 64, 72, 74. He has never played anything more than 74 games. He's only hit the 70-game mark twice in his whole career. He's only hitting the 70s twice his entire career.
Wow.
He's only hit over 66 3 times in a 14-year career. What people pay him, he's like, you know what? He's used to no-show jobs. That's why he was expecting a no-show job with that tree joint.
Well,
it's like, I prefer no-show jobs.
Well, that's what you get. I mean, why should he have to work for millions?
This guy
of
was
dollars?
defensive player of the year.
That's ridiculous.
Twice. Defensive player of the year twice.
It's ridiculous. To have to
MVP
work.
He was a number 2 MVP, number 3 MVP. Yeah, you shouldn't have to work. You should just be given millions of dollars and then just show up like whenever.
Yeah.
37 games last year. That's pretty tight.
If you're
6 so far this year.
Do people ask him for his autograph? Then he shouldn't have to work. Okay? I mean, honestly, why are you going to have to work for that?
And he's got some janky-ass shoes that he sells.
Kaimi's back this week. No, it looks like, Adam Schefter's reporting, sorry, no CJ.
Dude, this is something we got to talk about now. You thought Dr. Mills was going to get him right. How about Dr. Muntz or whoever it is won't even clear him? I don't know who the one who handles concussions, but it's not Dr. Muntz. But this is a major deal. This is 3 games he's going to be out.
Yeah.
This is 3 full games that C.J. Stroud is going to be out. This is kind of a thing now.
You think?
Yeah, I mean,
You think it's kind of a thing?
I mean, this is what makes the Arch Manning thing so stupid. Like, you can't, the concussion, I don't know. I shouldn't jump in. Maybe concussion protocol. Maybe CJ's eyes aren't dilating or whatever it is, and Arch's eyes were fine. But I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback in pro football ever play the next week.
Not since they changed
right
in the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, since they realize how serious it is,
Yeah.
or since they acknowledge how serious it is. But CJ's now, this is 3 games. I don't think Dr. Mills has any impact. This is obviously more severe head trauma than we realized. For him to be ruled out this quickly, and I already saw a line on the game. I saw a line on the game last night, and I thought, why are you hanging a line on this game, especially this line? What do you think? Without looking, John, what do you think the line is? Buffalo at Houston. I saw this yesterday evening.
Buffalo's going to be 6.
Yep.
Is that what it is?
Yep. Buffalo 6 at Houston, which would make them
9
a 12
points.
12 at home.
Well, 12 at home with Davis Mills. Okay.
I mean, against that defense.
That's true.
Now the problem, because Buffalo's offense didn't look good against, and Miami's got one of the softer defenses you'll see in the league. Yeah, Dell. Still, did they take it away from Anthony Weaver?
Not anymore. No. In 3 of their last 4 games, they've allowed 13 points or less.
It's kind of crazy because they shut down Buffalo. They were good this week. Miami's just playing it out. They're like trying now for some weird reason for the next head coach.
Because they're professionals and they don't want to quit.
But I mean, their defense was literally
their
defense was literally pathetic the whole year.
So was the Ravens, and now look at them.
And the Buffalo Bills. But Buffalo can get. I mean, offensively they can shoot it. Josh Allen just had 6 touchdowns. So they can shoot it out, but their defense is not good. Here's the problem. Your offense isn't good. So it's movable force versus resistible object.
What?
And we'll see if you can get to 20. Houston only allows just over 16 points a game. So instead of irresistible force and immovable object. It's resistible force and movable object.
No one knows what you're
Neither.
talking
Yes, it's an easy one.
The
That's one
Texans'
that's been out
offense
here
is
forever.
easily to resist.
Yes.
And the Bills are easily movable.
Thank you. Dell gets it. Dell's
about.
smarter
No
than
one
you.
gets it.
I got it.
That was an easy one. It means your weakness is our weakness, and whose weakness is going to win. And I gotta believe that when Skills Mills, Money Mills,
Is it Chills
Mills
Mills
Magic,
or Skills
Chills
Mills?
He's got four.
Yeah.
He's got four
The
nicknames.
neck.
Now. I don't really count that one, but that's not really. It's kind of derogatory. The neck. When's that been a compliment? Somebody's
That's
the
it. Well,
neck.
I mean,
Skills Mills, Money Mills, but John Henry Mills was already Skills Mills. Money Mills are like, okay. Money Manziel, Money Mills, okay.
If he ever
Mills Magic, okay, that's Fitz Magic.
and if
but
he ever develops a pain pill addiction, we call him Pills Mills.
I like. I'll be honest with you.
Wow.
I kind of like Pills
Wow.
Mills.
People
as a
die.
slam.
people die.
Yeah, but it is a pretty sweet nickname.
I'm not hoping for it. In fact, I hope Davis Mills has a long
If
career
he
as a backup.
Well, what if he takes, okay, to make it nicer for you, John, to kind of clean it up, what if he's one of these freak shows that takes like 50 vitamins a day?
You can call
Like,
him Pills
and they
Mills.
do it, and they do us, and they
like
do
a Todd Marinovich type deal. We find out is this
Yeah.
fitness freak.
a bunch of a bunch of magnesium and
Yeah.
vitamin B, and they call him. Look, he's taking. And
Pills
ESPN does a big special on it, and they call him Pills Mills.
General Mills. Jay
that's-
sent that in.
I've heard General Mills.
General
too.
Mills.
I know.
He's
It's
the field general.
It's that's not bad. It's okay.
General Mills. I like it.
It's better than Chills Mills. That's the weakest.
Well, because he's so chill and he makes D'Amico calm and blah blah blah.
Oh, D'Amico's not really. That's not really a problem.
For
D'Amico's calm dad. D'Amico has the same demeanor as AJ Hinch. They're pretty level-headed.
Yeah. Except, well, he celebrates. I like how he celebrates.
Yeah, he celebrates.
He
cool.
doesn't get nuts with the refs like Bill O'Brien did. Did y'all see that?
I was watching it live. I was about to bring it up to you. It was incredible. Bill's explosion where he starts throwing his. I mean, it was classic Bill O'Brien.
And he caused a 15-yard penalty.
Oh, I didn't even realize he got the penalty for that.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was throwing everything he could. And he got so mad because he tried to throw his headphone down and it got like caught up in his belt or
It was
something.
so
and it made him
great.
even madder. Bill's the weight that I've lost, Bill found.
Oh, wow. That's ugly.
No, that's just a fact.
That's ugly.
This is what happens.
Me and Chris also were watching. I'm like, and Chris goes, "Whoo, he's pulled a few on us." That's you know what that is? Linguine and clams with white sauce. That's what that.
That's what happens. You get all judgy when you get locked in on factor
Yeah.
meals. You start judging
Yeah,
everyone very
you
harshly.
judge other people and how
Yeah.
fat they are.
You missed out on cake. Did you see
What?
that the people down the hall?
I didn't get any cake.
Well, you're not here, but they had like a nice cake that they brought, but they couldn't find you, so they gave a slice to our intern
Oh
instead.
crap! I was here the whole time.
You weren't in the office when they were handing
How was
it
I
out.
not in the office? I was here all yesterday.
They didn't see you, Colton, because Colton got the cake.
I
You
saw the.
There's a box in there, I think,
Sales
still.
lady.
Okay.
Well, it's break time.
didn't. I don't know if it's there now.
I know.
It was there
saw
yesterday.
the sales lady from the Hispanic station side. She had a box, and I'm like, as I walked past her, I said, "That's either postres or a cake box." I knew what that was.
All right. There's cake to be had, so Lance is going to have to leave. So let's get a Gulf Coast
Let's
Chevy
get a
in
Gulf
here
Coast
first.
Chevy in here. Let's talk about your ability to, so I talk about customer service. So they finished number one in customer service index year after year after year. Why is that important for you? Well, if you have your vehicle in for service, whether it's something that needs to be fixed or scheduled maintenance, they get it done quickly for you. They have gone the extra mile of bringing someone, like driving a vehicle out, a loaner, while my wife has had something fixed. They brought it out to her and then brought the vehicle back. And that's the kind of service here in Houston. Now, they're in Angleton, but they go that extra mile. That's where the customer service comes in. They've brought papers out for me to sign. They brought papers out for listeners to sign multiple times. Here in the Houston area, they've gone all the way out to Spring to get a deal done. Someone from Spring went to Angleton. Why? Because the price is better. And that's what they do. They don't mess around with price. They give you more value for your trade-in. They'll beat pretty much any offer for a trade-in value for your vehicle. And Craig DeSurf just understands, look, this isn't about trying to get the most profit on every vehicle. It's really about making you happy, because then you're going to want to buy your second, your third car, your children's car there. You'll tell your neighbors and your family and your friend. And Craig just wants to be like a family member to you. He's extremely loyal, extremely he cares about the people who work for him. He cares about the people who come in, and he's just different in that way. So if you want a Chevy Equinox, you want the Chevy Silverado, the GMC Sierra pickup truck, the Buick Enclave, the 7-seat SUV that I drive, you're always going to get, great APR rates, great dealer cash back, but they find you more money than anyone else, and they work with your budget to get you something you're looking for. It's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. That few extra miles you drive out there is going to save you a few extra $1,000, and it's well worth it. Gulf Coast Chevrolet, Buick, GMC.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Apologies to, well, it's not our fault. Stupid cloud flame that's screwing up everything. We can't get to websites. We can't play videos.
Russians.
Can't get to Twitter. I have no idea what's going on in the world. Can't get to Twitter. I do know that Adam Schefter has said that, okay, without CJ. Now, Davis, this will be his third straight start. And
Well, do we know that for a fact? That
no,
he's not
but
playing? Instagram's not working either.
CJ did not practice
Oh, yeah,
Cape. KRPC. The expectation is they said he's KPRs, whatever.
Aaron Wilson.
Aaron Wilson, whatever. Said the expectation is that he's not playing.
Yeah.
It's
already Tuesday. They're playing in 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday would have been a walkthrough.
Yeah.
And so they weren't doing much, but he was not on the field for that. Another guy who was dealing with a concussion, Jalen Petrie, was limited, so he may be more on track to play. We'll see. But CJ wasn't even available to do the walkthrough. So
Is Titus Howard?
he played last week.
No, I know, but didn't he leave?
I think he came back in that game. I believe I saw him back in the game.
Okay. So he'll be back. Would you guys rather see Titus full? I guess Titus right guard, Trent right tackle, left tackle.
When's Ingram coming back?
Who cares?
You don't care about Ed Ingram?
Nah, not really. Whatever.
Well, he was playing okay.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. The better line is probably, honestly, Trent Brown at right tackle and
so you asked, Sean, I can tell you, Ed Ingram was a full participant in that walkthrough yesterday. Good. So he appears on his
the more
way
linemen you have that – I mean, Ed Ingram was good enough to be the starter to start the season and actually was doing okay. So
all y'all did was complain about the offensive line.
I didn't complain about the
offensive line.
All
Y'all did.
That's not all I did. I complained about Shador not getting snaps. Okay, in practice.
I can't believe that's all my timeline was people fighting about Shador again. I'm like, at this point, I'm not even going to say it.
No.
It's just, it's
what
terrible.
about
It's a terrible way to go through life. It's like politics now. It's where people are just fighting because they just pick a side and they fight about it. It's like, it's the worst.
Yeah.
It's like I can't get everything is polarized. I'm a pro cake guy. And Dell's anti-cake. And I'm like, why can't there just be can't we find common ground? As a society, cake is fine. And that cake was good. There's still cake in there. And like I told Dell, if you bring cake in, you got to check in with me. You can't just bring cake to a station and not check in. I'm the J Prince of cake.
So we got cake, we got Shador, we got Jamar Chase. I mean, holy crap! Suspended just because you spit on somebody?
Right, but we said that yesterday was going to happen. That wasn't a surprise.
Yeah. No. I mean,
he had to get suspended.
Yes, he had to get suspended. There's no question.
Spitting on people.
Yeah.
We have really come a long way as a people. It's now the third incident this year in football where somebody's gotten spit on.
Can't we just keep our saliva to ourselves on the field?
And I know there's a lot of grown people who believe that you should be able that anything that happens to you after you spit on someone should not be against the law.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. That he got kicked out of the game, Ramsey got kicked out of the game is just, I mean, you cannot spit on somebody and don't expect to throw fists. I'm sorry. You got to throw hands after that. Mm-hmm. You cannot. That's the most disrespectful. I mean, we got guys just doing it, Carter and Florida guys and Jamar. I mean, it used to be a big deal. Robbie Alomar was ostracized for this. I mean, just because he spit on an umpire, and the umpire had a bad call. Mm-hmm. I mean, now it's just, he spit on him one game. Robbie Alomar almost lost his livelihood because of it.
That was a major deal. I mean,
it was a major deal.
Umpire, you should be. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's absolutely terrible. Spitting on an umpire.
Spitting on Dak is a bad thing too.
Yeah, but this guy's just calling. There's not heat of battle. There's no mask or face mask. This guy's you're just in the middle of having an argument with an umpire, which is a tale as old as time in baseball, and then you spit.
Yeah.
You spit on him like, holy crap, Alomar. That was a major. But that's back when we used to call out egregious stuff. Now we just like to it's a little spit. It didn't get in his mouth. So what's the big deal?
No, it was more on his shirt again, like Dak's too.
Yeah,
I guess that's not as bad.
You spit. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We just this is just how society is now. The more horrific you are, whatever. No one died. And back then it used to be you probably shouldn't spit on people. And and everyone agreed. Yes, you shouldn't spit on people. That's a really bad thing.
I agree with that kind of.
What's that?
That you shouldn't spit on people.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of not spitting on people.
Yeah, I don't know,
And
but
if
it's
you do,
what we
then
do now.
What Yeah.
3 incidents this football season.
Like I said, aliens, hurry up and whack us.
Because
We're okay with people getting spit in the face, so just hurry up and whack us, aliens. We don't deserve to be here.
Why
we
are
don't deserve here. We are low-rate people. I try to be high-rate, but it's just too many low-raters bringing us.
Well, until cake comes.
So what is what's more disrespectful, spitting on somebody or taking off a white glove and then slapping them across the face?
Oh, my God.
Because that, back in the day, was the thing.
Oh, yeah.
And right now I'm watching a show, and I'm kind of losing some steam on it. Death by Lightning. It's got Michael Shannon.
Oh, yeah.
James Garfield. And
Good day, sir.
yeah, I'm a big fan of Good Day, Sir. They don't say that in the show, but they might as well.
They will, yeah.
They might as well. And then Ron Swanson is his running mate. Not a nice guy, but a lush and a drunk.
I love that guy.
A lout, as they.
We watched the first episode, but I'm on Black Rabbit.
Oh yeah, the bar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got 2 episodes to go.
Oh, you're getting in that a little later than I expected.
Oh yeah, you guys, you've been on that?
Oh yeah, it's come and gone.
Oh, okay. All right.
Jason Bateman is the long-haired F up.
Yeah.
In that one.
I love that guy. That reminds me of me and my brother.
Oh, and there was the bar involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah, that reminds me a lot of me and my brother. He's the responsible one, but not really. Jude Law was kind of a scumbag too.
Well, a bar/restaurant, so
yeah. Yeah, right. And nicer than my dad's. My dad was basically a shot in a beer joint.
Yeah, this one's trying to get
this
like a
is
Michelin
really
star and whatnot. So it's a little bit different.
They got stars. My dad's bar never got stars. We never got stars.
And then Jude Law is constantly having to deal with his brother, who is just Is that what your brother had to deal with? Yes. He was Jude Law, and you're Jason Bateman.
Yes, pretty much.
Owes people money constantly.
Almost identical.
Oh identical. Were they in New York or Chicago? I think they're in New York, right?
They're in New York.
No, they're in Chicago.
No, they're in New York. Chicago's the bear.
Yeah, they're in New York.
Yeah. All right, we got a break.
And that's based, by the way, that's based on an actual restaurant?
Is it really?
Yeah, I think the Spotted Pig is a name. It's based on an actual restaurant.
Wow.
I don't know if the story is exactly the same, but it's based on that restaurant.
Holy crap, if that's the real story, man. Holy crap.
Exactly.
All right, we got to talk. Where's Taqueria Randos based?
Well, they're based here in the Houston area, but they've got locations. I mean, this is home base, right? I think there's 24, I believe, locations. And they've got taquerias. They've got taquerias around us, but they've also got the Around Bakery. And at either location, you can get your Christmas tamales. And why is that a big deal? Well, here in the state of Texas, if you're new to the state, if you moved in, it's kind of a big deal. A lot of people will do Christmas tamales. And it's just, we kind of lean into it. It's time. I think tamales are great all the time. I'm a fan of pork tamales. I'm a fan of green chili chicken tamales. There's a lot of different types of tamales that are made out there. I like the balance of masa to meat that they do at you don't want too much masa. That's just too much. But Taqueria Surrounders does it right. They make some great tamales, and they want to take care of your party. So if you have a Christmas party coming up, or you just want to get in on the tradition of eating tamales for Christmas, when I say that, I mean it could be any time leading up to it. Just get your order in with my good friends over at Taqueria Surrounders, either a Taqueria Surrounders location or an Around Bakery location. They will have you covered. And of course, at any point, you can go in for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've got great drinks available for you as well, whether it's beer or margaritas. You can pull up and watch your favorite basketball team from the city play right there at the bar, grab some food, grab some drinks, have a really good time. And as I mentioned, don't forget your Christmas tamales, because they are doing it right, and they will take care of huge orders for you, too, if you're having a big party. It's Taqueria Surrounders. Go to taqueriasurrounders.com to find a location nearest you.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Did you see Draymond confronting that fan?
Oh, my God. We didn't talk about that yesterday. It was 2 days ago where they were just chanting Angel Reese on him. And he got so offended by being called Angel Reese.
I'm a man. I got 4 kids and another one on the way. You don't call me a woman.
Yeah, well, he didn't like the fact that it was
whatevs.
He didn't like being called Angel Reese because he knew what that meant.
Yeah, it's a woman.
He had no points and like 8 rebounds at the time. And he literally confronted a fan. He can't really be helped.
Now,
like he is who he is. Nothing's ever changed.
He's kind of dumb for doing that because now every arena's going to do it.
And he'll go and talk to every fan. He'll go and get in every fan's face and threaten to punch him, just like.
Well, him against Wemby on the inbounds play?
That was so good.
That was so. So those of you who didn't see it, Draymond is about. He looks like he's a little kid next to Wemby.
He's 6'8". Wemby's 7'6".
Wemby's just towering over him, and he's leaning on him, and Wemby's like, "What the?" And so he wouldn't get off him. Draymond's trying to stop him from getting in. All they did was throw it up, and Wemby went up and dunked it with one hand over Draymond. And I thought I felt bad for Draymond. I felt bad for him because
you did?
Yeah.
Oh my God! It was one of the best moments of my life.
I felt
watching Draymond get punked.
You don't. I
mean, oh my
like
God!
people.
How do you like Draymond Green?
Because I don't like to see other people embarrassed.
Oh my God! He is at the top of my list for getting embarrassed. Draymond Green is an absolutely despicable toad. All he does is kick people in the nuts. What are you talking about? This guy has actively choked people, kicked them in the nuts, elbowed people in the face, punched teammates. He's literally one of the most despicable basketball players to walk the earth. And you're upset because he got dunked on?
Well, I felt bad for him.
Oh, my
too
God.
little.
I hope he gets
That's
dunked on.
when you got to do the little thing. When you got to put your hand down and go, you're too little.
Yeah.
I just felt bad as a grown man.
They had
which was more embarrassing for him? Being called Angel Reese or the dunk?
Angel Reese? He got dunked on by a 7'4" guy.
I get that, but he looked like a little kid.
Being called Angel Reese is never a compliment. It means you grab a lot of rebounds and you can't shoot. That's what it means.
Yeah,
now, she's a good player in the league.
Model.
Yeah, she's a runway model. I think she's good looking, you know.
Yeah, she's a good looking
I
girl.
hear people go after her, and I'm like, that's a little out of pocket. But but she can't shoot. Like, she's terrible at shooting. She is terrible on offense and good as a rebounder. That's who she is. Guess what?
Yeah.
And now Draymond is actually not terrible on offense. He actually can shoot a little bit. He's not terrible.
No, but he was apparently in this instance he was going up, missing. Yeah.
Well, he's not an offensive-minded player. I didn't say he's a plus offensive player. He's a below-average offensive player, but
and he's a piece of work.
No, he's and then they had a lip reader. Legend Z is a. Did you see it, Dell? What you saw the story? Yeah, they had him read the lips on what was said, and Draymond called him a B in, and he called him ass in. And then it was basically, you can't guard me, I think is all Wembanyama says. He can't guard me or you can't guard me.
Yeah, Draymond tried to get physical, and then he got dunked on. The Spurs bench loved it, but Steph Curry exists, so the Warriors swept them in a 2-gamer.
Yeah.
And Wemby's now out for a while.
Yeah, he is out for a while.
Him and Giannis.
What, 2 to 3
Well,
weeks?
he's got to – I mean, I think he and Tank weigh the same. He's got to – it's going to be hard for him.
He's got a calf strain. He's got a calf strain, so you can say goodbye to him for at least a couple weeks.
So it's not structural. That's good, but I would always be – anytime a 7'2" or taller guy starts having lower body stuff, it's immediately my antenna goes up. I saw Ralph Sampson's career end just because he was too tall, and the knee just wore out, degenerative knee. Yao Ming, they knew he had too much weight on high arches. Like, anytime you have these tall guys, you just wait for the shoe to drop. And this is a guy who truly has generational potential, truly generational talent and potential. I hope.
You just throw that around all the time.
Yeah, I never throw it around because I think you idiots who do that just completely. It's like you took the word elite away from everyone, and so elite became just anyone who could, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. These French fries are goated. Okay.
Are they the McDonald's French fries?
I had some the other day that were.
They weren't fresh and hot.
No,
McDonald's
I had.
French
Better
fries
Luck
are-
Tomorrow at the cocktail bar.
why
Better Luck
did-
Tomorrow has French fries that are goated.
Why
if we're going to do that,
Why did Burger King ruin their fries?
I didn't know they
Just
did.
one of the
What did they
dumbest
do?
things
They just
since
switched
I
the
don't think I've
oil
had
or something?
Burger King in probably
New
16
Coke.
years.
No, they changed the kind of fries.
Oh.
It was
Well,
terrible.
so did Wingstop. Wingstop went from their natural cut fries to regular old frozen, we fry 'em fries.
Less expensive to
Yeah.
buy from Cisco.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Buffalo Wild Wings still makes a good fry. I had it the other day.
I
with
don't
my
really.
wings.
As long as my fries are a little crunchy, I don't really.
I like them thin and crunchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
Oh,
too.
by the way, Damaris, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this. We got a break, but I want to tell you. You go and sit at the bar and you get the fries at Damaris with your wings. Wings and fries are as good as you'll get wings anywhere.
It is really
while
good.
you're watching games.
How about fries and Yanni bring out some and ask for some wing sauce on the side where you can dip your fries?
Yeah, I mean, it is just spectacular.
Tell them
Just
to bring
so you
some
know.
up here.
Yep.
Aren't you coming in tomorrow?
I'm coming in. Yeah, I fly in tomorrow. All right. We got a new sponsor to the program. It's Blue Bonnet Glass. They've been around for 75 years. They were founded in Brenham, in Brenham, Texas, in 1951, and they're bringing them to the Houston area. And this is all about glass, and it's about performance. So for those of you that are contractors out there, or you're builders, contractors, if you got to have your glass on time, right? And one of the last things that you put in is shower glass or mirrors, or when you're making staircases with the railings that's glass. This is one of the last things that you put in. So if your glass provider isn't on time, you ain't opening up that house or that commercial business on time because they're not on time. Well, this is what Blue Bonnet Glass prides itself on service and making sure that they get you what you need. Even, okay, you don't have to be a builder. A replacement window. You broke a window in your house. The shower glass isn't working. Frameless shower enclosure. Residential doors, wine rooms, glass railings, whatever it is. Solar screens. Residential window repair. Anything glass, okay? Anything glass. Our peeps over at Blue Bonnet Glass. Now, they've been in Brenham forever. They're in the Houston area now. So you're looking for the best way to get. Listen, the greater Houston area, here's the number. 832-508-0911. 832-508-0911 or bluebonnetglass.com. Blue Bonnet Glass. You got any glass needs, whether you're just residential or you're a business, bluebonnetglass.com. Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Big ups to the Cowboys last night. Kicked ass in a huge game with absolutely no consequences, playoff consequences, but a huge game nonetheless. That the Cowboys they're on national television every week now for the rest of the season. It's just that they can't be more wrong every year about this team putting them on. I mean, who cared about?
Are they wrong if people watch?
If people watch, but are people watching?
I don't know the ratings for Cowboys games. It's not something I look into, but they don't care if the Cowboys are good or not. They'll welcome people hate watching the Cowboys if they suck. That's part of the game too.
Hey, that's not back though. My Twitter was back and showing videos again, but that link you sent me still isn't working. So for those of you that can't get on our app or the video, see us because, well, it's not our fault. For those of you who don't know, Cloudflame is down.
Flare.
You can on YouTube and you can on X
Cloudflare is down.
People can. Well, not X. I don't have X up, but
X now works.
For whatever reason, it's not working on mine. But you can watch us on YouTube.
Oh wait, the video's not showing.
So,
X is up for me now. It's working now, but not. I don't know that our. I think YouTube though. You can watch us on YouTube right now.
Yeah, that's fine, but the app is down still.
To listen, okay. Well, then you can't hear us anyway if that's the only way you listen.
Well, yeah, or you could listen to
people
our
are
stream.
aware of our option. They go back and forth, but for now, if stick to the YouTube channel.
Before we get into the Texans for a second, I was watching the video of Draymond Green and a fan. His name is Sam Green, Pelicans fan, and he was yelling, "Angel Reese," because he had
Has he been suspended for life now from the
No. They didn't even suspend him there. I mean, that's nothing. You can chant Angel Reese. That's not a bad word. That's not a word. He's basically just mocking him because he had no points and a bunch of rebounds. Draymond gets in his face. The guy doesn't back down at all. But what really was crazy about it is this guy's like an inch taller than Draymond Green. Who the hell is Sam Green? Because Draymond's 6'8", and this guy was at least 6'8", whoever he is. I don't know what his background is or what he does, but he's sitting courtside, and he's not a small guy at all. So I don't know who he is, but if you watch the video, they're looking eye to eye. So whoever this is kind of a big dude, and he just has his hands straight out like that and is talking to Draymond the whole time. I'm like, dang, he's just right there, and he's kind of smiling the whole time. I'm like, that had to bother Draymond because Draymond was expecting he'd be able to just make the guy kowtow, and the guy stood there with his arms out, smiling, and he had no impact on him. Although the guy did say later it was unnerving to have him walk 15 feet off the court over to see him, to confront him about saying Angel Reese. And I like how Draymond tried to turn it. He was calling me a woman. No, he wasn't.
No,
he was
calling you
he was saying you have no
a bad shooter.
Yeah.
That's what he was calling you.
Yeah.
A rebounder, just padding your stats, your rebounding stats, and not putting the ball in the basket. That's what he was doing. More than anything else.
Hey, so Raheel put this out there. You and Raheel are going to have a 10-year reunion show.
Is that what it's going to be called?
That's what Raheel said. You and Raheel
I
and
think
Dell.
I know, but Dell is off, isn't he?
No, if it's next week.
On the 25th and 26th.
I'm off the following week.
Oh, you're off after Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Every year he goes on a pilgrimage.
No, I don't go on a pilgrimage. It's not Mecca.
Where are you going? Afghanistan?
Why would I go to Afghanistan
the
week after Thanksgiving?
You don't know. I don't know.
No, I do know. In fact, it's my vacation. I actually do know.
Where are you going this time? Someplace with a hurricane again?
Well, I don't know if it's hurricane season in November, but just going to see my mom.
It's like 87 today.
Oh, that's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Where does she live?
She lives in Ormond Beach, which is in Florida. Yeah.
That's what I told you. You're going on.
I said I don't know. That's why I said I don't know if it's hurricane season in November.
But you're going on a Florida pilgrimage.
I'm not going on a pilgrimage.
Kinda are.
I'm not. It's not a pilgrimage just to see your mother for Thanksgiving. That's not a pilgrimage.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm flying out the Wednesday of, right before.
But it is a trip. Like it.
But yes, it's not a pilgrimage
though. If you have to.
Ormond Beach isn't Mecca. I'm not going on a pilgrimage.
Flying?
Yes.
Okay, but what if there's delays and it turns
There
into
may
like
very well be delays.
That's what makes it a pilgrimage if it takes a long time.
That's
the
not
very
exactly
definition.
why a pilgrimage is a pilgrimage. There's a mission. You're going to try to see something or have an experience. I'm just sitting down to eat some likely dry turkey and some yams. That's all.
But then you stay the next week too?
Yeah, because I haven't had a vacation since December.
I think that's a lie, but okay.
It's not a lie. My dad was in
feel like
town.
it's a lie.
He was dealing with some things, so I never went on vacation. Now I am.
I feel like it's a lie. But
Well, it's
okay.
not a lie.
Well, I think it is. So.
That's fine, but you're wrong.
Yeah, no.
You'll be gone for a week.
Yes.
Okay,
You
get
can't
that.
tell me what I feel.
You
and
gotta
don't
get
feel.
that in
I
before
can
the
tell
end of the
you
year.
what your feelings are wrong.
Okay, no. If
Facts
I feel
over
like
feelings,
it's a lie,
John.
it's a
I
lie.
believe
it's a lie to me.
I believe a certain segment of the population used to tell you F your feelings. Facts over feelings, John. Facts don't care about feelings. I believe
I'm not
people.
part of that crowd.
I believe people said that.
Yeah.
Facts over feelings. Maybe
What
people in your
about-
algorithm.
How about James Franklin getting a job already? Virginia Tech.
Wow.
And now the buyout goes from what, 49 to 9 million?
He negotiated it to get it all up front, the $9 million up front.
How about that?
Well,
That's pretty good for Penn State.
yeah, but I'm sure there was offset language that if he took another job, he was
Yeah,
gonna
absolutely.
so
There always is.
I'm sure there was something there. So it's good for Penn State. They got out from under that. Not for A&M, who's still paying Jimbo. That money still rolls in on a monthly basis, or I don't know if it's monthly or annual or how it works, but and then Brian Kelly, A&M's LSU's trying to say it's for cause, but they've screwed themselves. They're going to have to pay all that money.
Yeah, they're gonna
I
pay.
guess the chicken guy, Canes,
And then they're going to give Lane Kiffin 14 million or so.
Lane's taking trips. His family is, at least.
Well, that's the rumor now, but we'll see what happens. Ole Miss has already told him, listen, it's happening, because there were, without saying too much, there's been 2 separate stories that he was going to Florida, and it came from supposedly Lane's camp. Well, I'm sure LSU came in late, got rid of Brian Kelly, said, let's get a little taste of this. Lane doesn't strike me as the most loyal guy.
Is this how this usually works? You're so very public about your movements when you are
did you see
when you're
what
deciding
Lane,
to go.
So what Lane did 2 days ago was an Instagram post that he posted a dog biting the neck of a gator, of a little gator toy, and that's all he posted on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, huh.
Well,
That's an interesting post.
Is he going to go play is he going to coach at Georgia?
If he's going to Florida,
no.
that's an interesting post if that were going to be the case.
Well, no, he beat Florida on Saturday. That's why that was.
Oh, yeah, I guess
But you're
that's
saying
what
he
it was.
posted it before the game or after the game?
I don't know. It had to be after the game.
Yeah.
Now, you know what he posted now? You know what the latest is? Let me see. When did he post this one? Oh, no. It's today. His new post is he took a picture from a book, and here's what it says. Day 223. How do you know what to do next? You ask yourself honestly what your 90-year-old self would advise you to do, what they would have wished you had done. You ask yourself honestly, what you've sensed from the beginning, what you have ignored, what you have quieted and distracted yourself from. You make 2 lists, the positives and the negatives, and you weigh them. And if there is one thing on the left that overpowers the dozen things on the right, then you trust that. You ask yourself what path will make you more of a person you are meant to be. He is the biggest troll. If I'm Ole Miss, first of all, Ole Miss, you're not going to keep him. He's gone. I don't care where he goes. He's not.
He is
staying
not
there.
operating. I understand what you're saying, but he is not operating.
And he tagged Ole Miss football
as someone who is on his way out, because normally don't coaches want to keep all this stuff quiet?
Yeah, but Lane's different. That's why this may. You're right. This could all now. What this could be is putting so much leverage in his favor to see if Ole Miss pulls an A&M, freaks out, gets scared. And I shouldn't say A&M. It's all college football now. Indiana, Nebraska, it's all of them. It's not just A&M. A&M's Scott Woodward created it. He was the godfather and the architect of fear contracts. But maybe Lane Kiffin does all this stuff because he even tagged Ole Miss football in this post today. And maybe this is one of these things where Ole Miss goes, just give him the $15 million. Who else are we going to get? Just give him 5 years. Give him a 6-year, $15 million deal. Because coaches do this and agents do this all the time, sometimes behind the scenes, where they try to create fear in the school. So he may be playing Ole Miss against Florida and LSU and seeing who comes up with the best offer. Who knows? And maybe this is a plan to get Ole Miss to give him as much money as possible.
Well,
I can tell you this: I'd be super pissed off if I were.
Well, they've issued the ultimatum: figure it out before the Egg Bowl. You got the bye week this week.
Or you ain't coaching yet.
Figure it out.
Yeah, because the rumor was he was going to make an announcement after his last game that he was leaving.
Well,
now they're basically saying you ain't getting that long, Lane.
Considering no matter what happens, they've got Cruton, and they've got a playoff appearance, so they would like some clarity. And
I can't blame them.
Beat your rival as well. They'd like that too.
Yeah, I can't blame them. Hey, listen, they're going to the playoff and they're in the middle of this thing. I mean, they're having their best season maybe ever, and they're in the middle of all this with him leaving.
I know it's horrible. Like, I can't stand that. I can't stand that a coach holds a university hostage. And whether you've read a lot about it public, trust me, they know. They know behind the scenes. There's leaks all over the place. This has been a thing that has been mentioned that I've heard about. I've heard about coaches basically saying we're not staying. 5 weeks ago is when I first heard it. So this is not any kind of a big secret. Lane doesn't love Ole Miss. Yeah. He has said that publicly. He has said that privately.
I mean, Oxford is so small.
Yeah, but it seems like
it's not like Baton Rouge is big.
No, Baton Rouge is a big. Where's Florida? Where's Florida?
Talent, that's Deliverance.
No, that's what I'm saying. All college towns are small.
Not Houston. We don't want them. We got Willie Fritz.
It's not a college town.
Willie Fritz is loyal.
We are a college town.
You know, Houston had a chance.
Rice
By
and
the way, do you remember this story?
Yeah, I know. Texas Southern too. I know.
Do you remember this story? Lane thought he was in at U of H, and then Tillman nixed him and brought in Major Applewhite and said, nope, Major Applewhite gets that job. That supposedly Lane Kiffin told his coaches, and I have an agent friend who was there with the coach, and the coach got off the phone and said, well, we're headed to Houston. And he thought, because he said, who? Lane just called me about going to Houston. Lane was at Alabama at the time, if I remember correctly. And Lane was going to be the head coach of Houston, which, let's be honest, no matter what, he would have used you for 2 years and taken off. That's what Lane Kiffin would have done. But he wouldn't have been. Lane was supposedly going to be the head coach, and then Tillman got involved and said no. And I don't remember. Oh, Major was the coach. That didn't work out. But Lane Kiffin wouldn't have stayed. Lane would have just used you. Willie Fritz is loyal. Willie Fritz is in it to win it.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, Lane stayed about as long as Major did, only for different reasons. Yeah, I mean, poor Major took over. Okay, beat it. What I do?
He got the beating of
Tony
a lifetime.
Levine,
the Army.
They started
bowl
going
game where Army
was he already out, or was that
he was still there.
The final
that was
straw?
The coup de grace.
Okay.
Boy, they were
Army
going
game.
after Summy. They were going through some. I mean, Major,
Herman.
Tony Levine, Major, Tom Herman, Dana.
Herman had success.
Yeah, he did.
Herman
Well, his first year with Tony, you heard him when he was on with us last week. He said, I want to thank Tony Levine. Those players he left behind were pretty good. Were really good.
Yeah, but Tom did a pretty good job.
Yeah, Tony did a good job.
No, Tom did a good job. Tony was a one-year disaster.
Tony
lasted
two.
a year and it wasn't good.
No, I think Tony was a couple years.
Tom was had an 11-1 start, and he was the Cougars ended the season 13-1. Cougars slipped to 9-3 regular season of 16, and he took off. So
Tony Levine was there for three seasons.
Head coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony was there for.
How was he?
Major was one and done.
Tom Herman was 22-4 at U of A.
Tony Levine had 2 winning records, and then he stepped aside in 2014.
He was there 4 years.
Well, he was the interim in 2011, right?
Yeah.
Tom Herman was never beaten at TDECU Stadium, 14-0.
What did Tony Levine go on to do? Didn't he become like a?
He was 6-0 against ranked teams in the AP.
He bought Chick-fil-A's.
Oh yeah, he's a Chick-fil-A monster.
And then he went on to coach at a couple different spots. He got back into
University
coaching.
of Chick-fil-A.
No,
no,
Western Kentucky and Purdue.
Wait.
What is that? Not as a head coach, as an assistant.
Tony Levine?
Yes, he was an assistant at Western Kentucky, then an assistant at Purdue.
Are you sure? I think he's only in the chicken game now.
I'm telling you, he was on Jeff Brom's staff. And then he announced his resignation after 1 year. Apparently, he didn't want to coach anymore. But yes, he was in a chicken game and maybe still is.
I would be. If somebody wants to give me a Chick-fil-A, I'll take it.
Yeah, you're right. 16 and even 17.
Yeah.
He was 21 and 17. That's 4 years of football, or 3.5 years.
It's 5-7, 8-5, and then 7-5. He was.
It's a little. I mean,
in 3
compared
full
to the
seasons.
other, compared to the other, it's not as terrible as I was thinking, honestly. But compared to Sumlin and Tom Herman and Art Briles, it was because those were your 3 in succession. It was Art Briles, Summy, and then Tom Herman, and all those guys won at a high level.
Tony Levine was their interim coach in 2011 when Sumlin went to A&M for the bowl game. Then they gave him the job in 12, 13, 14.
Yeah, he won that bowl game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Ticket City Bowl. They blew out somebody in that bowl.
I wish I owned a Chick-fil-A.
I wish I owned 2 or 10. Yeah.
They got a whole after coaching section on him, and I keep waiting to see. There he is. There he is. His new restaurant opened in 18th. This man is a chicken story.
How about that? How smart he is.
That's right.
I want to talk about Dream Rate Mortgage, how smart Kent Jones is. Kent Jones been doing this. So you're going to buy a home. Let me ask you a question here and now. You want a FHA loan, a VA loan, a USDA, a jumbo, a conventional, a niche loan? Which one are you going to take? Because you don't know. You don't know. You know who knows? Kent Jones knows. He knows. Knowledgeable, reliable, devoted. He is going to give it his all to make sure that your house buying experience is the best experience you can have. Okay? Better Business Bureau, A+. Okay? This will tell you how this guy worked. There is nobody, all of his clients, 30 years. No one will say, I don't know, he didn't put everything into it. This dude puts everything into it. And when he does that, I can't tell you how many thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars he has saved people. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars over 30 years. More, way more, hundreds. I'm telling you, this guy can save you. I'm not putting a number on it, but I'm telling you how much he can save you. And you think, well, I bought a house before. I can do. You ain't as good as Kent. You ain't as good as Kent Jones. You just aren't, okay? When are you going to lock in? Kent Jones, he can help you with that, okay? He's going to advise you on all of the different things. The title company, even if you need an agent that may, split some of your fees. I'm telling you, this guy knows the game and you don't. You're going to buy a home, you have to go to the ultimate mortgage hookup. That's Kent Jones, okay, at Dream Rate Mortgage. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't like that the Rockets get a couple of days off. I mean, their games are must-see. Donovan Mitchell is having a big time, okay? They got at Cleveland next. Then Denver at home. Then at Phoenix, who's playing better. Then at Golden State, which is this 4-game stretch here, going to be nice. At Cleveland to start. Although Cleveland doesn't play, Donovan Mitchell is on a jag right now. And so we got to watch. We got to be careful with that. We got to be careful. All right. Dude is averaging this season 30.9 points a game. That's pretty good. Evan Mobley, 19. DeAndre Hunter, 17. Jared Allen. Good basketball team.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this one could be.
Always has been. Well, not always, but
well,
it was
no,
last year.
they were, they had the best record in the East.
I always felt like something was missing, though. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I watched Houston do them up last year, and I was at that game. I just didn't come away thinking that was a very dangerous roster. But they play really well together. They win a lot of games. I don't know. It just feels like if you start matching talent on talent, I don't feel like, I don't know. Their best 7, like I think Houston has terrific talent in their top 8, but it's because everyone has a purpose. Like there's not a lot of crossover talent. Like Jabari's really good at what Jabari does. He's become a really good defender, shot blocker, 3-and-D type player. That's what he is. You're not asking him to do too much. Now, if you need him to, he can go get you a basket. He can actually post up some. It's kind of not a very deep post game, but he can shoot little turnarounds around you. Alpi has a very specific skill set. Well, no, he has a more expanded skill set. KD's an elite shooter and scorer. Reed Shepherd has his little special gift that he has. And Thompson is a disruptor and rebounder and defender and baseline assassin. Like all of their players have a thing that they do really well. That's how you build a team. I think is they have a team full of complementary players, and it's really working well because they got a fully grown man coaching that team, and they listen and buy into him.
So
why haven't you gotten him on the show yet? You know Tillman and Patrick Fertitta. Why have you not gotten Ime on our show?
Ime on our show?
Yeah.
Well, they don't. They're not going to tell.
Oh,
hey, Ime, go on the show.
The guy who signs his checks, what's he going to do? Quit? Tillman needs to say, "Hey, I got a show you need to do."
No, I don't know.
He's the owner.
Tillman. No, I don't think Tillman gets involved in media interviews. I'm pretty sure.
Well, get him involved.
It's hard enough to get the Italian ambassador. Okay, I'm not going to go through
Patrick?
Him. Hey, by the way, I know you're the ambassador to Italy. Can you get me Ime on the show?
Patrick Fertitta doesn't exist.
Patrick doesn't. Patrick does not want any. I tried to get Patrick on 12 times. He just stays away from the spotlight.
Well, that's probably not a bad idea for him.
Yeah, he does not want.
He's not.
He just doesn't want it.
He didn't have his own show or his own press conferences.
No,
like Jerry.
he doesn't. No, he does not want it, and he does not like when Tillman tells me stuff and I put it out there. He's
no,
I mean,
Tillman probably doesn't like it either. Like, hey, that was for.
No, he does. No, Tillman tells me stuff. He used to tell me stuff. He doesn't anymore because Patrick yelled at him.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I saw a story that said Rockets don't need a point guard. They got one. His name is Alpi. You run the offense through him. Look at the highest scoring teams in the league. They've got now it's a center-driven league. The highest scoring team in the league is the Rockets with Alpi. Jokic, okay. The third highest scoring team, Del, Bam, Adebayo.
Well, he's missed 6 out of 14 games.
Yeah, but even still, they're scoring 124.6 a game.
Well, but
let's be
he's
clear.
not
Because of Norm Powell.
Yeah, Norm
Powell's like
Bam doesn't set the offense up.
And they play differently now. No picks. They're running something that's kind of unique in the NBA. But yeah, it's a Norm Powell joint right now.
I know that I got it out early, and I know that people are still resistant to it. But you will come around. You will come around within a month to 2 months that this team is actually a more is going to be a much more explosive team without Fred VanVleet. And it's not, and it's really not, as much as I mess around about Fred, it really has less to do with Fred takes more shots and he's not an efficient shooter. Now the ball is going to more efficient shooters, and it's also forced the Rockets into being more creative, and that creativity is getting Alpi involved as a creator and as a guy who takes people off the dribble, because there's not many bigs in the league that can stick with Al. When Alpi's playing in full flow and he's not faking, stopping, that's a self-check when he does that. When he's giving you spins and straight ups, devastating. He is a deadly player.
I don't know that Fred VanVleet's presence would have made Reed Sheppard a less efficient shooter this year, or Tari Eason a less efficient shooter.
Less shooting.
Well, I don't know. Jalen Green's gone, so there will be shots for people. And then you also throw in the fact that Kevin Durant is still Kevin Durant. Well, Kevin Durant would have been in either way.
You had Jalen and
Dylan Brooks left.
Jalen and
so
Dylan gone.
shots would have been available.
You're not going to be worse off with good players.
No, but you can be worse off if the chemistry is not right. I think the chemistry, the offensive chemistry of this unit is exceptional. And the ball gets a little sticky in Fred's hands. He shoots late grenades. I just think when you have a grenade in his hand versus a grenade in Kevin Durant's hands,
I don't think Fred would have taken shots away from Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I think he would.
I don't
look,
know.
Kevin Durant, he's going to get some shots. Fred VanVleet's not going to sit there and not shoot.
I understood, but Fred had to shoot last year. I don't think that would have been the case this year.
Do you really not see anything that I'm talking about here? Neither one of you. That
no,
when you don't have, like, what do you think? Fred,
I don't
tell
think
me
if
what
you
Fred
subtract
brings,
good players from a team that you're better off.
That's not what I'm saying. Only 5 can play at a time. Why do you think that dribbling up the court is the most important thing?
I think you underestimate Fred's ability to subjugate his game because he sees Kevin Durant and Alpi. He took a lot of shots last year because who else was going to take them? I don't think he does that with Kevin Durant and the Alpi that we're seeing this year. I think Fred understands who he is.
I think you get less. I think the ball is in his hands more. It's in Alpi's hands less. There's no way around it.
We don't know that. We don't know that. We assume that, but we don't know if.
What do you think the odds are?
An offense, when you have Kevin Durant, your offense is going to change, and if Alpi's taking a step, I think Fred
is the
understands who
handler?
he is as a player. I don't think he is going to dominate the ball when Kevin Durant and Alpi are on the floor.
What is he as a player? He only plays at the top. He doesn't play on wings.
And he would be more of a catch and shoot guy. Sure, he would organize, but I think Fred was put in a spot last year because of a lack of a consistent score and Alpi's sometimes up and down nature where the ball had to fall to him to make a play because the offense got stagnant.
Fred is not a fast break player, and the fast break points have gone way up this year with the Rockets, the percentage. So he's not a fast break player. They're able to play big, which has caused a major problem
did that last year with
for some teams from a rebound standpoint. You can't play big with Fred on the court because he's not
do it
big.
with Reed Sheppard on the floor. They play big with Reed Sheppard on the floor.
Yeah, but Reed doesn't play Reed plays reasonable minutes off the bench. He's not a 30-minute. The idea that he was taking over for Fred, that was always tenuous anyway because you had to see how he handled the ball. His role really is best as not Mark Price. He's not ever going to be. He can take you off the dribble and shoot some pull-ups and stuff like that, but he's not going to be Mark Price. I hope that he would be, but his game is catch and shoot, handle the ball a little bit. He's in a great role right now. I think everyone's settled into great roles. I really do. And
so Fred VanVleet, the year they won the title, averaged 9 shots a game.
He's coming back, by the way.
He averaged 9 shots a game. Well, after that, 14, 16, 16, 16, because they needed him to shoot. When they had the championship team, he only took 9 shots a game.
He was a younger player, but also
hardly at all.
Fred has shot less in Houston than he did in Toronto in the back half of his time in Toronto. He is not. I know you because he doesn't make as many as you'd like, but Fred's not a guy who loves putting up shots. Sure, I make fun of him for the 4-15, the tour date nights, but he is not a guy who is looking to shoot at a volume.
In Toronto, his last 3 years, 16.7, 16.9, 16.1 shots per game.
That's
in
high.
Houston, 13.9, 12.7.
And he even dropped it last year.
He dropped him.
I think it would have been more of the same this year.
Yeah, and I think he would have taken even less. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, you ask the organization, the people that actually work with him every day, the Patricks or the Emes.
I agree. His
But
personality
they're all going to
is
say,
great.
no,
Yes.
we want Fred VanVleet.
I know they do, and that's great. What I'm telling you is, and John, it's possible for some people, it's possible for me to be right on one thing ever. I mean, it is possible for me to end up being right on this, right? I mean, it's possible.
No, you're right on a lot of stuff. I don't disagree with everything you say. I disagree with this.
I get it. It's possible that they can love Fred VanVleet, but maybe the most efficient and really the most explosive version of this team is not with him on the court. And I recognize what he brings to the table, to me, was culture. And culture cannot be measured. And I believe 100% that I would not deal Fred VanVleet off this team. I also think if you reinsert him into this lineup in March or April when he comes back, it might not be ideal because this team will have played a lot of basketball. But I don't know what he brings that you don't have with this lineup other than some ball handling, and he's a better defender than Reed Shepherd without question. But I don't know what he brings. He's not a good shooter. So I don't know what he brings.
Yeah. Okay,
other than culture, which they needed desperately. I don't know that they need it as much now.
Yeah. Listen, it doesn't look like they do. It looks like everybody's on the same. It looks like everybody. I mean, I love the way their effort. I love their energy they put into every game. But I think they need somebody that can actually start to get the ball up the court, start the offense, get it to the right people, because that's not always the case with this team. And even though they're leading the league in scoring.
And I'll fully admit that they're leading the league in scoring, but the goal is to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And I will readily admit the game can change in the postseason. And smart possessions are going to be critical. And, there may be some value. Fred may be much more valuable after the 82 are over. There may be, and when you're playing a team like Oklahoma City, because we saw very specifically Oklahoma City cause major problems, and that may be the hump you have to get over anyway.
And we'll see the Nuggets coming up here shortly.
Are they going to pressure in the backcourt, though?
They got one of the best defenses in the league, surprisingly enough, this year. So I don't know if they'll do that, but just overall, they're a really good defensive team.
All right. I know who's really good, and that's Underdog Fantasy. That's really, really good.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy is your opportunity for, frankly, for buzzer beaters, block parties. They're all back. All these last-second shots, they're back. And this is what we just got done talking about. However you like to get in on the action, you can do that at Underdog Fantasy right now in the state of Texas. This season, you're going to make team picks and player picks. You got a chance to do both. Just download the app, sign up, and you're going to get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. All you have to do is use Underdog, and it's really, really easy. Just pick whether your favorite teams are going to win, and if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, on rebounds, on steals, and much, much more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use promo code Lance to secure $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, it's all on Underdog.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Boy, I'm just looking at these stats. Cleveland puts up 45 threes a game.
They get up a lot of them, man.
The Rockets, 30.
Have you looked at
15 more threes a game than the Rockets.
Have you looked at how many Rockets are having career years shooting the three ball? Like Josh Okogie, not on a lot of attempts, but he's shooting about 3 per game. The man has never broken 40 or 39%. He's at 45, nearly 48% from 3 this year. Of course, Reed Shepherd's having a great year. Tari was shooting well above what we thought.
Did we not say that Kevin Durant's going to draw and maybe just an extra step? You get that, or a guy's a little late to switch over to you because they're paying so much attention to Alpi and to Kevin Durant.
Oh, I agree.
It's leaving guys with a little bit more breathing room.
When you have a guy like that on the floor drawing that much attention, you are going to get looks. Alpi included in that as well. Yeah. But these are guys who like Tari, and limited time in the NBA through injury. He was at best on low shots volume 36% in his second year. He's over 50 at nearly 5 per game.
Yeah. That's a big loss.
That is a giant jump, and it's Jabari's having his best year. Of course, Reed, as I mentioned, Okogie, and Tari's the giant jump. Unfortunately, he's going to be gone for a little bit. So the Rockets are just knocking down shots. They're just going to face a team here that shoots a lot more of them.
Do you feel like maybe this is a steroid thing, like the big dumper?
Well, we did accuse him of steroids influencing his power numbers.
Yeah. Does Reed Shepherd look like a steroid guy?
He could be.
Comes in. Cal Raleigh doesn't really look like one either, unless it's all going to his ass.
Coach Elko's 8:15 this week, by the way.
8:15 today?
Tomorrow.
No, tomorrow.
Are the rims
He's
wider?
usually at 8, right?
Yes. Are the rims wider and we don't know about it, and then they shrink them when the opponent goes back, flips the ends? Because what's going on here?
You don't know.
I hope there's no regression, but it feels like at some point they're going to go through a cold month, considering how good these guys are shooting. Way over their careers.
They're way over. So they're obviously going to regress, but to what level?
I don't know. Even if they regress back to their career numbers, it's a giant regression.
But here's the thing. I think Jabari has always been on an upward trend in terms of being a shooter. And he's not shooting a crazy percentage. I think he's like 37% right now. That's not crazy. That's actually expected. Reed is shooting exceptionally high. I think he's an elite shooter. I don't know that you can expect him to shoot 48%. Kevin Durant, I don't know that he's shooting at a crazy clip right now from 3, but we know he's an elite shooter. Tari Eason is shooting way higher than his expected clip. Amen's in the 20% range, what we expected. And Alpi, I think, is going to have some hit or miss games. I think he'll come back some, but I also think they're a naturally better shooting team right now. I just think some guys are getting better as young players. Josh Okogie he's not a bad three-point shooter.
Reed's a big reason for this.
Well, Josh Okogie is a career 30% three-point shooter, and he's shooting nearly 45.8%.
Yeah, he's over. What's he been the last 3 years?
32.
Oh.
He did have a good year the previous year in Phoenix at 38, and then the year before that, 35. So
because he's not just making it corner threes, he's also making that extended free throw line, kind of that angle with a super long three. It's the longest three on the court. He's making that one too. Yeah, that's probably not gonna. That's gonna regress. I was thinking about this. Tell me this. I'm gonna go through some names for the Rockets roster, and tell me if they have unique talent that's hard to replace. Like that would be hard to replace with another player. Alperen Sengun. Yeah. There's very few players in the league who does what he does. Kevin Durant.
Sure.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
Reed Shepherd. Reed is replaceable.
They're shooters.
Reed is replaceable.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith.
Long 3-and-D guys, probably not at his athletic ability, but you can find him.
You can find him. Fred VanVleet.
Sure.
You can find him. Tari Eason.
Well,
there are a lot of big
50%
wings.
from 3?
Not for his career.
There are a lot of wing. Well, he's not even considered a big
So,
wing. There are a lot of wings like him out there.
Yes, but I put this as a caveat. But he's disruptive. He's a momentum changer if he's off the bench. As a starter, you can find guys like that. As a bench guy, he's a little bit unique.
A guy
as a bench guy.
His talent level and not starting for a team, that's unique. Because in a lot of other spots, he would be playing 35 minutes a night.
Yes, it's unique to have that level of talent coming off the bench. I'm going to throw another one at you. Steven Adams.
He may be 1-on-1.
I don't think you can find another Steven Adams. Not for what he's doing. If you just specifically talk about what he brings to this team, which is defense and especially rebounding and especially offensive rebounding, I don't know that you could just replace him.
No, he's historically good offensive rebounds. Historically.
Now, everyone else I get to, Josh Okogie, I can roll through the rest of the list. Josh Okogie, Finney Smith, we don't even know. Aaron Hall, I mean, we're basically out of our rotation anyway. You're done. So you have 4 players if you want to throw in Steven Adams, who are uniquely talented in a way that it would be very difficult to replace.
It is funny that Amon's in the group when he has a twin brother.
I know. And he shoots poorly. He's a poor shooter. And yet that really speaks to what he brings to this team.
Poor shooting. Poor caddying.
Think about this. Last year's Rocket team. You would have said Alperin is on the verge of that, but he's not consistently that. Jalen Green, no. Fred, no. Jabari, no. You didn't have Kevin Durant. Amen was trending in that direction, so you probably would have said yes. But my whole point is that you have 4 players who are uniquely talented that would be very difficult to find a replacement level player. That's always a sign of, if you want to talk about a player's value, how easy would it be to find a replacement level player? For the Houston Texans, literally one player probably, well, and it's not fair because there's some really good edge rushers, so I can't say. I think only the cornerback is maybe the only guy that you couldn't find a replacement level player for. Not easily. I guess you'd say Will Anderson because teams aren't just giving up. Those are star.
Near Hall of Fame
Yeah, I guess
too.
both edges.
I mean, they're great edge rushers, but you're not just going to go pick a guy.
Both edge, but Nico Collins, you can find a Nico Collins.
Listen, Nico is one of the top. Listen, it's not easy to find a Nico. You could find a Nico. Well, you could find another Will Anderson because I'll go get Myles Garrett.
Well, how easy is it?
It's not but if you're one of the top 5, 6, 7 guys in the league, then it's not easy.
Can you draft a wide receiver that becomes a 1? Yes. It's harder to find. You have to draft them typically a little earlier to get your hands on a pass rusher. Wide receivers have become ones that aren't, I mean, you'll have a Max Crosby. I get that. But, I mean, Myles Garrett is the freakiest of freak shows. You want to talk about T.J. Watt was a first, and T.J. I think he was a late first.
In the 20s, I think. Right?
Yeah, he was a late
Something
first.
like that.
That's pretty good. But I think it's hard. Like, you look at the Texans' roster composition, you could have said the same thing about the Astros. The Astros had some kind of unique talents. The Texans don't. The Texans have a bunch, even now that their roster's better, there's still a replacement level players across the linebacking core, across the defensive front, not counting the edge. At
both edges.
In the secondary, now Kalen Bullock has a very special talent in terms of ball hawking, but he's not a real great run support tackler. And we know the cornerback is. One cornerback is. But once you get past that, quarterback's not. I think I think you could have an argument about Nico Collins, who I love Nico Collins, but I think you can find guys like Nico Collins.
Your running backs are Woody Marks has got some bursts,
There's
which
we
like.
There's a million Woody Markses.
Yeah. And by the way, T.J. Watt, 30th pick in the first round.
You cannot find another Laken Tomlinson, though.
Hard to. Well, his name was Shaq Mason.
We
actually seem to be able to find them quite easily.
Shaq Mason, Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson. We can find those guys.
We can find those guys.
And if you have an accident, you got to find John Daspit.
Yeah, there's not a lot of John Daspits. There's a lot of people who will put their billboard up, and their billboard will say how they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And John Daspit has some billboards too. That's one of the ways he reaches you. But he also reaches you through me and through my girl Young Jazz over on the box. And Young Jazz was in an accident where she was hit from behind, caused some damage. She was injured, and she was really shaken up. And I had to remind, hey, phone call 713 call now, just in case you need to know. And here's John's personal number. You need to get a hold of him and get this taken care of. And this is what happens. It happens. You if you're in an auto accident, there are times you get hurt, you feel injured, but you got that adrenaline rushing, and it's later the next day you start feeling sore and sore. And sometimes it goes away and you're okay. And sometimes it is an injury that is going to require some attention. And there are other times where you know it definitely requires attention. A hospital stay, an ambulance, a broken bone. Whatever it is, you can always call John Daspit and let him and his law firm work on your case and tell you whether or not you have a case or not. But if somebody is injured you due to their negligence, you need to make sure they're paying for your medical bills, they're paying for your time missed from work, and they take care of compensating the pain and suffering that you suffered due to someone else's negligence. And he works with people who've been injured at work, out on the waterway, out on the roadway, out, in those refineries and those offshore locations, and they will win for you if you are injured. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or just go to the website for more information at daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mike's been waiting. Let's get him in here right away. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Thanks for sorry about the wait. Mike, are you there? Mike is not there. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. All right. Man, we got a lot of stuff to do. We haven't talked about CJ and Jalen Petrie in a while. Neither of them were there yesterday. We're only 2 days away from the game. It doesn't. Who? Petrie? Petrie is still in protocol though.
Yes, but he was able to.
Oh, okay.
Whatever they approximate limited of a practice, he was there for that.
He was there for that, but he is, according to reports,
he's still working his way through it. But he could at least be on the field. CJ couldn't.
CJ couldn't even. It does still mean that the Petrie is still unlikely to play, though.
Yeah. I think he has to get to full participation before he can be considered, and they don't have a lot of time. Maybe if this game was on Sunday, he'd have a real shot, but it's a little tight considering it's Thursday.
Symptoms for CJ include sensitivity to light, headaches. It's subsided. He's doing better per sources, but he's more than likely still regarded next week. And Jalen Petrie is not expected back either.
So this is now 2 of his 3 seasons where he's missed more than one game with concussion, or just
he missed 2 in 2023.
Yeah.
So concussions have knocked him out 2 of the first 3 years. That's something to keep an eye on. I don't recall. There was never an issue at Ohio State.
I don't believe so. Not that I remember.
It's something to keep an eye on. You don't want this to be a concern. And he's not a running quarterback, not by league standards. So that's a little, This one he got running. He didn't get hit in the head, but his head was jarred back. He got hit in the chest hard, and it snapped through and smashed the ground. But he got up like he was okay. That's why I'm really surprised. And that's why concussion shouldn't be taken lightly, because, just eyeballing it, I thought, he looks okay. He might get back in this game. Or not play for the next 3.
Yeah. Well, he was on the ground for a long time. What do you mean he got up okay?
No, when he
walked
got
to
up,
the sideline. Yeah.
And he wasn't.
You wouldn't stretch it off and get the fencing stuff that we see. Now, beyond obviously the time miss, what does it do to his play style? Because one of the things going on for the guy most known for concussions, people are questioning whether Tua is playing in the same way he used to play. Forget about him trying to avoid concussions, period, but just standing in the pocket because of fear of what's next. Yeah. And now CJ's, that'd be 5 games, 2 different incidents. We hope he just comes back and he's just the same dude he was before, but you just never know. And hopefully the symptoms weren't to a point where obviously his physical health, it doesn't deteriorate. But how does he play now that he's missed 3 games? Does it affect his play style? That's something to look at as well as we watch and evaluate him going forward.
Yeah. I mean, it's not good. It's not good. This is it's a problem. It's a problem. This is now multiple years that we're. Is it? Well, I mean, Tua's been around now. Tua's been before it started. Tua played.
If you think back to the initial big injury, what the underreported part was he got a concussion against Mississippi State. We talked about the hip, and that's what is the big issue. But he got a concussion in that too, and then of course he didn't get another one. At least diagnosed till 2022, and then got another one in 2024 after the 2 diagnosed ones in 2022. And he had the hip injury that aggravated it last year. So people are starting to look at how he's playing, not just the interception, but he ain't the same guy he was in 22-23 because the injuries are starting to pile up, and it just affects guys and how they operate. And that would be my concern beyond the long-lasting head trauma. Does it just affect how your quarterback plays now that he's had to go through it?
It's a real concern because CJ's not always been the most poised player in the pocket, and His feet will get a little happy, which has an impact on his mechanics. CJ must be an elite ball placement and accuracy quarterback. He has to be. He's got to be one of the tops because his game requires it. He's not a mobility player. He's not a guy that can he get out of the pocket and hurt you with his legs? Yeah, but every quarterback can if you're facing man-to-man defense and corners are getting run off. I mean, you know, and safeties lose contain. I mean, and linebackers lose contain. Yeah, I mean, that can happen with anybody. But he's not a run. He's not going to be a running quarterback. He's not really. That's not something you have to worry about on a game-by-game basis. Where CJ's got to beat you is with tremendous ball placement, and he's going to have to be a quick thinker, deliver the ball with timing, all that stuff. That's how he has to win. There's lots of quarterbacks who have to win like that, so it's not anything unusual. But if CJ starts getting nervous with his feet, starts worried about getting hit, then all of a sudden the footwork goes sideways. The accuracy, which we saw last year, goes sideways a little bit where the ball placement's not good or he's overthrowing certain throws. Then you're dealing with, I mean, his value really diminishes if he is a nervous quarterback in the pocket. And you can say that for every quarterback. Nervous quarterbacks in the pocket do not become winning quarterbacks. It doesn't really happen. And there's a chance that CJ could start seeing ghosts, and that's a concern. If he gets spooked by the concussions, there's that chance.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, this is another reason, man, that $60 million contract looming is scary. It's just scary. It's getting scarier and scarier with the play and now the concussions on top of it. And I'm not sure that it's with his agent. I'm not sure that it's less than 60. I'm pretty sure it's going to be right in that $60 million
Unless he
neighborhood.
does something we have not seen yet. It's a conversation we probably have more than any other show, and it's really you don't need to have it right now because you have 3 more seasons, right? You got club control 3 more years, and when I say the third year, not really, because the third year is a franchise tag year, which would be the 6th year. So when I say 3 more years, year 4. Then you have year 5 where it's going to be a big bump in salary, but nothing outlandish. I mean, nothing you can't handle. But then if you go franchise tag, it keeps you from having to. First of all, David Mulgeta will lose his natural mind if you go all the way to a 6th year and franchise him. David Mulgeta is going to absolutely lose it. CJ will sit out. You will not see the quarterback that year. It will be a nightmare. I'm telling you now. There's no way you're going to let a quarterback not get to a guaranteed deal before year 6. But if they were to franchise him, that's the top 3 salaries. Now you're dealing with, by that point, it's going to easily be $55 million a year minimum. So that's the difference between giving it to him for 1 year and giving it to him for 6 years, 5 or 6 years. And man, we better see a different version of the quarterback we've seen so far.
Yeah, no question. Another big topic of conversation yesterday was Togiai and how well he is playing and getting the ball more to Jalen Noel. D'Amico said Jalen Noel needs to have the ball more. He had 1 target last week. 1 in a game that you really, really struggled.
He's a playmaker. Like, you're going to have to find ways to get it to him. He's fast. Now, Higgins had a nice game.
Yeah.
Nico had a nice game.
Hutchinson had a couple nice catches.
Hutchinson had a couple nice catches. For whatever reason, this is not, and backup quarterbacks a lot of times will hyper-target the number wide receiver 1. And that's why Davis Mills, fantasy football owners with Nico Collins, love them some Davis Mills. Because when he's in the game, Nico gets targets. 9, 7, and 7 so far. He's going to get his looks without question. That's going to come at somebody's expense, and my guess is that's a little guy in Jalen Noel. So, but, I mean, he only runs like a 4.29, 4.30. Why would you want to get him the ball? Your offense can't hit explosives. Why would you want to get the ball to somebody who runs a 4.30? Yeah, I would want to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you would like to get in here, you are more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's stay on break. Take a quick one here. Got to talk a little Republic Boot Company. Lance and I, both big fans. We are going to be there. We're going to do a Christmas show over there. Well, during the Christmas time. And here's the deal. You can do your party there, up to 200 people. It's just different. It's just so cool. And, oh, by the way, how about you got, I don't know how many employees, 10, 15 employees. Why don't you do a shopping spree through there? Hey, you got this much to spend. Here, you guys can all pick out boots. You can all pick out belts. You can all pick out pants. You can pick out vests. You can pick out jackets. You can pick out cowboy hats. You want to get rodeo ready. You want to treat your employees or clients to just the best damn leather that you're going to find in the city of Houston. And you still have time right now to put your logo on it, Lance, including the 1836 boots.
Yeah, they can also brand your hats. So they've got a hat bar. They can put custom logo on boots. They can put your custom logo or your university logo or whatever on hats because they do the branding. They have a hat bar to custom fit. You can bring your own hat, or they'll have hats that they can custom fit to your head. And of course, they can take those 1836 boots right off the shelf and change them and custom orient them to what type of fat Fred Flintstone, Barney Rubble foot you have, and you're good to go. Those are hard to find. Wide feet people have a hard time finding boots. Not with Republic Boot Company. Not a problem at all. Stop in, check out their hat bar, check out all the great gifts that they have, the terrific boots. Get rodeo ready, get yourself something for Christmas, or take advantage of their ability to host an amazing party right there in the Heights. It's Republic Boot Company.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Do you think that Tony says just wait till they start throwing green Bilbos at Draymond? Do
he
you
would lose
think
his mind.
that he's going to get green Bilbos thrown at him because he's Angel Reese now?
I don't think so.
Tony
I've seen that in football. I've never seen it. I haven't seen it in men's basketball yet.
T also says you guys think CJ should be less susceptible to concussions because of his DeBrat haircut. It should cushion the blows.
No.
I don't know.
Still gonna get it.
No, I don't think the hair protects him.
Do you know the Chicago Bears? I feel like a kid with just coming out with. I learned a fact this weekend. Do you know that the Chicago Bears have 5 games where they have won in the last 2 minutes of a game, which ties the NFL record since the merger in 1970?
Well, you Tim Kirkchin of the NFL with that?
I did have a kind of a Kirkchin voice.
That's a weird
the
kind of
Bears
voice.
are this close to having a losing record and feels like they've played losing football for a chunk of the year. And yet you look at their record, they've won 5 games, which is an NFL record, tied an NFL record. 5 wins in the last 2 minutes when they've been behind.
And you know, Ben Johnson, they showed him walking into the locker room. Now, I mean, D'Amico came in and, yeah, guys, screaming and yelling. Ben Johnson was pissed. Ben Johnson, they're 7-3, and Ben Johnson walked into that locker room like they just lost in the final minute of the game. He was pissed off.
They should be 5-5 at best. They have literally lucked into a couple of them.
I mean, if you look at them game for game, they're like the 2024 Bears, except they have Ben Johnson and not Matt Eberflus. Mm-hmm. And Caleb has played better in the fourth quarter.
And instead of having a Tyreek Stevenson hit a Hail Mary that turns into a touchdown, they're winning the other. They're winning games that you don't think they have any chance of winning. That's just been the difference. Like every year you can say there's 2 that you could have won, that you should have won, or there's 2 that you should have lost. And usually there's a plus minus of, like the Texans can come back, and I know they have 1 they shouldn't have won. They got a couple. I don't know that I should. No, I can't really say they shouldn't have lost it, but they had some rough situations. But there's frequently you can say there's either a +2 or a -2 when the season's over. Like maybe you had 3 go in your favor and 1 go against you. Well, that's a +2. And the Bears right now are like a +4 or 5. That is extraordinarily rare.
Which means take the under next year because they're not going to win those games.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
but last year they didn't win. They didn't win them. And this year, it's
and the Texans were above 500 in one-score games under D'Amico the first couple seasons. I think maybe 7-5 both seasons, something like that.
Right now it's turned on them.
Yeah.
There's always a regression at some point.
Do you guys? I am that Rock Yassin interference call just changed the game. I mean, it not changed the game. It ended the game.
It ended the game.
It ended the game. Listen, basketball is doing it. A coach should be able to challenge a terrible call.
They tried this, and then the refs revolted. They said, "Oh, you want to challenge?"
It lasted for 1 year.
You want to challenge interference calls?
And everyone said it didn't. Now, did the refs have to make? Could you challenge it, or did the refs decide?
I think
you got to get a hold of them and go, "Hey, listen, we don't give a rat's ass if you're mad about it.
The refs
just do what you want. A job." I mean, that pisses me off that the refs can say, "Well, okay, watch us. Oh, we don't want this, so we're gonna." What?
Well, the other refs, the refs on the field were protected by the refs in the booth. And they were making the decisions.
Wait, before you said the refs.
But wait,
but the refs.
Baseball is adjusted to it,
but
though.
But the league voted it out
because they weren't getting the type of results that they wanted.
The refs weren't going along
the
with
league, the competition committee got rid of it because the coaches, they thought it was the problem was it was taking too long. They thought it was taking too long. How come the college football has the expedited? This is the best thing that no one ever talks about. Have y'all noticed that it's like they have expedited expedited challenges now. Reviews.
The NFL too. They just the replay booth last night.
Just
they
not penalties.
Said, oh, sorry, no catch. And before they even got to the line of scrimmage, they said, nope, sorry, no catch. The replay views just said so. But wait a minute. Baseball is adjusted. Basketball, these calls, these they take forever.
I know.
Forever. It sucks, but you know what? Get it right.
Basketball has a new approach, though. They got the headsets. Every unit has to wear headsets now, and they're working directly with the group. Like they have a different group looking at the play, so it's supposed to work faster. Now they're trying to speed that up because Adam Silver realizes, like we had a game. What was a Rocket game where they had? Oh my God! It was like 5 or 6 challenges, and the game. I think it may have been the second game against the Pistons. It took forever.
Yeah.
It took forever.
It blows, but you know what? I don't know. I mean, I do think that, but take the human element, especially that call was huge in that game.
But do you want them being able to call holdings, offensive holdings, like late in the game?
Well, you got one challenge. You know what? If you're the coach, pick the right one. Pick it. You know, and if you're wrong. D'Amico's challenge last week.
Not if they
terrible.
miss one. Not if they miss one. Only if they made a bad one, right?
Right. Only if they made a bad one.
Like, wouldn't you love for a holding call to get called that was obvious that didn't get called? Like, can you go, hey, that led to a 20-yard run that sealed the game?
I think here's one of the problems that I have is people don't really realize what a hold is. Like,
well,
there's
it's the
a play
coach's
called,
responsibility.
So the trap play, you'll see this where they take their outside hands and they do a chop and pull the guy down. That's actually not a hold. Every once in a while you'll see a ref call it that, but it's not. The competition committee will tell you, the referees will tell you, that's actually not a hold.
Right. Well, last week there was a guard. Was it in the Texans game? There was a guard that just pushed the guy to the ground and then laid on top of him, and they called holding on him. I mean, he dominated the guy.
Oh, that's not a hold at all.
That's not a hold at all, and they called holding on him.
That was Texans game?
I forget which game I was watching. I watched 1,000 games last week. I don't know. I forget which game it was, but it was like, that's a terrible call.
Yeah, that's not a call.
That's not a hold. That's not a hold. And if I'm the coach, I'm like, come on, are you kidding me?
It has to be a clear and present.
Clear.
Like holds are the ones that are toughest because sometimes you'll get the arm, and that one it's almost like it's a judgment call. In baseball, you got judgment calls around the strike zone. On the bag, there's no such thing as a judgment call. There are some judgment calls with check swings, obviously. Holding is some guys will let it go a little bit more in terms of where your arm is, and some won't. But like that call did end the game. There was no guarantee the Lions were going to. Was that a third? That was third down too, wasn't it?
Yeah,
third and long.
So, but there's an integrity factor here too. Because if one rep, and don't tell me, all of the referees in all of college football and all in pro football, you can't tell me that there might not be one who doesn't have some problems and might be making a call or doesn't like a guy, whatever the case may be a little biased in whatever way, shape, or form. If the coach can get involved and get a review, and the referee, the head referee, can make it right. You can't tell me that there wasn't that a lot of people didn't think. Is this fixed after the Yassine interference?
That's a nightmare for the league now because
it really is.
All it takes is a basketball. It doesn't take much, and now fans and everyone thinks everything's fixed anyway. Moon landing didn't happen. There's no Holocaust. There's no literally everything is a conspiracy now. It's not hard to get there when you see a bad call. Let's just be honest. It's not hard for somebody to say, with all the gambling stuff that we've seen recently, for you to say, wait a minute, why would that official have made that call? Why would you make that call in that spot when it has this impact on the game? And now you've got people questioning the integrity of your game, which is a nightmare for
that
for
guard
NFL.
thing was in the A&M game. I just got the
against.
It was and it was a huge call. It was a huge call. A&M's trying to come back in the game, and they called that on him. It was like, what the? That is terrible. That was awful. Just awful.
So this may need to happen twice more where the game ends because of this. If they can get it to happen 3 times in a year, there's a chance that they might consider that at the competition committee again.
Yep.
But one time, look, this is one they'll circle. But if it only happens once, they're not making changes for something that happened was a one-off. If it happens multiple times, and cost teams the potential to win a game, then they have to look at it again. They did it because of the Rams. It was right. It was Rams and Saints, and it was the Saints that got hurt by it. Was it an offensive foul? It was an offensive pass interference.
Pass
right?
interference. And
It
then
was a
they
bad
didn't
call.
call it the following week on what was almost an identical play.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But it can't just be one team. It's going to have to be multiple. It has to happen multiple times.
Right. All right. We got to let's give away the University of Houston. We were going to give it away in the 7 o'clock hour. How'd that work out for us? We got 2 tickets to TCU versus University of Houston. So let's go. Who wants them? At exactly 9:35. Let's do 9:35. At exactly 9:35, you call in at 713-780-3776, and you get 2 tickets to the game. Take it on TCU. Tickets start at just $25 because they're 25th. They're ranked 25th in the country. Tickets start at just $25. 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougars.com. If you want to get tickets, go to the game. Let's fill it up. But we're giving 2 away to caller number 3 at 9:35. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Big supporter of the Cougs, Mike Holly, HRP. He played there. Mike Holly developed proprietary technology that other people want to get from him. He has had multiple offers. Sell us your technology. We love your technology. It is incredible. If you ever go to HRP and you see their computer room and their setup and how, it's right on the Beltway. Stop by. Hey, I'd love to see what you guys do. So how about just call them and say, I'd love to see what you guys can do for my business. I'd love to see how you can make my business better. I'd love to see what you're doing for all these people that talk about HR&P, all these clients that talk about how great HR&P has been for their business. You can talk to them too, okay? And ask them, hey, why is HR&P better? HR&P just gets the job done for you, partners with your business to get your payroll, to get your HR, to get your taxes done, and then help you with all of the other stuff as well. They are, I'm telling you, we love them. They're perfect for our business. They can be perfect for your business too. But you can't, if you don't try, if you don't do anything, then how do you know? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, Keith is here. This is our penultimate segment, and we've got Keith on hold and Gilbert on hold, so let's get to him in a hurry. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. I don't want to talk about the Ravens or Vanderbilt. I do want to talk about and get Lance's opinion as a draft expert. You know, let's look back at the draft trade where the Rams and Falcons made a deal. Falcons moved up, took the Rams pick, drafted James Pierce Jr. Curious on what your draft grade was on him and why the Falcons decided to give up a first-round pick in the 2026 draft with the quarterback on the books like Cousins and then an injury-prone Penix. You know, that Rams pick is now projected probably a top 5 pick. The Rams are number 1 in the NFC, playing really, really good football. James Pierce has 6 solo tackles this year. Looking back on that trade, like it's clearly a trade that favors the Rams. But what are your thoughts on James Pierce? Is he not playing that great? And what's a player that the Rams could add to a really good team next season? Thanks, guys.
I didn't like that trade at all. I didn't like Pierce as much as a rusher as some people did. I thought he was very linear. I thought he was easier to redirect. The real problem with him behind the scenes is there are people who just thought he was a really bad dude, not a good guy, low personal character, and there are people, a lot of teams who had him off the board. I thought he would slip out of the first because he has character issues, according to multiple teams I talked to. So needless to say, I was pretty surprised that the Falcons made that decision. This has been an organization who has screwed up the pass rush. They have not been able to draft pass rusher. They had a kid from Clemson back in 2015 that looked like he was going to be a pretty good player, and then he flamed out. They've had multiple draft picks that haven't worked out. Then they gave up a draft pick to get an alleged low personal character player with a little bit of who wasn't a very good run defender. So he's really a one-way player, and he's not a real bendy, wiggly type of rusher. So he's kind of a straight-line rusher. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like the Michael Penix. I thought the Michael Penix move was stupid. Michael Penix had 3 season-ending injuries in his career. If you watch his tape, he was terrible once he got outside the pocket. He was good inside the pocket in that last year against Washington. Since he's gotten into the league, he has been injured both years. And this one will be a season-ending injury again. This is his 4th season-ending injury in his 8 seasons of college football, where he played 6 seasons, and pro football, where he's played 2. 4 of them have ended in season-ending injuries. That is going to go down as a horrific signing. Kirk Cousins to the money they did, and he wasn't a player, and then immediately drafting Michael Penix, who's injury-prone, and then trading a first-round pick for James Pierce, who already has character issues. Just awful decisions. I don't know that I don't know that their GM's going to be able to withstand that. That's going to be a lot. I mean, you better really hit when you're giving up first-round pick, future first, for a player who's not in the top 5, not in the top 6 picks. You know, the Texans did it for Will Anderson. That was a dude. If you're trying to get back into the first round to draft a guy, and that guy's not a clean character guy, a clean football character, and have great traits, man, you are asking for trouble. And that's what they did. And, you know, I think New Orleans has drafted – I think they've done a terrible job, Mickey Loomis, with trading away draft picks. These teams who trade away draft picks left and right, I've seen it work one time. I think one time ever. And that was with FTP. That was with the Rams. And now, ironically, the Rams have rebuilt themselves because they're so good at finding 3rd and 4th round picks. They're so – and 6th. Cooper Kupp. But that was before. Puka Nacua. Since they won a championship. Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Colby.
Well, they
Thomas.
did well with Jared Verse, and
their 3rd round defensive tackle.
They do good. They
got Jared Verse, who was a very good pick, but
young. I mean,
they've drafted
Cam Kitchens.
Cam Kitchens was a good one. Kyron Williams,
from
Notre Dame. like it left and right. They've rebuilt their teams by drafting really well outside of the first round, exceptionally well on the defensive line. They're starting defensive. They got a great defensive line, all built through the draft.
Byron Young and Kobe Turner, both third-rounders.
Yeah. And then the Florida State duo
Braden
that they
Fisk.
drafted. Braden Fisk was a
Second rounder, yeah.
Kobe Turner's really good as a third-rounder. They have don't they have Kobe Durant as well?
Kobe Durant, fourth-round corner.
Uh-huh.
You look at their current.
Puka Nacua, sixth or fifth?
Let's see. They have fifth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You look at their
That dude's a wide receiver one. He was the
fifth-round pick. We look at their starting 11 on defense. You're talking about the picks. As I count them down, you've got, 6, 7 guys drafted in only one first-rounder? Don't do the hand signal, Lance, please. It's embarrassing for you.
I hate it anyway.
What's
6, 7.
It's the 6, 7.
Did you see there was
thing,
65 points at the women's basketball game?
and they were praying they got the
And
67.
it's filled with little kids. For some reason, this is I guess to fill up the seats. It's all a bunch of kindergartners through 5th grade, and we're talking about in the main seats, the main seats, and it's filled with little kids, and it gets to 65 points, and the girl makes one free throw, and the announcer knows what's going on. He goes, "Well, you may notice it's gotten really loud in here, and that's because we're close to getting 67 points if she makes this free throw. Do you know about 6, 7?" He asked the color commentator, and he talks about it a little bit before the next free throw. As soon as she makes it, everyone on her own bench jumps up and starts doing the juggling 6, 7 thing. The kids flip out and lose their mind. They're all doing that in the stands. They're screaming. It's as loud as an Aggie football game. And it's like, and even the opposing bench, you could see the girls kind of smiling and laughing because they know exactly what's going on. And we're not going to get into what 6, 7 means. It means nothing. It was a lyric in a rap song with no meaning, and it literally has turned into some massive meme that kids will wait at an In-N-Out burger.
In-N-Out.
They'll wait at In-N-Out for them to
It's
say, order
packed.
67. They've all got their phones. It's packed. You know who doesn't do that? Whataburger. We're not doing that stupid-ass stuff at Whataburger.
They don't call out numbers, right?
Well, yeah, and they don't. You get your little plastic.
You get a little
thing,
plastic.
and they don't have
Old
a
school.
67.
No.
Well, they also don't have 50 kids in there buying
true.
burgers.
Now, somebody did bring up a good point. Why, I get it irritates me, but what's the worst thing? Kids are having fun at some number.
They could
They're
be
not
doing much
anything wrong.
worse.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything wrong, and that's true. It's just
What do you want them, Lance, to be engaging in premarital sex?
Yeah.
You
What
think
if the number
that's
was
better?
they're
79?
Gen Z.
Then
They
what
won't
would you
do that.
Well, yeah,
Gen
sure.
Z does not do that. They don't drive.
They don't
They don't drink.
Well, we had was it on the air?
Now they will send pictures of their wangs.
That's true.
We know this.
Unfortunately.
We know this is a thing.
And we had the guy call in and say his kid would rather have a phone than a new truck. He said he learned that
kid
this
should be
weekend.
put in prison.
What's he going to do with the truck,
You
Lance?
should be jailed.
He can't watch Twitch in that truck.
No, he can go and he can actually go somewhere and live.
I want to watch. I want to stay online.
John, what could you do in the back of a truck?
What? We don't.
That's right.
Once again, they're not looking for premarital sex, unlike
I know,
yourself.
but if they
They're
were
not.
a truck, except when they got those ridges, you want something on the bottom. You can't just keep a mattress in your back of your truck. That's
Be a
that's very creepy. You should probably be arrested if you have a mattress in the back.
What's
of your
that mattress for? Do I have to explain myself?
I was moving
Well,
an
wait.
armoire.
Well,
I
back
didn't
in
want
the
it to
day,
scratch it.
now, vans used to have beds in them.
It's true.
Okay.
I like looking at the stars at night.
No.
I like laying back and looking at the stars. That's why there's a mattress in my flatbed.
I had a buddy had the tricked out van. Holy crap, was it awesome?
What was it tricked out with?
Well, tricked out. Oh, it was
The carpet
it
in
was
the
like
inside?
it was like it was carpeted and it had a bed in it. It had,
I don't know.
It was like a motel.
I'm not sure I want to
I mean,
be. I
that's
want to
not
be.
bad.
Is your buddy changing the sheets? I don't know if I want to be in that bed.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, that van,
Was
considering
he-
what
Back
he's
then,
about.
who
Was he in your
cared
gang
about
or no?
changing Seats?
They had a
Was he in
social
your
club.
gang?
It wasn't a gang.
I'm sorry. Was he in your social club?
He was in the. He was. He was just on the outskirts. Of
He
the
was.
club.
He was club adjacent.
Yeah, right.
He
right,
was
right.
animal adjacent.
None of us had
wasn't made.
bands like that. But none of us had. That
I don't
kind
know, man.
That kind of money. That was big
That's
money
pretty
back then.
tight to have your own You know, if it if not for being
Mobiles.
Your traveling hotel room.
Your mobile hotel room.
yeah, you don't have to turn it into something creepy.
Well,
It's
what
not
else
like
is
you're
it
trying to wear
for?
somebody's skin.
He
and
has a
tucking-
van.
and go the full tuck.
Well, yeah, not that, but he has a van and he has a bed in it. What's it for?
Well, I don't want my daughter dating him.
Of course not. You don't want any woman you know
Right.
in the vicinity of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what they used to say in the 70s? Grass, cash, or ass. No one rides for free.
That
was
I've
a
seen
whole bumper
movies where
sticker.
they say that. Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't there for it, but yes, I've seen the movies.
And that was a real
Grass,
thing. That
cash,
was a real
or
thing.
ass. No one rides for free. And John even told you he used to hitchhike. That was a real
Did you?
thing.
And,
John
John,
would
and John's not a weed guy. You know he was poor, so what was he giving up?
Well,
What? You think John was
wasn't
giving up the ass?
I wasn't giving up
He
ass, I
wasn't
can tell you
rich,
that.
and he didn't smoke weed. So what else was he doing?
Like a scene out of Boogie Nights?
I don't know. I'm asking the question. That's all.
Oh no. I don't think John doesn't strike me as that guy either.
And maybe it was a lady picking him up.
John will just walk, thank you.
Well, I got a story about that. But
No.
Now, if
no,
a
you
woman
don't,
picked you
John.
up, if a woman picked you up, then all of a sudden it turns.
Yeah, I don't
into
know
a
that he
whole-
was being picked up
it
by
turns
men. Maybe it
into
was a
whole
woman.
Storyline then, and you can see videos.
Maybe
of
some
that-
older
those-
lady said, "Hey, it's ash, cash, or grass, ash, or ass for John, however order it goes."
I immediately go,
and John,
ass!
and John was like, "You know
Well,
what?
she looks good. Ass.
no.
What? You want to tell it? Tell it.
Cash, grass, or
Well,
ass,
tell it.
John."
Hold on.
One time I thumbed home and from school, and a guy propositioned me.
Oh no!
And I was like, no. I was worried. I can tell you, I started to worry.
Did you get in a
But
car
I
first?
did get out of the car.
Okay.
I was able to get out of the car. And then I picked up a rock and threw it at it.
He goes, "Oh, you think you're gonna proposition
What did
me?"
he say? You got grass or cash? You
No,
say
he
no.
just said,
well,
he wanted to do stuff. And I was
He
like,
said no.
so hold on. So
And I
this
told
isn't the
him-
first story that you've had. Didn't you?
He almost got
you must have
abducted
been
in
you must have
Spain.
been a handsome young man
Yeah,
because they
look
tried
at
to
Johnny. You could tell.
abduct you in Spain.
Tried to get
too.
abducted. He almost got abducted in Spain. Thankfully,
Yep.
that didn't happen, or it could have been trouble.
Yeah.
Dang, John, they were Justin Biebering you.
I didn't think, I thought, I just felt like I wasn't giving off that vibe, but maybe I was.
I don't know how long was your hair, John, back then?
It was long.
All right then.
Yeah. So
Did you have a David Cassidy look to you?
no more.
More Bee Gees? Did you have a Bee Gees haircut?
No, I had.
Okay.
No, I was more. I don't know. Anyway,
Who did you
I
model
was more
yourself
Italian
after?
than that. I was more
You
Italian.
didn't
than
have
that.
like
Travolta.
an idol back
Yeah,
then?
Ish. No.
Okay.
I mean, no.
How about you? Did you hit the car with the rock?
I did.
He was a quarterback. Of course
Yeah,
he did.
Pulling away.
Yeah.
I was. It was. He. It was. I was scared for a little bit.
I
man.
would
Yeah,
be too. You're in the
that's
car,
right.
yeah.
Yep, that was scary. And I was. I mean, I thumbed to school every day, and I wasn't. It was like whatever.
Yeah, as you can hear from this story, eventually that kind of got shut down and people stopped doing it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Once serial killers became a thing.
Yeah. Serial killers kind of
most of the
ruined
time
it.
John had cash or grass. This time,
Yeah. He wanted. Yeah. Well, it was. They wanted brick or. Hey, whoa.
Wow. Well, let's go to break.
Let's break it right here on ESPN.
I've never heard that
sock?
version of it before.
No.
Time to talk Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, let's talk about Zadok. Listen, if you're trying to woo somebody in a car, you might want to try something nice, like a luxury watch. Maybe if Johnny got a little Rolex, things would have gone differently, but he didn't. And if you want to do that's something, get that special gift for someone special. Zadok Jewelers is your one-stop shop. And while you're in there, I mean, you may turn this into a shopping spree. I don't know. I mean, you may get something for your wife, for your daughter, and for yourself. Let me throw that scenario out there. You've got a luxury watch. You got a Rolex that you want to trade in and trade up to a different watch. Why don't you do that? Or they'll buy your watch if you're just looking to sell your watch. Of course, they're selling watches too, but they buy, they sell, they trade luxury watches. While you're in there, you went in there to get your wife a tennis bracelet because you got it like that. So you're doing something great for her. You want to get your daughter something special, and then you're doing something for yourself. This happens all the time where you'll have people come in with a little shopping spree. But maybe you're like me and you say, I want to lock in on one gift and I want to do it the right way. I've got a certain budget I want to stay within, and I want to have that special gift explained to me because you know what looks good, you know what looks hot, or what's really going, the precious metals, etc., which designs are the best, and the experts in there will walk you in the right direction so that you get a perfect gift for her this Christmas season or for any occasion. Is Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadig.com.
You know what's weird is Gilbert is on hold and we didn't get to him. Let's get to him quickly before we get to. It's what?
He hung up as soon as we were going to get to him.
All right. So Buc-ee's is suing an underwear company because they are using a nut huggers. Nut huggers. Go look up their mascot looks a little like Buc-ee, and they're suing for trademark. Do you think nut huggers? They're what is Buc-ee's? He's a
beaver.
He's a beaver. Do you think that Buc-ee's shouldn't let nut huggers use a beaver?
So the name of the company
is Nut Huggers.
Okay.
And it has a beaver. That's a little ironic, I think.
Okay.
Don't you feel like that's a little ironic?
I mean, I get what you're doing, sure.
I'm just saying.
So you can't use a beaver?
They can't use a beaver.
I'm trying to find this. They sued other companies, like they sued Born United because their logo was a beaver that looked like the Buc-ee's beaver, and they just put like some military garb on them to switch it up. So
this beaver doesn't really look like. Look at Nut Hugger's beaver.
I'm just telling you, Buc-ee's is not very nice sometimes. They'll put up they got that place on 71 called Rushka's, and they put a billboard up like, you can hold it 15 more minutes. Just hold it. Like, basically, don't stop at this place. Keep going. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. They've been here way before you. They'll put a billboard up right in front of your place just saying, good bathrooms down the road. Keep it moving.
Yeah, I'm looking at this thing. They're literally suing because they're using something that is a beaver, because it doesn't look like Buc-ee's logo. So what's the deal here?
I know. Just because it's a beaver, it doesn't even look like his.
Not at all.
Yeah. So you know how I know South Korea is smarter than we are? There was a college entrance test for like 500,000 kids in South Korea. They shut down all the airports during the time of that testing so that there would be no distractions for the kids.
I bet they don't do 6-7 all the time either.
You don't think that they do 6-7?
No, they're too busy getting good grades.
So they made sure no planes were flying?
No planes were flying, so it wouldn't
noise
in any way, shape, or form.
No, y'all can't leave town.
Yeah.
You think kids are escaping?
Like 140 flights over the 45 minutes were shut down.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Taking it serious, though.
Oh,
We just found out yesterday Snacks didn't even turn in his college admissions. They're just sitting in his. They said, we still need something. He hadn't opened up his email. He got the cussing in my house yesterday was astonishing when we found out that he's basically effed off for the last 10 days. I mean, astonishing levels of cussing. And guess what? You can fly your planes over our house because it's not going to matter. It's not like they're going to do anything.
You can fly right into your house.
Fly right, not into it per se.
Right,
but over it really close if you want to.
Right.
It doesn't matter. They're not going to. You're not interrupting studying.
Is he winding up at a JC near you?
Well, he may get his shot.
Apparently, there have been stone.
I'm sending him San Jack.
There have been in Turkey. They found stone pictures which depict women gladiators holding shields and swords, fighting each other topless. And they had nicknames like Amazon and Achilia. This has been going on since ancient Rome. We've been doing these things.
It's instinctive.
Okay? Women fighting topless. Do you now wish you lived in ancient Rome?
I can see that now sometime on YouTube videos.
Right.
Or on Twitter videos, but it's not what I want to see. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's
the female football league.
No, that's different. I'm talking about just two girls start scrapping and all of a sudden 5 girls are going at it and somebody's top.
Oh, you mean unsanctioned? You're talking about unsanctioned
Yeah,
fights.
I'm talking about unsanctioned.
No,
like,
this was for the emperors.
Yeah.
They were doing it in the Colosseum.
There are certain places you can watch online where women who, let's just say, make their money being naked, they will divert into a world where they fight other women and scantily clad. They're scantily clad.
Or they wrestle?
Not real fighting. It's a performance.
Oh, performance fighting.
Yeah, like they do other things that might say, hey,
I bet you have to spend a certain amount of tokens to get it.
You can pay me to be naked, but then I'll also do this where I fake fight and we'll determine a fake winner, and they're wearing next to nothing. So it's like you said, John, since the ancient days.
Yeah, no, this has been going on forever.
It's going to keep, and you know what?
It's not going to stop.
It's going to keep going on.
Yeah, no. It's something
if I know culture, if I know our culture, we are going to keep having
guys, for whatever reason, we like it. for whatever reason.
It's hard to
That's
explain.
why guys like to say cat fight, John. They've been saying it since I've been alive. I've been hearing that term anytime.
Unless somebody starts throwing really straight punches, and
yeah,
it's
you
like,
don't want that.
That's
like,
not.
yeah. Well, you
No.
Christy Martin throwing Layla Ali throwing big rights.
No, but
Nothing
we like
that-
that too.
We don't want anyone to get hurt.
Well, you watch women UFC fights,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not sexy.
but you
That's
watch
not
them.
That's not sexy. Would it be better if they were,
What?
Would it?
If they were
You
what?
tell me.
if they were scantily clad? I don't know. You don't know.
I think the pay-per-view buys would start.
I think pay-per-view would definitely
Well, wouldn't
like
you have
it.
to have a different division,
Yeah.
like the Paige Spiranak division or whatever her name?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that would be good.
Was that her name, or she's the golfer?
No, that was the other one.
Paige Van Zandt.
Yeah,
Van
Paige
Zandt.
Van
Paige Van
Zandt.
Zandt
Yeah,
was
that's
the-
what it was.
Spiranak
UFC
is-
fighter. She wasn't that good, but
Yeah.
I did an event.
Would you
at
like to
Cougars
take a
with
guess
her.
what she's doing now, Lance?
Golfing,
No.
Nope.
OnlyFans.
She's an OF.
of
Yep.
course.
OnlyFans. She's having a big time. She's making a lot of money.
Well,
I
Apparently-
guarantee
That's
she's
the way to
making a
go.
lot of money.
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sorry about earlier in the show with the technology, but that's not us. Cloudflare, idiots. They suck. Cloudflare blows. Thank you for listening. We will talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
there was a crisis this morning for us who are chronically online, who get their news from Twitter or X or whatever you like to call it. Thanks to something called Cloudflare, we didn't have access to Twitter. It was Blue Sky's time to shine. The problem for Blue Sky is I, who even have an account on Blue Sky, didn't remember that until the crisis was over. So, unfortunately, brand recognition for Blue Sky ain't where it needs to be, because I purposely made an account just in case. Because remember, there was a time where we thought Elon was going to let Twitter fall by the wayside because of things, and we were making plans. All the big newsbreakers have their accounts. There's, hey, guys, go over there. So I fell for it and created an account just in case, and we had a moment, except it's Blue Sky, and no one really thinks of it as a good alternative unless you're just over there because you don't want to deal with some of the non-sports stuff that happens on Twitter. Didn't think of it until it was too late. I could have missed something that Adam Schefter tweeted or Ian Rappaport tweeted, but turns out there wasn't any real news, so it didn't matter anyway.
That's the dream, is that there is some sort of like giant trade or giant,
and they
transaction.
Break it over there.
Yeah, and the newsbreakers have to go to like, whatever, Threads.
Yeah, Threads was another alternative. I didn't think of that either.
Wasn't there one where Woj tweeted something? He it was like pretty big news that he broke, and then like 30 minutes later he oh yeah, and then logged onto Threads but it was like way later.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Yep, sorry, forgot."
Yeah, it's just much like Xerox when it comes to copy. Not everything is called Xerox when you're doing the copy stuff, but Twitter is what it is. It got the brand name recognition, and that's where we go. We didn't have that opportunity. And it's also like Kleenex when we talk about tissues, but we didn't have anything break, so we were okay. Hopefully, I think our app is still being affected, but everything else should be fine, and thankfully that's the case, because who knows what might happen between now and noon. What we do know, we didn't need Twitter for, was that CJ Stroud is unlikely to play, and you might as well just rule him out. He did not step foot on the practice field. It would have been just a walkthrough because of the short span between the Sunday game and Thursday night football against the Bills. They're not going to do much this week other than maybe do a little install today. But yesterday was a walkthrough. He wasn't available. He wasn't out on the field. Jalen Petrie was there in a limited capacity as he still is working his way through concussion protocol. So maybe Petrie, very unlikely CJ Stroud. So that'll be his third game miss due to the concussion he suffered earlier this season. And we talked about it this morning. That's now, if it holds true, that he misses the game. 5 games in 2 seasons where he will miss time due to a head injury. He has been fortunate in some ways where it wasn't the thing where people are down on one knee and we're very fearful because he does the fencing posture and he's being stretchered off the field. That has happened, certainly. But it's still something to think about when you have a young quarterback and you're wondering what is he going to be. If I just throw aside how much money he may be due to make, because that plays a part with the Texans and their finances, just as a player, is he someone who doesn't allow the recent missed time because of a head injury to affect him? We know sometimes CJ will get, if you want to call it happy feet, he'll get a little jittery, whatever. The feet will not be in a great spot, and sometimes it'll affect his accuracy. He has to be someone who is deadly accurate. While we talked about it yesterday, that maybe if he's in the game, there may be a scramble or two more that he makes as opposed to Davis Mills. Overall, he's going to have to kill from the pocket to be a great quarterback in this league. And if pocket awareness or pocket presence starts to suffer because of hits taken. Now, of course, the one he took was outside the pocket. He was scrambling to try to pick up a first down and slid late, and the back of his head hit the turf. So it wasn't him getting banged up in a pocket, but these things all start to build up. Of course, the young quarterback that the Texans drafted first wasn't a concussion guy, but the accumulation of hits that David Carr some brought upon himself, and others because the offensive line changed some of the chemistry and how he played football. Just guys get tired of getting hit. So of course, CJ, we hope is doing well because D'Amico will yell at us if we don't care about the health and how the quarterback feels. We learned that lesson.
Yeah.
But if I push that aside and get more into the let's just say the fan aspect of it and the person covering the team aspect of it, how does the quarterback come back when he's ready to go? This is going to be at a minimum 3 games. We just assume now. Well, we've done this the last couple of weeks. We knew he wasn't going to play against the Jags.
Yeah, that one was like the NFL free space.
Feels like almost mandated.
Yeah,
that you're just not going to play.
We're not getting sued, so they're not playing.
Yeah, we're not having you get concussed 2 times in a span of 7 days.
Yeah.
You're not playing. And then the thought was, well, he walked off the field under his own power. He had the picture with his mom after the game saying he feels better. Okay, he's going to play against the Titans. Don't worry. And then you got to that Wednesday of last week, and he wasn't available. And then you heard from reporters that he's still experiencing symptoms. So
the early rule out, too, on that one was like, ooh. And then, Thursday game next.
Yeah,
like,
now you
it becomes,
kind of assume that he's not going to play. The expectation will now shift. Of course, he'll be
10
back.
extra days, mini bye.
Yeah, he's got the mini bye. Of course he'll be back. We don't know. And when you talk about the face of concussions in the NFL, it is the quarterback in Miami. And beyond all the picks he's thrown this year and even some of the injuries that have piled up over his career, beyond concussions, people are analyzing his play, the guys who cover him on a daily basis, and have noticed a different way he handles being in the pocket. Part of it is he wants to prove that he can stay out there for 17 games. There was a question because he missed time last year with the hip injury. There's also a guy who's when his feet aren't settled, he doesn't take the time to get them settled because throughout most of his career he's had a faulty offensive line that have led to hits and have led to his absences. So you have an example of a guy who has to win from the pocket himself, has to be deadly accurate, who the accumulation of injuries and concussions have maybe changed the way he's had to play or wants to play in a dramatic way. You hope that doesn't lead to C.J. Stroud becoming less than what he can be. But he's a human being. And if you're missing time because you get hit and you don't want to get hit anymore, how does that affect who you are as a quarterback?
Yeah, and it's something where it's like it's natural that it like affects how you play. Like it'd be hard for it not to affect how you play football after that. And yeah, you just hope that there's not like one of these like serious, super scary ones that like alter this guy's career, you know, like because that when we're doing like 2 concussions in 3 years, and then it's like, well, if it happens another time pretty fast, where it's like missed games level concussion, like now it's getting into like not quite because the Tua stuff is like in its own thing because it was visually so jarring,
scary,
but like you're getting into like that level of wow, this is like really something that's happening a lot to his brain.
Yeah. And then you start to ask yourself if we're being like very concerned about his health. If we're talking about what the Texans are doing, then we're talking about, are we willing to invest the number is put at 60, but we don't know what the number would be. Let's just draw a line at 60. The $60 million a year investment in a quarterback who through at least 3 seasons has proven to miss time. And
miss time with like an injury that if you get it the wrong way can just like boom, it's done.
Yeah, and then when you start to talk about the concussions, there will be more and more time missed.
Yeah,
because you think to be safe, because even if he could come back in a week or 2 weeks, are we really gonna take the chance? So there are a lot of things that go into it when your quarterback misses time because of head injuries. You just hope that this is an occurrence that doesn't pop up again, because you don't want, for multiple reasons, his health, his well-being, and then when you talk about in a somewhat selfish way of the team and your rooting interest, you don't want your quarterback to be known as a concussion guy, because then it becomes almost a weekly thing where you're worried about a hit he takes. and maybe it's something he becomes worried about as well. So hopefully, whenever he's back, he feels good, and he also feels good about playing football, because those things get scary, man. You just watch how careers get shortened. We see guys retire early. I'm not even throwing that on CJ, but you just see how concussions change people in their approach to football when they're like, you know what, this ain't worth it. He's a young guy. I think he's just 24 years old, so he may be not at that point where any of that is in his mind. It just sometimes pops up with guys, and you wonder, this guy's retiring at 28. What for? Well, he's tired of getting hit, because football's painful and violent, and sometimes enough is enough. So, CJ Stroud unlikely to play on Thursday in a really big game. Aside from the discussions about CJ, the game is a game they need. They're chasing the Bills. The Bills are only they won their game, so they're 2 games up, but they're chasing the final playoff spot. The Bills are within range, and of course, if you beat them, you bring them even closer to you. So if it's Davis Mills, it's another must win, which they all are, I guess, when you start the way they did. So
just keep it close until the fourth quarter,
and let Chills Mills take over.
Yeah, it's a
Thrills Mills
15-minute game.
Yeah,
just get him to the fourth.
Well,
all the other guys are gonna be freaking out because it's such a tight game. Not my guy.
Well,
not number 10.
It was 29-10 in the fourth quarter against the Jags, so they did get that to the fourth quarter, but not exactly in the way I think you're saying.
Let's get a little bit closer. A little bit closer than 19 points.
You don't think you're capable of dropping like 20 straight points on the Bills when they're up by 19?
It was a little too dramatic, you know.
It's true. Yeah. And the Texans wound up winning by 7. How dramatic could it really be?
Yeah. Honestly, blowout in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It was boring.
In NFL,
all they did was score.
Didn't they cover when it came down to it? Yeah. What were we worried about? Thank you, Sheldon Rankins, for people who bet on the Texans. All right, we'll go to break. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. We do have tickets to give away to the Cougs versus TCU. Willie Fritz joined us this morning. If you want to see his team in action on Saturday, keep listening. We're going to give you a chance to win those tickets. We'll do our misery index as well. The Cougs didn't play. They're in the top 25 now, so they certainly won't be on the list. We'll do some CFP talk because those rankings will come out tonight. I think it's between the middle of 2 basketball games, 2 college basketball games. They've done this before.
They normally do that.
Yeah,
it's so annoying.
Now that college basketball is back. Now we got to wait to the end of one game. They'll fit it in, and then they'll get to another game. So be on the lookout for that. If you're really looking forward to see who's number 11 in the country, we will see about that and see where Alabama is and how far they fall. Do they project Oklahoma or push Oklahoma above them? What does that mean for Notre Dame? And, of course, as part of our misery index and the CFP, where does Texas fall as they, at this point, look to be on the outside looking in?
I think like 11th, 12th.
If we go by what the AP did, which we don't need to, they should be below that. We'll see how they're treated, being in, they lost to the big, bad, powerful SEC team in Georgia. And they kept
hard to win.
Kept it close to 3 quarters. They can lean on that. And they do have it.
If not for trickery. Who knows what happens?
Yeah, if Kirby was a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
What do we call it? Unethical? If he wasn't so unethical.
He is an unethical hooper.
He is. If he was a more ethical hooper, who knows how that game goes?
He is unethical.
All right, Jeff, we see you want to talk about Davis Mills. Anyone else want to talk about your starting quarterback on Thursday? You can do that. We'll welcome you. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So now that Twitter's back, I got these two texts. They weren't tweeted within hours of each other. I mean, at least not a few hours, but they just are lined up for me through my For You page. DJ Bieneme says, a sign of a good coach is how they do without their starting quarterback. Texans coach D'Amico Ryans is 3-1 in games CJ Stroud has missed. Of course, the context for some people who like to dive a little deep. The game he lost was to the Joe Flacco-led Browns when Amari Cooper decided, hey, you remember T.Y. Hilton? I'm going to do it, just be bigger and better, at least for a game. And then they also beat the Titans in the previous game where Davis Mills, who Jeff wants to talk about, wasn't picked. They decided to go with Case Keenum. So that was 1-1 in 2023. Of course, you have games where CJ didn't play because they didn't need him. That's not included, I believe, in DJ Bieneme's record. This season, they're 2-0. It did take a miraculous comeback against the Trevor Lawrence-led Jags, who credit to them for blowing out the Chargers, and also, the now 1-9 Titans.
Credit to them.
Credit to them for fighting.
Great throw by Cam Ward.
It was a great throw. The Titans, as I said yesterday, have played the Texans to a standstill for 7 out of the 8 quarters, which I don't know what that means, but it's real. And then I have another tweet from Landry Locker talking about who the Texans have beaten at quarterback this year. Cam Ward twice, Cooper Rush, Mac Jones, and the aforementioned Trevor Lawrence. They've lost to Trevor Lawrence, Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold. So
I like that Trevor. It's fitting that Trevor Lawrence is in both categories
because he's mid.
I kind of feel like he is the midpoint between all those guys.
Yes, it's very proper. And for
maybe not Bo Nix.
Yeah, maybe not Bo Nix.
But he's a winner. Bo Nix is a winner.
Yeah,
he just wins.
And it's just happenstance, or maybe Landry did it on purpose, that Trevor Lawrence is at the bottom
of the good one,
of the beaten crowd, and at the top of the loss. So he's midpoint, even in the tweet.
Exactly.
In the tweet.
Yeah.
So
that works.
So context matters. Yes, D'Amico Ryans is 3-1 against when he doesn't have a starter. The quality. The game he lost was to the best quarterback he faced, and that best quarterback is Joe Flacco. Because I'm not giving Trevor Lawrence any real love. So yes, good on you. Your defense does well, but you're beating minnows in some cases. But hey, you'll take it. You got a very different animal this Thursday in Josh Allen, who's kind of just a one-man offense.
Yeah,
6 touchdowns, but he can be forced into mistakes. So you have some ball hawks, and Josh Allen, because of all the pressure put on him to make plays,
he'll throw one up.
He'll throw one to
or
you.
chest pass one to you.
Yeah, that's what happened against Tampa. Get an unblock rusher, and he'll chest pass it to you to avoid a safety. So we'll see what happens there. Let's get to Jeff here. He wants to talk to us about Davis Mills. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, Dale? How you doing, guys? Hey, listen, 2 things real quick. I caught the end of your last thought here, and I didn't check it up. I see CJ's not starting. Is he eligible to play and maybe could back up Mills and bring in some energy, even though Mills is a second half, player? Is there any chance he could come in if, Mills not doing well and bring some energy back into the team, or is he out? And my second thing I wanted to say with Bo Nix, and I said this before, I'm not sold on Bo Nix. I've watched some of the games under pressure. And again, it's hard to throw on the run, but he's about 1 for 10 when he's on the run under pressure. Seems like all his passes is when he's in the pocket as a running quarterback and throwing, which is hard. I think he's one of the bottom, in my opinion. I just want to see what you guys thought.
Not been a great run for Bo Nix over the last 3 games. Texans, Raiders, Chiefs defenses of different qualities. We saw how bad the Raiders were last night. The Chiefs play pretty good defense, and we know the Texans play elite defense. He's got 3 touchdowns, 3 picks. Passer rating isn't very impressive. The passer rating overall, if that's a number you care about, it's in the mid-80s, which is not great. But the touchdowns are at 18 picks. He's having a very average year. being bolstered by a defense. You know, the Broncos aren't that much different from the Texans, except they win more close games than they lose. When we look at the Texans, their defense has played better than the Broncos. I mean, the unfortunate part for the Texans is when it mattered most against the Broncos, they matched up against each other. The Texans defense gave up 2 scoring drives in the fourth quarter. I don't want to say to lose it because their offense wasn't doing anything. But while I don't want to harp on it, that was an opportunity for your best unit to close the game out. And they didn't do it, much like Sunday. But thanks to Chills Mills.
Yeah. Bailed out the defense.
Thrills Mills bailed out the defense. We're saying it in a joking way, but they did give up a long touchdown drive to the Titans to tie the game.
Yeah. And then Mills said
made a big-time throw to set them up, and they won the game. So
I got your back, Daniil Hunter. Yeah. I got your back.
Look, guys,
Will Anderson.
Look, complimentary football.
It is.
The defense carried them for most of that game, and then when it mattered most, Davis Mills made the throw.
I do wonder if the difference between this year's Broncos and this year's Texans can be boiled down to the defenses are pretty similar, and the offense, one of them have their plays called by Sean Payton, the other one by Nick Caley. Is that like worth 3 wins right there?
I mean, and
including one head-to-head.
And if not for roughing the snapper, they'd be 10-1.
Like I feel like it's probably not that simple, but also if you like kind of start lining up the players on offense, you're like, well, I feel better about CJ than Bo Nix. Nico than any of the receivers.
Maybe the depth of the receiver.
Even like
I don't know.
Kind of the running backs are kind of a wash.
Yeah, the line is better.
Yeah, the line, their O line is actually good.
Yeah.
The Texans is like below average, but not like horrendous like it was last year. It's just like
below
bad.
average. Yeah. And then you look at the defense; they got pass rushers. You got pass rushers.
Yeah. I just feel like
their defensive tackles are better than yours.
Yeah.
Probably. Linebackers, Dre Greenlaw, when he's not arguing with the ref or hurt.
Maybe slight edge,
yeah, but the
secondary,
not like, when Surtain is available,
feels like a push.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of differences.
Yeah, and then it's because
Nick Caley's calling plays. And
I feel like that's the difference. Is that Sean Payton can just get you to 20 points. 18 points a game.
Manufacture 20 points, even when Bo Nix isn't going right. And of course, they have their own miraculous comeback, just like the Texans do.
Yeah,
a lot of things going on.
I feel it wasn't until this conversation where I was like, I kind of feel like they're the same. Yeah, they're about the same team. Just one team's.
If you're asking me,
9-2
is Sean Payton 3 wins better than Nick Caley? Yes, at least.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to get on the record.
Yes, but to answer Jeff's question.
Oh, about
no, I don't.
The backup, yeah.
CJ at the moment, all signs are trending to him not being available. Period.
Yeah, basically, if it's concussion protocol, like, and you're the starting quarterback, basically you either start or you don't play.
Yeah, if he could put on a uniform and be active, he would be starting. At the moment, it looks like we're going to see Davis Mills and Graham Mertz as your 2 quarterbacks.
It's not like a high ankle sprain thing where it's like he can give it a go.
It's like in an emergency situation. This is something where he's either cleared or he isn't, and right now he's not cleared. And if miraculously in the next couple of days he is, then he will start. But doesn't look like that's happening. Thanks for the call, Jeff. If you want to follow Jeff, 713-780-3776. Yeah, this conversation has alerted me to the Texans are an established Super Bowl winning play caller away.
I would just like
from
to know
being 9-2, I guess.
I would just like the pushback on like, no, they're different because of X, Y, Z. I guess the offensive line.
The offensive
line's like the biggest.
Sean Payton doesn't have to work around as much as Nick Caley does.
Yeah.
That's about it between the 2 teams.
And again, they just score an extra touchdown per game, and they win
because
they win all the, the games that the Texans lose that are 19-16. I guess that was literally like the score last week, but whatever.
Sure.
They win those games 22-16.
Yeah.
Like that, they just scored the extra 4 points necessary to win all these games.
I mean, we saw it when they played each other. The Texans lost 18-15 because the Broncos found a way.
That's what
to
crystallized
manufacture
it
points
for
in
me.
the fourth quarter.
Those the little seeds of it that I was like, these teams do not seem that different. and the Broncos are having like their best season since they won the Super Bowl.
And the Texans are in the middle of what
Texans were like
disappointing one that they have to salvage.
Yeah, there's several different combative press conferences every week about how negative we're being.
Yeah, DeMeco Ryans hasn't, in some ways, insulted one of his former quarterbacks yet, because his former quarterback's now starting for him.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, he didn't have him. He's always had CJ. He didn't have a Russell Wilson to insult.
Maybe he throws a shot at Case Keenum. I don't know.
Don't foresee that happening.
Does he play for the Bears now? Yeah,
is he active anywhere?
They don't play the Bears. He's probably not active, but I think he plays for the Bears. I think he draws a paycheck from the Bears.
He does get paid by the Bears to mentor Caleb Williams. Speaking of teams whose record should be more in line with the Texans, if not for some luck, the Bears are right in that.
Put the
mix
microscope,
too.
putting them under the microscope.
They could very well be 5-5 themselves.
Again, Ben Johnson instead of
Ben Johnson or Matt Eberflus. Actually, I think it's more Ben Johnson or Matt Eberflus. This Bears team, I mean, I guess
it is kind of the
Joe
same
could
team.
speak to it better than me, but when I look at him, sure, Caleb Williams a year older, he's more distance away from being big broed by CJ.
Yep.
But the games are close. I mean, the Bears could have been what 5-2 last year before the Fail Mary.
Yes, something like that.
I think they were 4-2 going into that game, and then Tyreek
That
Stevenson
sounds about
didn't
right.
knock the ball down or whatever he was involved in.
He was
celebrating,
talking
right?
to the fans, celebrating
Disaster
while the ball was
impending.
snapped.
Yeah.
Not just while the ball was snapped. While like the receivers were running down the field for the Hail Mary.
Yeah, he was far more interested in talking to the Commanders fans, and then disaster happened. So just the way the NFL is sometimes, I guess.
Hey, sometimes it really is just like one score variance. It's just like
It's very true.
one year you win all your close
And
games.
the
The other
Texans,
year,
in the first 2 years under DeMeco Ryans, were very good in one-score games, and this year they're not. All right, except for the last two, which is kind of helped salvage the season. All right, we'll go to break with that. 713-780-3776 is the number. Remember, we still got TCU Cougs tickets giveaway. So if you want to see the Cougs in their final home game of the season against the Horned Frogs in a game that's going to honor the seniors, we'll give you a chance to get those tickets at some point. We'll also do our misery index, sticking with college football. The Lane Kiffin stuff, while it isn't misery index worth, it's certainly something we should talk about. And we got a hire in college football, big hire, that we'll get to as well. So you're more than welcome to join us. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We'll get into college football and our misery index. We experienced a bit of a misery index in here. Joe was talking about his experience with CFB 26. Dynasty talk. It's really narrow casting. It's for like just people who aren't even listening who are part of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is literally for like 5 or 6 people,
and half of them aren't listening because they got other things to do. So we'll push that aside. So Sean, well, let's get your thoughts because Desmond Howard has thoughts on the potential for your coach to be someplace else.
Is Twitter working? We can pull it up.
Yeah, I'll put it on the rundown because it was one of those walk and talks. Desmond Howard has a Michigan hat on.
I think it was literally
he's taking the garbage
trash.
out.
Yeah.
He's taking the garbage to the front of his driveway, so the garbage
Long
man
driveway.
can pick it up. Yeah, well,
shout out to Desmond Howard. As you're putting in the doc,
he's
let
been
me just
employed
say
for a long time.
He's doing really well. I was not blown away, but I was very impressed by his living situation in Miami.
I mean, the NFL money. I mean, he was around for a bit.
Yeah,
and if you handle the money well that he got paid even back then,
because he was on like the '90s Packers, right?
Yeah, he returned to kick for a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, won a Heisman. Has been on game day for
ever
20 years now.
So if I don't even know how much he made as a pro, but of course he's not making wide receiver. He didn't make wide receiver money of today, but he made plenty.
No.
And as Sean mentioned, he got a really nice house.
He does.
Not surprising. But he used this opportunity to put on his Michigan bucket hat and take his garbage out to the front of the drive and on the curb. And he talked about the job status of one Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian was asked about the disappointment of the season. He said, according to who? Are we underachieving? According to who? Well, most people.
Yeah. You're not going to make the playoffs?
And if we asked you before the year what the goal was, wouldn't you have said national title, at least playoff appearance? So even according to you, you would say it's a disappointment.
According to the AP voters.
Yeah, I didn't say we were number one. They did.
That's what he said. He was like,
I didn't make us number one.
Take it up with the voters.
But inside the program, making the playoff was at minimum the goal, even if you won't acknowledge it. It doesn't help him to acknowledge it now.
Yeah, not losing by 25 to Georgia would have been.
Yeah, if he had put it out there before the year, he pulled his own version of Pat Narduzzi. Making the playoffs not important. Okay, that would have went over well. But sure, do whatever you got to do to make it seem like you guys haven't fallen below expectations. But now, just weeks after, he had to push back against Diana Rossini, suggesting that people around him were talking about a potential interest in an NFL job. Now you got Desmond Howard, one of the faces of game day. I mean, less than Saban and others, and sure, McAfee. One of the faces.
Top 4 face. Current.
Pete Thamel's making
some
headway too.
Don't give me Thamel.
Okay, sure.
Maybe who's the Jenna Sims or Ginny Sims
and then you throw in random student who gets to kick a field goal.
Okay,
I mean, if you go that person as a representation of another face.
He's among the
faces on game day. There it is.
Steve. Yeah.
Another one. Among the faces on game day is Desmond Howard, and he's had some thoughts on the status of Steve Sarkisian and his future with Texas.
Happy Monday morning, everybody. I'm here taking out this garbage. Had a couple of thoughts. One is, man, I miss the Twins.
I don't know who that is.
But as I'm walking past this tennis ball in my yard, I was also thinking, don't be surprised if that Texas job opens up at the end of the season. You guys were shocked when LSU opened up. Imagine how you're going to feel if that job in Austin pops open. I'm not calling or saying anyone's going to get fired. Maybe a mutual parting of ways. You dig? Anyway, you guys have a great Monday.
First, I would say No one was surprised when the LSU job opened up. No one was shocked. That's the first thing. Let's start there. If we're just breaking down his casual stroll
That is a good point.
to the curb.
You know what? I missed that the first couple times I saw that.
No one.
I was looking at his hat, looking at his shirt.
There's a lot of things going on.
But tennis ball.
Trying to figure out who the twins were. I don't know. Maybe
Minnesota Twins.
Is he a twins? Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe he had twin boys or a boy and a girl. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever he's talking about there. But no one was surprised when Brian Kelly got fired. First of all, that undercuts your thoughts. Period. Now Desmond Howard positioned himself as a non-newsbreaker, so he didn't want to take on what Diana Rossini took on. He goes, "Look, man, not saying, but don't be shocked."
I love a don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if.
Thanks for alerting me. So now I won't be shocked if it happens. I don't know how much credence if it has any at all.
He did say #just my thoughts. So these are just his thoughts.
Oh,
this is not a report.
So he decided to make a video about his thoughts. I got thoughts too, but you know what I'm not going to do? First of all, my walk would be shorter to roll my garbage from in my backyard out to the front. It wouldn't take as long.
I don't know. I could walk all the way. I could walk to the next house. How long his driveway is.
I mean, the sound
is 40. That was 49 seconds of him walking, and I don't think he got there.
Yeah, he wasn't there yet. I mean, the sound is similar when I'm rolling my garbage out to when he's doing it. Both got wheels, but that's the only thing that's similar. Wouldn't wear a bucket hat either. But I don't know what he said there other than
don't be surprised.
Is he hearing rumblings? Is that what he's saying?
I don't know. He lives in Miami. Maybe he played golf with Stephen Ross.
Well, possible. Well, Stephen Ross seems dead set on keeping Mike McDaniel. He wants to keep him around, and he's got a real shot to be 6-7 after the bye, considering their schedule. So maybe he'll get his wish there. All right, Desmond, appreciate it. Now, what the Texas AD had some thoughts on as well. He quote tweeted it and said, pretty much news to me. Wasn't aware that was a thing. Well, you wouldn't be, honestly. And actually, he would. A mutual parting of the ways he would be. He would know about. Actually,
yeah, that's the part where it's like, if I feel like if he didn't put a name or didn't put a phrase on it,
on how it was going to come about,
if he just said like, well, maybe not fired, it's like, oh, okay, then what? I mean, it's just he leaves for another job. Would be the
possibly,
but at least that's not like partially on Texas that they're like, get him out of here.
Yeah, he went a step too far.
Yeah. Now, if it's some sort of like reduced buyout situation. I don't know, maybe, but I don't know. This seems like
speculative.
Yes, based off of another report from 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that a
different person
said and was firmly rebuffed.
Yeah,
by the people who say
they don't talk to anybody ever.
And she did say it didn't hear from Sark himself or his representatives. I guess it would have filtered through someone else.
NFL channels.
Maybe.
Considering Diana Rossini's an NFL reporter.
Perhaps she was.
I feel like that was an easy call. Like, I get that Jimmy Sexton and that other guy and Steve Sarkisian and another guy have to, like, put out a statement about it. But it's like, well, I think the NFL reporter, when talking about your interest in an NFL job, perhaps isn't getting it from a college coach or college coaching agent. It's probably coming from her NFL sources. Just my guess.
Yeah, maybe it's third-hand information. Who knows? But she didn't back down from it in her way, and now Desmond Howard is adding on to it. So now we got two sources.
Yeah. Hey. Well, one is don't be surprised if.
That's true. It's not a strong source. He didn't tell us that I don't even think he said I heard it from someone.
No, he just said don't be surprised if the Texas job opens.
All right,
you guys are going to lose your mind when the Texas job opens, which at this point, I'll raise my hand and say, I don't know, Texas job's been open 4 times the last decade. It's not it wouldn't be the craziest thing
for
in the world.
Modern Texas fan. You've seen that job open quite a bit.
It's opened a lot.
Not that shocking.
I heard Charlie Strong one time.
Yeah. Tom Herman got the bump
crazy.
up from the Cougs. It happens.
They are the Alabama offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
That went 7-5 at Washington. Like,
never spent a season losing less than 4 games, I believe.
Yeah.
Until he got to Texas, and he spent time losing 4 games or more there too until very recently. So that's out there for you if you trust Desmond Howard. I want to almost give it credence so we can start a Texas big board and start guessing who they'll take.
Yeah.
Maybe Lane Kiffin holds off.
Yeah, Lane, just give us
a couple,
2 more weeks.
Yeah, give us an A&M
or loss, and then maybe Lane can take the Texas job.
The thing is, too, though, like, if Steve Sarkisian's actually going to leave, I think it would be for an NFL job.
I would agree.
And so that's like mid-January.
It takes forever.
Yeah.
And as a college coach.
And they actually like interview people for head coaching openings.
As it stands right now, the only one available is the Titans job, which is why that.
Oh, and Giants.
Oh, yeah, the Giants one. Yeah, maybe he wants to coach Jackson Dart.
That'd be great for him. I'd love that.
Did Jackson Dart spend time at Texas?
No.
He was always an Ole Miss guy?
USC.
Oh, yeah, I know he transferred, but it was not Texas.
And USC after Steve Sarkisian, because he's not 31 years
Jackson
old.
Dart, not Chris Winkie.
Yeah, he's not my age, because that's how long ago Steve Sarkisian was coaching USC.
Yeah, so there it is. Desmond Howard is telling us Texas and Sarkisian on the path to
Don't be surprised if.
Don't be shocked, I believe.
Yes, don't be shocked.
I mentioned Lane Kiffin because his family is apparently taking tours of the Southeast. Representatives, I don't know if it was a wife or who, was alleged to be in Louisiana, checking out schools, just taking a tour of Baton Rouge to see how it would fit.
They have a high school age son.
Yes, and according to TigerDroppings.com, if you don't know what that is, that's the preeminent. We have a preeminent draft expert. They have a preeminent message board, and that one said that they've already found the school of choice and kid's going to enroll. It's a done deal because, of course, it's a done deal.
It's always a done deal.
Everyone always has a done deal report.
It's always a
for someone who is an insider or who isn't really or is trying to make a name for himself on a message board for whatever reason.
Now, sometimes that is true. Like, there is credence to this.
Yes.
This is where it gets messy because sometimes it is actually a done deal.
It's an insider who actually knows. And
yes, sometimes it actually is someone who was a server at Chipotle that talked to John Mateer. Like, sometimes that actually does. It does. And
happen.
John Mateer later said, yeah, that actually happened.
Yeah.
I actually did tell a Chipotle employee I was playing against Texas, I think, was the story. But
it's the nature of college sports and reporting that sometimes the booster is vocal and will tell someone who happens to be on a message board, and that person will filter information to the message board, and all of a sudden they're an insider that's trusted, and real things happen from what they've said.
Yeah, some big boosters playing golf, getting yappy in front of the cart girl. The cart girl tells her boyfriend who's on Tiger Droppings.
Yeah, it sometimes it goes that way. A lot of times it doesn't. There's also reporting.
A lot of times it's just people making up stuff.
Yeah, that people who are close to Lane Kiffin were in Gainesville, taking a tour there too.
I like that. I like that we're now expanding on the joke that he's going to take both jobs.
Do we think a coach, and now he tweeted out about making choices for yourself earlier, so he is leaning into all of this.
Yes.
Then he like hashtag 10-1, which is Ole Miss's record. Do we think a coach who is moving? I mean, look, the Lane Kiffin of it all makes you think anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
But generally, when coaches are actually going, they don't want it out there early. But because it's Lane Kiffin, you just never know.
That's what makes it amazing. Is that before Saturday, I was like, I just gut feeling, I don't think he's leaving. Just with the they're gonna make the playoff. And the timing that throws into then leaving a job in mid-December, or I mean maybe they go on a run. They play on January 1st. There's just a long time to have this going on. And then on Saturday they asked him about the great turnout for the crowd, and he goes, "Well, it was a great turnout this week against Florida. Wasn't that great last week?" And just whoa, what? That was such a layup for I love it here.
Take the win.
Yeah. And now 2 days later, we have his son visiting every high school in America, located in either Baton Rouge or Gainesville.
Yeah.
Didn't know there were that many options in either place, but no disrespect, just didn't know that there's that many high schools in two college towns.
Particularly for a child of a man who makes a lot of money. Is he just going to the
prep? I don't know.
The random public school, or will he go to the one prep school in Gainesville? I don't know.
Gainesville High?
I don't know. Well,
with I forgot his kid's name. Whatever. Lane Kiffin's son?
Yeah, whoever that might be, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't know Lane Kiffin's kid's name, actually.
Yeah, he needs to be a better high school player for me to learn his name.
Tiger Droppings.
Or older.
TigerDroppings.com, I'm sure they know his kid's name. I'm glad I don't. But
until he's the Texas coach, I will not know his name.
But right now, those are the two.
And now
choices.
I think he leaves. Now I think he leaves. After
See,
all that.
I
but
almost
now,
think he doesn't leave.
Now it's so yes.
Because
now
he's leaning into it. The reports are out. I almost think he's just going to put Ole Miss over a barrel, take all their money, and stay.
But if there's one guy
who would do all of this and then leave,
yes. It would to leave a playoff team early. Because that's kind of what he would have to do is just leave before the playoffs.
Because if you don't know,
like he's the Western Michigan coach.
Ole Miss has set an ultimatum, allegedly, that he has to make a decision before their rivalry game against Mississippi State. Now, there's a bye week, which may lead to private planes landing in Oxford and going to Gainesville. Or
if only there's a way to track
Baton Rouge. Yeah, Flight Tracker will be a thing in the next week and a half or so. But they say, hey, make a decision, or you. What if he said no? I'm not making a decision. Are they gonna go?
That's the thing with the ultimatum is that
you got to follow through, right? But how can you follow through when you're Ole Miss and you want the coach to stay?
Yeah.
But they're
All
allegedly
right.
getting sick and tired of all this.
All right. He didn't make a decision. Our first ever playoff appearance will not have Lane Kiffin. It'll be head coach Pete Golding. There you go.
Head coach Pete Golding.
That
could be an option after Lane leaves too.
That's Ole Miss's hand right now. That's their hand that they're holding at this poker table is head coach Charlie Weiss Jr. or Pete Golding.
Yeah, I don't know how strong the hand is to try to bully him into making a decision.
He can just do whatever he wants.
Unless you got it in you to go, bye. All right, man. We're sick of this. You've been playing this game with us for several years now.
But then now
Get
he
outta
coaches
here.
at LSU or Florida.
Yeah, it's not like he's going to go to a Big Ten school.
Yeah, it's not like he goes away and it's Notre Dame. If we don't play him in the playoff and don't schedule him, we'll never.
Not an
face.
NFL job.
Yeah,
he'll just go to a place and you know how much rubbing in he'll do every time he beats you.
God,
considering
he didn't even
the departure.
He didn't even take the Auburn job, and he gives them hell.
Yeah,
he turned down the Auburn job before Hugh Freeze got it, and all he did was make fun of Hugh Freeze.
The point is, for Ole Miss and for a lot of other programs, he's worth all the nonsense because they are doing consistent winning at a level. Let's be honest, they're not used to.
No.
Eli was fine there. They had some nice wins. I think they made a Cotton Bowl at some point with Eli, but
I think 2022 they won 10 games.
Sure, whatever.
2022 they won 10 games for the first time in a regular season in program history.
Yeah, so
just whoa.
Your Ole Miss, there is maybe a point where you have to accept who you are, and if he wants to play games and just maybe not go, but make you feel like he's gonna go, roll with it, and hopefully he stays, and we'll see what happens there. But the rumors are flying, and he's gonna apparently stretch this out as far as he can.
I just thank Lane Kiffin for doing this. I just appreciate the content, I don't care if he coaches Ole Miss again. I don't care if he leaves them this week. I don't know. Who cares? I'm just
people
glad
in
we
Oxford do, Sean.
I don't care. I don't care that they care about that. They care about a lot of stuff I don't care about, and so
some stuff,
and vice versa.
That's true. There's probably some things you care about that they have no interest in.
So hey, listen. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be yelling at you to cut your hair as soon as you walk into the city. Hey, girl. Hey, look at that girl over there. I'm sure they. I'm really just thinking about Oxford in the 50s.
Yeah,
but avoiding that other part of Oxford in the 50s, just how they treat you, and how they treat me.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
How they treat you, they tell you to cut your hair.
Yeah.
It's really remember the Titans.
It is remember the Titans. Yeah. There's been a lot of movies made about.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Not all of it. You know what? I can see why Lane Kiffin wants to leave.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I've never seen a movie that takes place in Mississippi. And I'm like, this place seems dope. It's not like when you watch an LA movie or a Miami movie where you're like, man, this is awesome.
I'm sure they're
Bad
out
Boys?
there. I'm sure they're out there, but the stories that are told about the state of Mississippi never is like, where I want to visit. I'm not saying they don't
never want to
exist.
visit. I can't imagine you.
I'm not saying they don't exist. The stories just are never told. Mississippi burning, anyone?
Ghost of Mississippi.
Yeah, keep going. It doesn't matter.
They need to make a really fun heist movie about Biloxi
how come
or
they don't
something.
put Transformers in Mississippi? Why don't they do that? Put a Transformers movie set in Mississippi.
Ocean's 14. They're robbing a riverboat in Mississippi.
Something. Mississippi gets,
and there's no problem.
I can't say they get a bad rap because I don't know anything about Mississippi. I just know if you went by it pop culture,
They don't get a good rap.
they don't get a good one.
They don't get a good one.
All right, we're going to break here. We'll do
Sorry, Mississippi.
Hey, you got a great football team.
Shout out to you guys.
For now, at least.
Hey.
For now. They got a playoff run. We'll see how it goes. All right, we'll go to break with that. When we come back, we'll do our misery index. That doesn't involve the state of Mississippi because other than Lane Kiffin playing with their emotions, it's a pretty good time to be an Ole Miss guy or gal. But other places didn't have a great weekend. We'll talk about those teams when we come back. We'll do our misery index here, continuing our college football talk. And then a little bit later, we will give away our tickets to give you a chance to see the Cougs versus TCU on Saturday. So, we talked some college coach movement, potential movement. Let's talk about the games that happened on Saturday. And one of the reasons I imagine Desmond Howard decided to do a walk and talk about Steve Sarkisian's fate is because of what happened in Athens. A 25-point beatdown at the hands of the Georgia Bulldogs. Pulled away in the fourth quarter. Kirby Smart with some unethical hooping with that onside kick. That's
very unethical.
Up 21-10.
They should change that rule.
Well, the NFL doesn't allow it anymore.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Hit the Longhorns with a surprise onside kick, led to another touchdown, and a 28-10 lead. And of course, the Georgia Bulldogs run away. Kirby was in his bag talking about how they love to be physical, and if you don't want to be physical, don't play at Georgia. And as we said yesterday, no one was questioning Georgia's physicality. Now, apparently, there was a big recruit that Texas took from Georgia.
Yes, a defensive tackle.
So who
got like 4 tackles.
People who are alleging there's a lot of money made that deal happen, and Kirby talked about how it's not just about money here. We talk. It's about physicality, not just a check. Of course, Georgia pays handsomely as well. He also, in another quote, talked about how they like to schedule guys if they leave them. Mm-hmm. Like we wanna schedule teams who those guys go to because I guess you want to make them pay for looking for a better option.
Well,
I don't know.
I think it was some like because they're soft for leaving us.
Yeah, they're soft.
So we want to go play a soft team.
We want to play a soft team. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, fine, sure.
Yeah.
Thank
I mean, they played Austin P. Did someone transfer to Austin P?
Yeah, I don't know who
Charlotte.
They
play Charlotte this week. Who went to Charlotte?
Yeah, you have Georgia Tech on your schedule every year, so it can't be them. So I don't know. Missouri, but they're an SEC opponent.
Yeah, you don't schedule those.
Oh, you lost the guy over there, so it's just a lot of, hey, I just won a big game. I'm going to talk a lot. It's part of the Kirby Smart MO. Sark had to talk quite a bit, and we're going to play 2 different clips. One I referenced earlier. We'll start with that one. Oh, by the way, Texas #1 on the misery index, if you couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
No. I mean, there are other teams that will make it, but they took a big beat down in a big game, and it stinks if you're a Texas fan.
And effectively
eliminates you from a chance. And we talk about it in the playoff sense, but it also eliminates you from by proxy, eliminates you from winning a national title, which is something everybody desperately wants. And Texas looks like they won't have an opportunity this year after making 2 straight semifinals. Here's Sark when asked about whether they've underachieved.
What would you say the main reasons are this team is underachieved?
According to who?
Well, when you're preseason #1, I think most people would agree 3 losses is not achieving what you are capable of.
I mean, I guess that's into who voted us #1, okay? What I think is that this team has competed their tail off, and we have an opportunity at the end of the regular season to do something that nobody's done since 2019, and that's beat 3 top 10 ranked teams in the regular season. The last team to do that was LSU with Joe Burrow. So have we been faced with a pretty difficult schedule? Have we been faced with high expectations? Sure, but that's why we came here, so we'll be okay.
So that was Sark.
They can be the best team since 2019 still. 2019 LSU.
Do something that no one's done since 2019 LSU.
No, but by proxy, no other team has been as tested.
Sure.
As 2019 LSU.
You'll have.
And they handled it the same exact way.
Yeah. Yes, they did. One considered maybe the best team of all time. Another being asked about underachieving. Let's
shout out to Kirk Bowles. Good question.
Now let's go to Sark in year 1. And let's hear the contrast between Sark after what has been, not to him, an underachieving year, but to a lot of people an underachieving year. Let's go back to year 1 when he was all fresh-eyed and thinking about the possibilities of Texas after year 1.
Right? If I was in year 4 of our program and I had 3 or 4 losses already right now, and I've been banging this drum of where we're going to be 4 years from now, and we still aren't there, then I would be concerned. But we're in year 1. We're in the building phase of where we're headed as a program. In year 4, if I'm sitting here with 3 or 4 losses, then I would probably be more concerned.
What year are they in right now?
Year 5.
How many losses does he have?
3.
And he will be facing, at minimum, the number 3 team in the country in their final game of the year.
With an opportunity to do something
Yes.
no one's done since 2019.
So, but he said 3 or 4 losses. They're already at 3.
Yeah. Now, there's a little bit of like, I think he meant like if we haven't done anything in the meantime.
Of course, they
And
made
it's like,
they made 2 playoffs. Yes,
Yeah.
but listening to him speak, it was under the assumption that in year 5, you losing 3 games would be a disappointment because at Texas you're capable of much more, and not just 3 games. You lost to Florida on the road. That's a bad Florida team. You have a bad loss on your resume, and you also have a blowout loss to a team you would say you can compete against on a year-to-year basis in the Georgia Bulldogs. So, sure, we're holding words against them that he said in year 1, but if we're just talking about the standard you said was available to the program, don't pretend like you don't know why you're being asked about underachieving. That's all.
That's the voters.
So he doesn't think they're a good football team?
Well,
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he's saying a lot.
Okay.
He's just saying. I think he's saying whatever
he needs to.
Can lets him in the press conference as early as possible without saying anything, while also being mean to Kirk Bowles.
Does he think the voters overrated his team? Is that what he's saying before the year started?
Maybe he thinks Kirk Bowles is an AP voter.
Hey, don't get mad at me because you're wrong about us.
Yeah,
hey, it's not my fault.
It's very funny because there's another former Texas coach who said the same thing. Mac Brown also said the same thing. This was when he was at UNC, like more recently. But he was like, it's not our fault that they rank us in the preseason poll.
Look.
And we go 7-5 every year.
We wouldn't disappoint you if you just ranked us like you should.
It's like that's
we do
their
this
fault,
we do this every year. Just rank us like you should.
Yeah.
And this wouldn't be a problem. Hey, don't rank us and you wouldn't have these problems. And neither would I.
Yeah. Big picture, though. Don't love some of the Steve Sarkisian press conference stuff.
Yeah, it gets a little tough when the losses.
Don't like it.
Don't
like it.
Although
it's easier when he's like 11-1.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those press conferences are great.
Yeah, I don't know if anything he said is all that endearing to you because I just don't know. But it can't be fun to hear.
No, it's also like just say you underachieved, dude. Like I don't know what are we doing?
We know the expectations, and you haven't lived up to them. And look,
yeah, if the first availability during fall practice, they're like, hey, what if you went 8-4? Would that be good? And he goes, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if Kirk Bowles said, you guys are on track for an 8-4 season before week 1, is he going to accept that?
Sure.
From Kirk Bowles?
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Thanks for properly rating us, Kirk. In fact,
others receiving votes on your ballot.
In fact,
that's perfect.
You're so dead on. I'm going to call you Mr. Bowles for how good you were in that. Okay, so Texas on the list. I probably put them at 1 when actually I think Alabama should be 1. We just had quotes from Sark. I didn't want to pull anything.
Yeah, this is more structure of a radio show.
Yeah, I didn't want to pull anything that Kalen DeBoer said because who cares? But
where's the video from Desmond Howard about Kalen DeBoer leaving? Huh?
Doesn't have any news about Kalen DeBoer leaving apparently.
All right,
Kalen DeBoer and his offense outgained Oklahoma by nearly 200 yards, and they do all the things you can't do when you're playing a opportunistic defense, but a bad offense. You give them short fields, or frankly, just don't tackle the corner or safety when he picks you off. It led to a touchdown on the pick six, and then of course, late in the third quarter, the strip sack that resulted in the difference as Oklahoma beat Alabama 23-21. Very good performance by that Alabama offense, except not scoring and then turn the ball over. They put up yards. They didn't close out drives. They turned the ball over. Ty Simpson missed some open guys that you didn't expect him to miss. There's a Jeremy Bernard throw where he would have been open for a first down that maybe would have put him in the red zone, where he just absolutely threw it over his head. Bad throw. It was that kind of day. And Alabama goes down. So Alabama now puts themselves in jeopardy. They felt like a team, considering how Oklahoma plays offensively, that as long as you don't screw anything up, just don't screw it up too bad, this probably clinches your playoff spot.
Whoops.
Instead, They screwed it up, and now they got the bane of any Alabama coach's existence. When they got something on the line, they got to go to Jordan Hare. And it almost does not matter how good or bad Auburn is. Sometimes they're so bad,
it helps.
They can't
honestly.
possibly they can't possibly beat Alabama. This Auburn defense, I think, is good enough to hold up a little. And the last time we saw them, is it Ashton Daniels, the transfer from Stanford, pushed
sounds right.
Pushed Vanderbilt to the brink. So it's not a good Auburn team, but Jordan Hare, likely at night, we'll see. We'll see what they do with the scheduling. Is not some place you want to be when you got to win a game. And if Alabama, we'll see where they are in the CFP rankings tonight. But a third loss, and it's at Auburn.
See ya.
They're out of here.
They're
out of here. Yeah.
You're at the Cheez-It Bowl with Texas. Sorry.
You're out of here. So Alabama,
enjoy Orlando, buddy.
So you went from not being worried about it to you got to go in there and win a game you should win, but Oklahoma was a game you should win in a different way. Because Oklahoma's better than Auburn, although we saw them on the same field, and there wasn't much difference between Oklahoma and Auburn back then when they played each other.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. I was like, I know that like Oklahoma is on track to go 10-2 and make the playoff, and Auburn fired their coach 2 weeks ago. But when they played, there wasn't that big of a difference. And even like the large outlines of like, really good defense, some play. I mean, they don't really have a quarterback like Mateer, although Mateer threw for like 130 yards. Wasn't like it was that crazy of a game for Mateer. Yeah, got playmakers on the outside. Got Singleton, got Coleman. They're not your average, whatever their record is, 4-8 team.
They're 4-6 right now. They'll play Mercer in their
5-8 team.
In the
5-7 team.
The customary SEC game where it's a bye game where it isn't a bye. And then once they beat Mercer, they have Alabama for a chance to, not that bowl eligible matters as much anymore, but if you get a chance to beat Alabama and
go to a bowl
game, no matter where it is.
Wow. DJ Durkin goes bowling.
That's an added benefit.
Gasparilla Bowl, here we come.
Whatever it takes, Auburn. Just cause chaos is what we're all looking for. And Ashton Daniels, as I said, played well against Vanderbilt, and didn't play so well against Kentucky in his first start with Auburn, but played much better.
Kentucky's tough.
Well, you learned that certainly. And Vanderbilt, that's a game Auburn had every chance of winning. So Alabama needs to lick their wounds, but they went out. They're fine. But now they put themselves in the spot where a loss to their arch rival would knock them out of the playoff. I mean, we're very SEC centric. I mean, I could talk about the two state of Texas teams who got their doors blown off by the Utah schools. Whatever, BYU and Utah, what you did to Baylor and TCU.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
it's not. I mean, those teams.
It's miserable. It's a miserable way to. Your Saturday night
to get run all over by those two teams. That's not a great experience, but for our purposes, they don't really count.
And it's not like, I don't know. Do either of those jobs open up? Do Dykes or Aranda?
I don't think Dykes is going anywhere, but Dave Aranda, you may want to look at it and see if since that Big 12 title when they stopped Oklahoma State at the goal line, they are 6-7, 3-9, had the 8-5 year last year, and now 8-5. So
it wouldn't be crazy.
Under 500 in Big 12 play. Regression certainly doesn't help. I don't know if they threw a contract extension at him at some point, and if Drayton wants to pay that off, I don't know. But who knows? If a contract extension and a buyout are in place, maybe that gives them another year.
Type in Dave Aranda on Google. First one, Dave Aranda Baylor. Okay, that's good. Second one, Dave Aranda buyout. Not good. Not good for
that. People are searching that.
how you're doing.
They go to an Arizona team who's playing good, and then they have the Cougs at home. So there's a chance they go 5-7, and then we're having a different discussion.
Exceeds $12 million. Looks like the buyout number.
The Baylor people can rustle that up if they wanted to, but
and then now it says nearly. An ESPN article says nearly 17, which does exceed 12. To be fair,
it does.
But there's Yahoo articles that say 12.
I mean, the two games they play may determine his fate. They got, as I said, at Arizona, who's playing good football right now. And then they got a Cougs team who hopefully is 9-2, trying to get to 10-2. We got to throw South Carolina on there, right? I mean, their season has been miserable from the jump. Oh, they did smack around what turned out to be a bad Virginia Tech team.
Yeah. Shout
to
to them.
start the year. But since that point, disappointment after disappointment, and Saturday against the Aggies, the greatest of all disappointments. You're up 30-3. Marcel Reed has decided not to play good football. In fact, maybe even forget how to play football. And then he flips the switch in the second half and goes, "Hey, don't forget about me for the Heisman. I'm going to put up historic numbers in this game." And if Colin Klein could simply just run the football, they win by probably 8 points. Instead, they give Carolina a chance to get in the field goal range, which they don't. But at one point, Shane Beamer is walking off the field at the half, exalting the Carolina fans, and the social media team, of course, picks it up. It's a great video for them. And after that, nothing went right.
No,
nothing at all. It was really the 4th and 12. It's crazy to say in a half where A&M did whatever they wanted to offensively and defensively too. They had to get stops, but it was like 4th and 12 on A&M's first drive of the second half. I think a big play might have been called back for a holding call. I don't remember exactly, but it was a gotta have it because initially Marcel Reed and that offense looked like they thought they had to get off the field, and then they were told to stay on.
Yeah, it was like I think it was a 4th and 2, and then a hold
They
made it
picked
4th
up,
and
then
12.
it was a hold.
Yeah,
yeah,
and then they got that anyway.
He scrambled for first down, and that just
at that point,
they
I
took
know
off.
I know the actual win probability was still probably 2%, but mentally I was like, okay, they have a real South Carolina's going to have to score to win this game. They didn't, but they were going to have to add to their total to stay ahead of A&M because again, once the A&M team got rolling, they're just. I mean, it all went wrong really for South Carolina when those players bumped that cop who was just minding his own business.
You keep saying that, but they they kicked the field goal after that touchdown because
they should have scored a
Marcel
touchdown.
Reed was still terrible in the first half.
They would have won if they scored a touchdown instead of kicking a field goal.
Do you think? Well, yes, by the numbers, yes, but I would imagine if
the game would have played out differently.
Even if everything happened the same way up until Colin Klein decided on the trick play, I imagine he doesn't decide on the trick play if they're still down in the game.
Yeah, probably not.
He had to go get a touchdown there. Yes, it was 30-3, but it could have been 34-3 if Shane Beamer had at some point in his life figured out time management. Still doesn't know how to do that. Wasted time.
This isn't what the misery index is supposed to be. Me just every person we mention going, is he going to keep his job?
Well,
I know that technically you shouldn't fire Shane Beamer after this game, but I watched the game and I did not come away impressed by Shane Beamer. In fact, I came around more lower on Shane Beamer after they're up 30-3.
Well, Paul Feinbaum says he just looks like a loser.
I see that's aggressive. I'll say
he looks like a loser.
That's
is what he said.
Something pretty wild considering Paul Feinbaum does shows from the coaches meeting, the SEC coaches meeting. Yeah. Although maybe he's not doing it next year.
It's true. Maybe he's got a political campaign.
Yeah, and maybe if he's not doing a political campaign, well, maybe Shane Beamer's not at the coaches meeting next year.
Possible as well. So Shane Beamer,
he does look like he doesn't look like a loser.
That's harsh, but he does lose a lot.
He's not very stoic when things are going wrong. You can kind of tell on his face that things are going wrong, and I think the team picks up on that.
You don't even have to have any. All you got to do is have a Shane Beamer cam. You're going to know exactly what's going on. They're 3-7. They do have their customary bye. That's not a bye game, and then they have Clemson. Clemson, who not up to their standards. So, Coastal Carolina is actually better than a Mercer. So maybe they lose that game. If they go 3-9,
out.
He's got to go.
I think if they lose to Clemson,
Coastal Carolina,
get him out of here.
Not great, but they're above 500 in the Sun Belt. If he drops that game, he's out. Don't even have to get to the Clemson game. Just forget about him. But of course, if you are 3-9 and you end the year with a 7-game losing streak, he may not survive that. Look, they played LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, Ole Miss, and A&M in order. So that's tough. That is a tough way to go about it.
That's life in the SEC, Dell.
I've heard. Not if you're A&M, it's not. They've had a relatively cake schedule compared to others. I don't think they've played the top 6 teams in the SEC. They will have Texas on the slate, so that'll be the first time they see one of the better teams in the SEC. And even Texas, we just talked about on the misery index. So that's it. There are other games to get to, like Bill O'Brien blowing that game against Georgia Tech, where Georgia Tech's defense has completely fallen apart, and the Boston College team had a chance to really upset the apple cart when it comes to the ACC and just get themselves a win. Didn't get it. So if we wanted to throw Bill O'Brien and Boston College on the list, we could. That was a game that could have made the season kind of worthwhile. You beat a ranked ACC team at home. Instead, a lot of failure at Boston College continuing.
To me, the season's already worthwhile.
What's up, Trevor?
Well, for us.
It's already.
Yes,
I got
us.
what I needed.
For us. But for him, not so much.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. And Lane Kiffin on television right now. I'm sure Pat McAfee's grilling him because that's what Pat McAfee does, and asking the important questions. Phil and Keith, we see you. We'll get to you when we come back. But you know what? Actually, Sean, since you have to handle this, what do you think's the proper time to give away the tickets? Because you got to answer the phones.
We can do 11:30.
11:30. Okay, caller 4 at 11:30 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs versus TCU. It's the Cougs Senior Day. You want to see the team who doesn't need to be on the misery index because they're 8-2? That's the Cougs. Honor their seniors in their final home game as they are marching towards 10-2. They're not completely out of the Big 12 title race. It'll take a lot, but still, that team is surprised. They've entertained. That's a team that plays really good defense. So show up and show out for them for the final time this season. As Willie Fritz, who joined John and Lance this morning, has done a really good job with that program. And he's a program builder. The recruiting class is coming in. Good times ahead for the Cougs. So why not enjoy them for the final time at TDECU this year? And, of course, as I said, it's the senior game. You can call 713-GO-COUGS if you don't get the tickets from us, or go to uhcougars.com/tickets to get tickets directly. It's come early, be loud, and wear red. That's what you should do on Saturday, Cougs senior game. 713-780-3776 is the number. Caller 4. We'll give those tickets away in a minute. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. They're great, and that's where I'll start. They've got great people, and they've got great cars. That combo is going to be a good time for you when you decide on the vehicle of your choosing. Go to monumentchevrolet.com to check out their entire inventory and see what deal fits what you're looking for. Whether you're looking for the Silverado, or maybe you're looking for something a little different like a Blazer or the Equinox or the Traverse. It's all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. And then head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So pick the car, then see the car, and then allow the great people there to help you through the process of getting your car. Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to for great vehicles and great service. And off of Beltway 8 and 225. So they're close. Not a long trip. And it'll be a time where you spend there, and they're going to treat you great and make sure it's a quick and painless process. They don't want to keep you there for a long time. They understand you don't want to be going through the car buying experience for a long time. You want a good car, actually a great car, and you want a great experience. So monumentchevrolet.com is the website. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
That movie talk will be on Friday. I'll be, well, Sean will be out there too at Taqueria Sonadas in Cyprus. Michael will be here, but he'll join us, talk about what you should or shouldn't watch. I'm falling behind. This is what happens when I read books. I'm not watching TV. I know, right?
Missing out.
Instead of catching up on Pluribus and watching the latest Welcome to Derry episode, I'm out here reading the second book in a series. I mean, what's going on? It's embarrassing. It helps with.
Bet you haven't even seen The Running Man.
I probably won't see that movie. I'm not looking forward.
It's okay.
See, I'm not looking for okay if I go to Siegel and Powell. Whatever. It's fine. I mean, Michael Carroll pretty much said that when he joined us last Friday. You know, when I tell some people I'm reading, they're like, "Oh, that's great." Others are like, "What are you doing that for?"
Yeah.
I tell myself I'm that person. What am I doing that for? All right, let's get to Keith. He wants to talk some NFL. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me on the show. Love the show. Just 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, Cam Scadabo's ankle was bent and cracked and broken into another zip code. He has his surgery. And then, you expect him to lay low, recover, rehab, heal, rest. Saturday night, he's at the UFC fight. Sunday night, he's at the Giants game. Last night, he's getting into altercations in row one at WWE Raw. What are Giants ownership, trainers, coaches thinking about this? Is this just who Cam is? Because this feels like a pretty dangerous situation when you have a huge boot on your leg, right?
Well,
you can't be getting fights at WWE.
Well,
you have to restrain yourself.
It does appear that all he did was go face to face with one of the performers. So
I think there's a shove. There's some shoving.
Let's just assume all of it was planned.
What?
Yeah. And I would say Cam Scadabo, for all the popularity, is a fourth-round running back. Really, who cares if he's fine, whatever.
No.
He's a fourth-round running back.
If Woody Marks dislocated his ankle and 2 weeks later he was at WWE, we would be talking. No, we would not love it.
We will be talking about it, but I wouldn't be like, should Texans management be concerned? He's a fourth-round running back. I mean, he's a dime a dozen.
I'd be worried.
Worried about what? He can't play.
Aggravating with that scumbag Dominic Mysterio,
who appeared on ESPN this morning. I saw that. No, Giants. Hey, the Giants drafted Cam Scadabo. They know what he's about.
That is also the thing of like,
don't try
if you're just tell me a NFL running back was involved at Raw at some point during the season. Off season, it opens it up for a lot. During the season, I'd be like Cam Scadabo. Probably.
Don't try to pull him back. Don't pull the reins back now. That's who he is. You drafted him. You know what he's about, and he stood there and got shoved. Like, he's got the stabilizing boot on, right? Big deal anyway.
I mean, there's no way that's the most, I guess, strenuous thing that he's done while in a boot. Like, he seems like a guy who would get more hurt while hurt, you know?
It feels, or in some ways, I don't know if he gets hurt, but less concerned about the injury being re-aggravated. He'll just go about his life, wear the boot, and just keep it moving.
Yeah.
He got shot.
Like I saw him on the scooter.
I imagine those are other Giants players standing next to him.
Yeah, there's a whole section of
whatever.
Stop. They're just trying to enjoy the show, and then Dominic Mysterio
causes a problem.
And Judgment Day. God, those guys. Someone needs to take care of those guys.
Maybe Cam Scadabo is that guy. Once
at SummerSlam.
Are they setting up Cam Scadabo versus these guys at SummerSlam? I don't know. Keith, really stretching things to get that call in. I mean, what are we doing here? Am I concerned about Cam Scadabo or the Giants? No. Stop it.
He could have stopped there. Are you concerned about Cam Scadabo and the Giants? No, not particularly.
Not at all. I hope everything works out for him. But look, if he becomes someone who makes appearances at WWE events and not just sits in the crowd like Cooper DeJean does, and just becomes a regular cast member,
yeah, like
it's in the cards.
Tyrese Halliburton. Where Darius Alvin's just always there.
Yeah, it's in the cards where Cam Scatterbo. I can't believe he has a big enough name that people care that he's at a WWE.
It was at MSG.
It makes sense. Like if he shows up at a major like pay-per-view, are people gonna care? Has he reached that level?
I mean,
yet?
people like if it was just in like Kansas City, or just pick a random city that hosts WWE.
Yeah,
probably gets like light applause, but nothing like
the
crazy.
play-by-play guy, whoever that is now. I don't know who it is.
Joe Testor.
Does he do that? Okay. Okay, I was thinking like Michael Cole or whatever. I don't know.
He does. I think they split nights.
Like when you're doing it on television, you go, "That's Giants running back Cam Scatterbo."
That's exactly
to sell
what
it.
Testor did.
To sell it, but I don't know if his face is so recognizable that the guy who does it for the arena won't have to announce it. Hey, if you don't know who that is, that's Giants running back Cam Scatterbo getting into an altercation with Dominic Mysterio. Like to explain it to people for them to care. Oh, that guy plays in the NFL? Okay, now I guess I care.
Yeah, I think in New York, he has enough cachet. But if you take that act to, I don't know, to Phoenix, I don't know if people.
Well, they might know.
They might know of.
He played at Arizona State.
Yeah. Damn it. Wrong.
Yeah, wrong city.
Seattle.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, some guy in a random Rangers throwback is getting in a fight with some wrestlers. That's what it looks like to me if I didn't know anything about football.
Some short guy.
Yeah, hey, remarkably short with apparently bodyguards behind him, who turns out
that's like
Giants,
Abdul Carter.
Yeah, who had to acknowledge that he missed a practice. Good work by Abdul Carter. Hey, just a mistake.
Whoops.
Sorry about that. Let's get to Phil. He wants to talk some SEC and Texans, and then we'll go to break. What's up, Phil?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing? So the SEC take. Do you think on the part of the original or the legacy SEC teams, there's a little bit of buyer's remorse with letting all these these other teams join? I'm thinking mainly Alabama losing to Oklahoma. Do you think that's a thing at all, or do you think that this new parity is kind of what they wanted?
I don't think they have buyer's remorse. Now, Oklahoma has beaten Alabama 2 years in a row, so maybe in some part of their
kept them out of the playoff last year,
and they put them at risk again if they lose another game. So maybe someplace, but Greg Sankey will just say, "Hey, the bigger the better. The money's more. You brought in two big name programs who will help the profile, and it just makes everyone more money." And it feeds the narrative of we're the best conference, we play the best, it's most important that we play each other. I don't think there's buyer remorse from the big name, the guys who make all the decisions. Maybe Kalen DeBoer would have preferred not to have to play Oklahoma after going through the schedule he has to go through. But that's the business they've chosen. The money means more challenges. And look, honestly, Alabama was much better on the day play for play. They just made too many mistakes, and that's why Oklahoma's going to jump them tonight in the rankings. You had something about the Texans?
Yeah. So not tonight. Thursday night is going to be their second primetime game of the season, right? They played Seattle on Monday night.
Sure.
Can you remember another season where they had two primetime games? I don't know if I can remember that.
I mean, I guess I think they've done it. I'm trying to think even back to last year because they played the Jets on Thursday night, right? Last year, they played the Bears on Sunday night last year. That's where we got the big bro game. And they've played They've played standalone games last year. It wasn't prime time, but they played the Netflix game on Christmas. So they've had their moments, particularly with CJ. His 2023 year led to a lot of attention in 2024. So yeah, they've done it before. I mean, they don't have great records. It's just the history of the team not to fare well. D'Amico's kind of average in these games. We'll see if he can pull one out with it looks like Davis Mills. Yeah, I remember them. They just haven't been like great results for the most part.
I think that's the thing, is that a lot of times it's like games you want to forget. It's like hugely embarrassing. Like even that Jets game, it was on Halloween last year. Just terrible, awful. Terrible. It was like kind of the Kenyon Green, like we got to quit this game. And then I think he got hurt.
He did.
In that game, or if not in that game, like early the next game.
He got hurt in that game. I think he was coming off an injury from a previous game.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
And then he got hurt again. CJ, I think he almost fell on CJ. It was a bad night all around. Look, the Texans have had their games. They played the Lions on Sunday night last year as well.
Oh yeah, they got 5 picks against
and still
Jared
lost.
Goff. Oh,
Still lost.
You know
that was following the Jets' loss. So yeah, we don't like them in these situations, but they do get them. So be prepared, Phil.
There was like 5 years where they didn't get them. There was a stretch.
They were bad.
So
I get what he's saying. But recently, as I said,
and even in the like Bill O'Brien AFC South champs years,
you get a one.
Yeah, the obligatory like. Yeah, they probably will go 9-7.
So let's put them on. Yeah, and even in CJ's first year where they weren't getting any, they got the winner take all game against the Colts. So, being a team with a good young quarterback will lead to these moments. Of course, they can't plan. At least the networks can't plan for CJ not to be available. Just will be the case on Thursday, it looks like, and hopefully Davis Mills gets the job done because the Bills' defense isn't good. Where you test them is with their run defense. The Texans, unfortunately, that's a weakness against weakness. We'll see which one wins out there. The offense against the Bills' defense, and then how do you contain Josh Allen? That'll be should be really the only game plan as far as playing the Bills. And they can run the football too. So that'll be a test for that Texans defense. Can they stop James Cook in that run game? Or will Josh Allen have to be Superman to win it for them? So be prepared. It's on Prime, everybody. Are they going to give us the local flair? Not a local broadcast, but put it on network television because it's a local game?
I forgot if they still do that.
I don't know if they do that with Prime. Yeah. But either way, we'll be ready. We'll see if the Texans can get a win. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment here to go. 713-780-3776. That's the number to join us before we wrap it up. We will be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Okay, last segment. Let's get to David here. He wants to talk some college football. We got some time for you guys to follow up if you want, but let's get David here. What's up?
Hey, man, just wanted to give a shout-out to my alma mater, Lamar University. number 19th ranked team in the nation, beating two nationally ranked teams. And if they beat McNeese Saturday, they're finally in the FCS playoffs.
Appreciate it. We don't, as you might imagine, get Lamar calls, but if they're going good, not a bad time to acknowledge them. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of Lamar, as you might imagine on television, and certainly not in the FCS playoffs. That's usually been a Sam Houston State joint as far as local teams to be there. They got McNeese at 3 p.m. at home, and let's see if they make it. And with your call, that means while I probably won't be watching that game, I will go take a look and see how Lamar does if they can get that win. They're 8-3 right now, 5-2 in conference, and we'll see. They did just lose to Stephen F. Austin, so they need to bounce back and get McNeese. Apparently, it's called the Battle of the Border, Sean. I was unaware that this was a rivalry game and it had a name in the Southland Conference, but
that makes sense. It's Beaumont versus Lake Charles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Lake Charles is second home for us.
Yeah,
in
second
some
home.
ways.
Second home.
So
I drive past Lamar.
So who are we rooting for? Lamar is Texas, and it was a school I almost went to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had such a close personal tie.
Yeah. So close that I almost went there.
You almost went there?
Yeah. But I spend all expenses paid
in the city where
in Lake Charles,
but not anywhere near McNeese. I could not tell you how to get to McNeese.
No, I couldn't either. So how do I?
I'm going with Lamar. I'm going with David. He took time out of his day to call in.
Yeah, no McNeese grads are calling.
Yeah, so get with it.
So this show is rooting for Lamar.
Yes,
unless
Lamar University.
Yes, Lamar University. Let's be official.
Not high school.
Is that a rivalry that you have?
No.
You just clarify.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Memorial can get in here.
Okay.
Belair can get in
That's
here.
True. Lamar University we're rooting for. Unless McNeese comes with a better call or offer, then maybe we can be bought. But right now, we're rooting for David's squad to win and get in the playoff. Hopefully that happens for them. It'd be historic, and that's always good to see. All right, some news we haven't mentioned. Off-season surgery, or we can call it a procedure, for Jose Altuve. He had a foot issue that was bothering him, so he has some surgery on his foot. It was to relieve discomfort, so it wasn't a major thing. He underwent a minor skin aspiration yesterday, but he will be ready for the start of training camp. So that's good, right? No worries. The Astros never under-promise or anything, or over-promise on their timelines. So thankfully, the Altuve thing seems to be just minor. He had to remove some fluid from a wound between his fourth and fifth toe. Apparently, it happened back in September 13th. That was where this discomfort was at least officially announced, and he missed some time after that, a day.
A skin aspiration?
A skin aspiration.
Aspiration.
Yes. So just had to remove some fluid from a wound.
Sounds yucky.
They probably didn't even put him to sleep.
Yeah, probably a local anesthetic there.
Get that fluid out of there and keep it moving. So hopefully Altuve will be just fine. Of course, the Astros said they were looking into their return to play procedures. So if I find out he lost a toe, then I know things haven't changed that much. All right, let's get to Dave before we go. What's up, Dave?
Hey, first, wish our Altuve a fast recovery, greatest Astro ever.
Definitely.
My question for you, I have not listened to the morning show the last couple of days or your show. Haven't gotten to it, but I wonder, have you guys talked about the Mike Elko contract extension? And my thought on that is like, man, these guys never seem to learn, you know? I mean, they're still paying Jimbo Fisher, and I get it that Elko's having an unbelievable year, but, you know, these guys, it can turn. Look how fast it's turned on Sarkisian already. And, you know, this Elko kind of strikes me a little bit. He's got a little bit of a Bill O'Brien vibe to him, you know, and dealing with the media sometimes. He's a little chippy. You know, this kind of guy might wear out his welcome at some point. And then they're going to be paying two guys $20 million a year not to coach their football team. Or did they just feel they had to with all these big openings right now, with all these big programs? I just wanted to see what you thought about that. So I missed it.
Thank you, Dave. We didn't talk about it yesterday, but we've alluded to it on the morning show about this coming down for the last couple weeks, that the Aggies are going to do it. This is what they always do. They pay a guy when they don't have to. I saw somewhere that I think Elko, or at least his representatives, I forgot how the quote came about, that the discussion was for them was, as soon as they saw that the Aggies administration was willing to invest fully, then there's no place else they'd rather be. What do you mean? When you found out they were willing to give you a giant extension and a raise, is that what you meant by invest fully? Because
now I'm ready to.
Because it couldn't have meant facilities, right? The Aggies don't lack there.
Yeah, NIL. Finally, they start spending on NIL.
The Aggies are finally doing what's right to acquire players. So I imagine that was just a way of saying, when they finally showed us that they were willing to up our pay and extend us, then we were thinking to ourselves, there's no place else we'd rather be. To answer your question, do they feel like they had to? I guess. I don't know that Mike Elko was going anywhere, but the simple thought of your undefeated coach entertaining an offer from one of these big name schools was enough. We assume that LSU might have come calling just because he's having a great year, but I don't know that.
He went to Penn, and Penn State is
out there. By the way, we had not mentioned yet that James Franklin is now the Virginia Tech head coach. So Virginia Tech targeted a guy. They had an opening early, and they got their guy. That's a big name for a program looking for some stability and just some name brand recognition, because they had lost it over the last 10 to 12 years or so. So they get their guy there. But as far as,
for Elko, what they need to do, make sure they put in offset language. That's really where they went wrong with Jimbo Fisher.
They need to do it. Yes.
Talking about James Franklin to kind of loop them in. It was reported $49 million buyout. Well, now with him getting the Virginia Tech job, that will pay him around $40 million now, or not per year, but $40 million for the next, $10 million for the next 4. Now the buyout for Penn State is only $9 million, and it's much less newsworthy, much less headline grabby that they're spending $50 million to get rid of a guy. They're really spending $9. The problem with Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M didn't have offset language in there, so he's fully guaranteed getting paid as if he were still coaching to this day.
Yeah, Franklin does his $9 million up front. The Aggies, I don't know.
Up front. Cash, please.
I don't know what they put into the contract, but protect yourselves. We're not predicting Elko's, and it's going to turn. By the way, Mike Elko will join us on the John and Lance show tomorrow.
You should ask him.
8:15.
You should ask him about that.
Probably not going to be asked. I would say,
Coach, people have asked, are you sure you're worth the money?
No, people have asked. Did the Aggies?
They asked that after the second half of Saturday, by the way, not the first half.
It was perfect to suggest at the moment. Did the Aggies make a mistake right as that contract was being
for
officially
like half a quarter?
official,
I contemplated,
and they're like, "Wait a minute, this is perfect for the Aggies to give all that money to a guy who's going to lose a game to South Carolina in this fashion." But he didn't. He won, and we'll hear from him at 8:15 tomorrow. Just hopefully they protected themselves to avoid a scenario where it goes bad really quickly, and now you're stuck.
Coach, do you have offset language in your contract?
Did the Aggies?
Great win on Saturday.
It's not. I wouldn't ask him about his offset language. I would, hey, did the Aggies protect themselves from you?
From if they had to fire your ass in 3 years?
Yeah. Hopefully that is not the case. They're in the middle of a great run. Of course, Texas is coming up, so the rivalry game always looms large. We're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
You want my dead mom's clothes?
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Del Olaleya here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This Thursday, join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live from East River 9 ahead of Thursday Night Football. We're on air from 7 a.m. through kickoff, so play golf, crush some pickleball, then catch the game at the River House Restaurant at East River 9 this Thursday.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. 216, that's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olaleya here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Out here, the bright lights show you who's ready and who's just talking. AT&T's been steady in the pocket since 1876. Take T-Mobile. They talk a big game and then get smacked with challenges for deceptive ads. 150 years of playing it straight tends to show. AT&T. When you compare, there's no comparison.
Based on RootMetrics United States Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with Best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T. Based on advertising challenges filed by competitors.
Hi,
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Yeah, Mark Schlereth.
You're just a really good football game. Really good football team.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're chopping it up on the Disney Plus ESPN side of our simulcast. We're also now back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, talking about a wide open league right now, man. I mean, and the Eagles as well haven't been lighting it up on offense in the way that we're accustomed to seeing from last year, but their defense. I was talking about it with Chris on our Overreaction Monday podcast. This may be, again, I know Denver won Super Bowl 50 in Santa Clara, where Super Bowl 60 is taking place, and Von Miller was the Super Bowl MVP of that game. We might see another repeat, right, where a defense carries the day, maybe against an MVP quarterback like they did against Cam Newton in that game. The defense carries a day, and a defensive player is going to win Super Bowl MVP because the defenses, we talked about it last week, are still entering week dozen, seemingly ahead of the offenses in this league.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch. Like you said, Philadelphia, what they're doing on the defensive side of the ball, what the Denver Broncos are doing defensively, hell, what the Rams are doing defensively to be able to stop the Seahawks on 4 drives and make them kick field goals. Like that's been kind of a theme throughout this NFL season, is some of these dominant defenses and the way they're playing. And you got to remember, in Denver's win against Kansas City last weekend, not only did they not have J.K. Dobbins, their starting running back, but Singleton, their middle linebacker, who's the play caller, he's the extension of Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator, and the best cornerback on top of that in the National Football League, and Pat Surtain. And so they did that and had that defensive performance. The Kansas City Chiefs only converted 5 of 16 third downs. I thought that third down defense by the Broncos, that was a masterclass in coaching and execution by the Denver Broncos defense. And it was come get a taste defense. We're going to line up and play you man-to-man, and you can't beat us. I don't care if you have Patrick Mahomes. I don't care if you have your receivers healthy. I don't give a crap. We're going to play the way we're going to play. We're going to bring pressure, and we're going to play man-to-man across the board. It was, like I said, it was an absolute masterclass in playing defense. And the Broncos are big-time legit going into this thing.
And it's kind of wild, back in week 4 when Baltimore was at Kansas City, that wound up being one of the last games that Lamar Jackson emerged from healthy, even though the Chiefs beat the crap out of the Ravens. And we're thinking, Chiefs are back. Here we go. And now both are 5-5 with Lamar healthy entering week 12. And we feel completely different about each of these teams and how they arrived at getting to 5-5, right? So let me ask you this. Starting with the Chiefs at 5-5, like the Ravens and now the Texans are. The Chiefs at 5-5, how concerned are you that they're not going to be able to flip a switch this year, or you're unconcerned, Mark?
No, I am. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I still think, like you said, the Baltimore Ravens are on the uptick. They're rising. Houston doesn't have enough offense. Their defense is exceptional. I just don't think they have enough offense. I don't believe right now with the Jacksonville Jaguars, even though they're sitting there right now, I just haven't seen enough improvement for Trevor Lawrence to think that Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to figure it out. So I still think the Chiefs are viable for a playoff spot. But, man, they got some tough games coming down the stretch here. They've got obviously a first-place schedule. And they haven't played enough consistent football, especially on the offensive side of the ball, to make you feel super comfortable. I just think that the other teams ahead of them right now are are very flawed, and that's why I think they get in as a wild card playoff team.
Okay, so the Chiefs eventually force the issue on whoever welcomes them into their wild card house to say, we're the ones who are finally going to put the nail in your coffin before the Super Bowl. First one since basically Joe Burrow, right? Like, you know what I mean? So that's what you see as the Chiefs' January path here from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll get in. You can never discount Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Spags because they're damn good, and they have a track record, pelts on the wall. They understand what they're doing, and they understand what playoff football is all about. I mean, they have more experience than anybody, right? They've been to 7 straight AFC championship games. So, even if they get in, they're one of those teams that if they get in, you're just like, oh gosh, here we go. It's the Chiefs. And so that's always going to be tough. And they're going to have an opportunity to win it as a wild card team. So, you probably just assume they keep struggling down the stretch here and not get in if you're another AFC team. But they do look a little flawed. They do look a little spent right now. And like I said, the Broncos straight up in critical situations said, hey, man to man, we're not afraid of your quarterback. And it was impressive. And it's just impressive the way they played the Chiefs.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. How far the Ravens go? What do you think?
I think the Ravens, I think they're going to win that division. So they'll win the AFC North. And then it just depends, like health-wise, they really struggled early with their health on defense. They still have a couple of guys, Matabuke is out, he's done for the year, who was really their best defensive lineman. But I think the Ravens are going to get in the playoffs. I think the Ravens could make a lot of noise. They're going to win that division. And then offensively, with the way they do things, to run the ball with Lamar as dynamic and as multiple as he is, they're another one of those teams that in the playoffs I think are a scary team.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. Okay. Who emerges from the AFC? I give you that choice right now. What do you got for me?
Wow. Who wins it in the AFC?
What do you think? What do you think? Because we just talked about how the usual front runners are the ones who are fighting to make it as a wild card, if not for the Ravens winning their division. And then you got sitting at the top Patriots, Colts, and Broncos.
Right.
What do you think?
I think
the Bills are lurking still.
Yeah, I think the Patriots are playing great football right now. I could see, it all lines up. You mentioned Santa Clara, and it makes me think, the last time the Broncos went to the Super Bowl, it was in Santa Clara. You talked about it, them winning Super Bowl 50, Von Miller winning the championship. Who'd they beat in the AFC championship game? Tom Brady and the New England Patriots in Denver, Colorado. How about that as a rematch? I'll take the Broncos mostly just because I live in Denver, but it feels really good just saying it.
No, I hear you. New England's got they have all the feels though, right? They got the feels right now, and it's not just that. It's just Drake May's playing out of his skull, and it doesn't appear to be anything but an ascension of somebody maturing and crushing it before our very eyes, with a coach who in his second time around is doing well in terms of recasting himself and having a better sense of things as a second time around coach. Josh McDaniels coordinating the offense. Does this sound familiar? Is a familiar story to you? And in terms of the Brady, Belichick, McDaniels era, the Patriots are getting things like, when we face a difficult team or a team that has a terrific player on it, that player just somehow is either A, injured, or B, like Jamar Chase, suspended. Like he won't be there when they're playing on this. This reeks of previous Patriot years when you discount them. Now look at them. So you can't discount the 9-2 Patriots from doing it this year, Mark. You just can't. And
listen, man, they shut people down on the run. One thing about Braves is, like, there's certain football things, that never go in and out of style, right? They don't go in and out of vogue. And controlling line of scrimmage is so big. When you sit down and talk to Vrabel, it's like, this is what football is. And you look at them, as far as defending the run is concerned, man, they do a phenomenal job defending the run. They have one of the elite level cover corners in all of football. So it creates an opportunity, defensively to have options on the back end from a coverage standpoint. That's Christian Gonzalez, who is outstanding. And then what they're doing on the offensive side of the ball, you can say whatever you want about Josh McDaniels, in his head coaching tenure, with the Raiders and with the Broncos. The bottom line is that dude can orchestrate an offense, and he gets young quarterbacks to play exceptionally well. Remember, when he had Mac Jones went to the Pro Bowl, although I think as an alternate, but he went to the Pro Bowl and played really well his rookie year. And then, Josh McDaniels leaves to go to the Raiders, and Bill Belichick has this wonderful idea to bring in both Joe Judge and Matt Patricia to be coordinators. And, the rest is history. Mac Jones falls off a map. I will tell you that Josh McDaniels is phenomenal as a play caller, setting up plays. And it's not just calling plays, Rich. He calls an offense. So he sets his offense up. He sets his players up. And his quarterback is playing exceptional football. And I give Josh McDaniels a ton of credit for that right now, for the ascension of Drake May.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let me just linger a little bit here on the Jamar Chase suspension and what happened with Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
Were you in the stadium when Bill Romanowski spit on J.J. Stokes? You were there that day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You have any recollections that you want to share that might teach the kids something about how this has been going on for quite some time?
Yeah. It's not something that it happens a ton. I mean, we started the season.
That's right.
Right? We started the season with, was it Jalen Carter that spit toward Dak Prescott? This is just one of those things that, it doesn't happen very often. It's complete and total disrespect. There's no question about it. I was thinking about my guy, Aqib Talib. If it would have happened to Aqib, he would be suspended for life because he probably would have tried to end Jamar Chase's life in that situation.
So let me ask you this then, because again, Ramsey got the gate, and Chase is, he's going to appeal his suspension. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Do you think the NFL, now knowing what it knows, or it is alleging, should tell Jalen Ramsey, are bad for ejecting you, or because, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he was going to. And I understand Chase is like, hey, I was cheap shotted by Jalen Ramsey. It's not like Jalen is completely has the angel, halo over his head here. But the reason why he got ejected is because he got his face spit in, which, as you pointed out, is beyond disrespectful and unprofessional. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, you can never take the ejection back, but you can give him his money back and say, hey, man, like, I would love to see that. Our bad. And, and then as far as Jamar Chase is concerned, like, in my time, if something happened to you during the course of a game, like you got cheap shotted, you just tallied that, you put it in the tally thing, and then you had some frontier justice on a couple plays later, and that's how we policed ourselves. Like that, it got to the point where everything was policed through frontier justice, and that's just the way it worked, and it was that's the way you were coached to do it, and I miss those times. So so I think that's the way it should go.
Frontier justice. It sounds like you administered such justice at some point in your career, Mark.
Oh yeah, not only did I minister it, but I had it administered to me on several different occasions. I can remember more than a couple of times where we threw an interception in a game, and that was always frightening because I'm holding somebody on every play, so every single play somebody's pissed at me. And all of a sudden, you've got to circle out of there and go try to chase this interception. And I had two guys that knocked me ass over tea kettle. Bruce Smith hit me on an interception so hard in Buffalo once that, my feet off the ground. He hit me so hard, my head snapped back and snot shot out of both nostrils. And I got up and I was, you're trying to act like it didn't hurt, right? And meanwhile, I'm like seeing stars. I'm dizzy, and I'm trying to wipe because I thought my nose was bleeding, and I'm stumbling to the thing, and like I thought it was my nose. I mean, just so much snot hanging all over the place. And it is like when you're holding somebody on every play, they're going to get you. Leslie O'Neal got me like that, too, one time where, that's why you have your head on a swivel when you get when you throw an interception, because somebody's going to try to lay you out.
Was Elway ever trying to get the guy who's picked him off, or he stayed out of that fray? Mark?
No, back then, the rule was as soon as a quarterback threw an interception, defensive line tried to attack the quarterback because back then you could hit them, you could block them.
Right.
So, yeah, they went after quarterbacks at that time, which, again, was just that's the way it should be. You threw the pick. You deserve to get hit.
Plus, that old Rich Stadium turf was not like a pillow either, right? I mean,
no, it was a December game. December game. It's freezing. There's snow.
No.
I mean, it was awful.
A story, Mark, I'll share with you before I let you go. Marshall Faulk told this story to me multiple times because I asked him to retell it over and over again. Is that, he always thought, and rightfully so, he's Marshall freaking Faulk, that he could do whatever, that he could succeed to his Hall of Fame ability against anybody, and so he was very confident. But he remembers the first time when he was playing in Rich Stadium, and Bruce Smith came out of the tunnel, and it was, he said, a warm day. So you saw he said it was a kind of a coldish day, so you could see the heat rising from the turf.
Yeah.
And he was all greased up, coming out in his sleeves, and the place was going nuts, and it was like the field was a crown. So you could only see the top half of him.
Yeah.
And he remembers thinking, that guy, like he's one of the few guys that actually caused him to have a little hitch in his pregame giddy up. Mark, that guy.
We used to, my offensive line coach, Alex Gibbs, used to say, because he thought Bruce Smith was the best defensive player like ever.
Yeah. Sure.
And he said, he used to say, when I rate players, he goes, I put Bruce Smith one notch below Jesus. He's like Jesus, and then Bruce Smith is right there below him. That's how good that player was. And he was, man, Bruce was unbelievable. Just an unbelievable talent on the edge, played hard, and could flat rush the passer.
That sounds like a South Park episode, certainly when you're talking Colorado. All right, Mark, thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it. Always enjoy our chats. You be well. Let's do this again next week, if not real soon. Thanks, bud.
Sounds good, brother. I'll talk to you next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Schlereth of Fox, three-time Super Bowl champion right here on the Rich Eisen Show. I just love when he goes down memory lane. Love it. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. When we return, I want to hit a little bit of some ground that we talked about with Shador yesterday before hour 2 with Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday, and Jerry Dulac with the latest on Aaron Rodgers.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlineoffer.com.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans, and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush, people are immortal.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com. So, let's revisit again Shador Sanders and the conversation that we were having yesterday, or at least me going on a diatribe and you guys listening. It looks like he's going to get a start. It looks like Dylan Gabriel's concussion will at least have Shador taking the first-team snaps this week, his first-team practice snaps since the summer. And I just want to reiterate, I'm not of the belief that the Browns are trying to sabotage Shador Sanders. I know that's what Cam Newton was saying, and I know I've got rabbit ears of what Rex had to say, that Shador is making things all about him, you know, and I don't agree with either of those takes. I just think it is simple as they drafted him after already drafting a rookie who they clearly, by the draft position, believe is a better prospect. Usually when you do that, you don't draft a second one. I mean, the only other time I could remember two quarterbacks being taken in a draft for a team that clearly could use one. When RG3 went in the first round for Washington, and then they took Kirk Cousins in the fourth round, I remember I looked at Mike Mayock in Radio City saying, what's up with that?
Yep.
Because if Cousins plays, that means something has gone terribly wrong with RG3. And so the fact that the Browns didn't give him any first-team snaps during the playing season makes complete sense, because just the way things are working in the NFL today, and they have for a long time, and it's even changed even more practice schedules to be less in pads and less practice time throughout an entire calendar year, that it behooves the league, I think, to come up with ways for completely green quarterbacks to be grown-ed up. You know? So when they come into a game like Shador came into a game, they don't look like either a deer in headlights or completely ineffective to the point where you're wondering why he was even drafted at all. He's lucky to not be playing in Canada, which for him is probably true. I just think it's unfair that anybody would look at him and say, after what he did with the circumstances in which he was drafted and then had no snaps at all, like most backup quarterbacks do, for them to put him in this game, the fact that he even put one on a receiver with the game on the line to try and tie it was remarkable. And so I'm keen to see what he can do against the Raiders, which is interesting because that was one of the teams everybody was pegging to take him in the first round, or second or third or fourth or fifth rounds. You know, instead, though, what took them off the chessboard for any draft choice at the quarterback spot this year was hiring Geno Smith and giving him a contract extension that Seattle was uncomfortable giving him and more comfortable giving to Sam Darnold, and yada, yada, yada. That looks smart. But I'm keen to see what he does with first-team snaps this week. And if he continues to struggle, would they go back to Dillon Gabriel and say, in the few weeks we have left to evaluate before we go into this draft with multiple first-round draft choices and Deshaun Watson still having 1 year of guaranteed money left, would they run it back with him one more time? And are they going to run it back with Kevin Stefanski? These are all questions for the Browns to answer over the next remaining 2 months of the season. But I think at this point in time, putting all your energies into Shador is the only option right now, because, and this is another reason why you got to sit here and wonder, they got rid of both veterans. As a matter of fact, wouldn't it be interesting if somehow, some way, Kenny Pickett gets into this game for the Raiders against the Browns? Because they will see one of the veterans that they had, and we all thought they were going to keep at least one, not get rid of one before the season, and then get rid of one 1 month into the season by trading him to your division rival from the same state, leaving you with two rookies. Oh, and Bailey Zappi. So I imagine we might see some Zappi returns if this keeps going the way in which it's going. But I'm wondering if they'll go to Dillon Gabriel, and if Shador, this is his one shot with the Browns. And I wish him the best of luck, because he will have a full week of reps, and we will see if they do things in the off. They have to. If they don't put stuff in for Shador that he's comfortable doing, then that gives credence to the Cam we're trying to sabotage.
Right. For sure.
And if they go to Zappi instead of him, if Dillon Gabriel's not ready, then it gives credence to you never wanted him in the first place. Mm-hmm. And you have to coach who's in front of you. And right now, whether they wanted him or not, they got to coach up Shador and beat a Raiders team that is, let's be honest, from what we saw last night, beatable. Beatable. Run Judkins, throw it to Judy, throw it to Njoku, throw it to Fannin, get Shador out on the perimeter, let him make some decisions, use his legs, use his savvy, that he has, and let's see what's going on. But I don't ascribe to they've been sabotaging him stuff. Hour number 2 coming up.
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed. And I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The Lawnmower Trimmer gives you precision, the Beard Hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model. Plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code LANCE to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Siobhan Araba-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
What's your name?
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Got Lamb wide open on the right side of the end zone. Ryan Flanoy, touchdown.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth. Coming up, Steelers Radio Network host Jerry Dulac. Co-host of Good Morning Football, Kyle Brandt. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Mark Schlereth. In hour number 1, we're about to hear from Jerry Dulac, who covers the Pittsburgh Steelers as he has for the last few decades. Mike Tomlin has spoken and did, in fact, confirm that Aaron Rodgers has a fracture in his left wrist, and it doesn't require surgery, and did, in fact, confirm that Aaron Rodgers wants to play this week in Chicago, and he is inclined to let him do that. But he needs to see Rodgers be able to protect himself and have a pain threshold tolerance to allow him to play, because, as he said, he's got a bunch of a healthy collective that needs to win a football game. But I think if anybody understands that Aaron Rodgers wants to go into Soldier Field one last time and relive the good old days on behalf of his current team, which is still a first-place team entering Week 12. That's the guy. You know, Aaron Rodgers wants to say, I still own you one more time.
One last tour.
One last time, to use, I guess, the Hamilton phrase. And we will see how this plays out. And I get it. Although, Chris, in the Overreaction Monday pod, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, not this past week.
You're like, they should sit Rodgers after they lost to the Chargers. You're like, they should sit Rodgers and see what Mason Rudolph's got.
Yeah, Rodgers looked completely washed. But.
And I said that that's absurd. He's still the Rodgers neck up in a way that nobody else is. And on top of it, all the eggs are in the Rodgers basket. Trust me, as somebody who, called a Rodgers Jets game and has been around that Jets organization in terms of, paying attention to it for decades, when you put your eggs in the Rodgers basket, that's where they stay. That's where they stay. And it's not just him. It's anybody that you would bring in at the back end of a career. And, I was just thinking, too, that, and again, Jerry Dulac's joining us. I don't know why I thought about this, but many times when I pop awake at 3 a.m, I start thinking about things I shouldn't, just so I could go right back to sleep. It's been a long time since the Steelers had a quarterback that walked into the game better than yours. And if yours was an elite quarterback, they had a quarterback that was just as elite. And you better be on your P's and Q's, because they had a quarterback of an offense that could light you up. And there were times when the un-Steeler-like thing was Big Ben throwing it 45 times a game. Mm-hmm. And a guy who is, hey, kids, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's the truth. When you're seeing Josh Allen run over people and being some big, huge dude that's tough to bring down, Big Ben was sort of like the Darnell Washington of quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Not 300 pounds. But he was a guy for whom the play began once he was hit. Most quarterbacks, the play is over once you're hit. The play began for Ben half the time once he was actually hit. And so it used to be the outlier. This is not Steelers football, throwing it 40 times in a game. Right now, the outlier of Steelers football is doing what they're doing with Rodgers, doing what they did with Russ, doing what they've done, to trade people. And that's why they're not going to go to anything but Rodgers if he's healthy, and right now he's not. And it's interesting, like, if you take a look at the Steelers' schedule, and you're looking at home for Buffalo, like, let's just put it this way. If he had gotten his wrist broken or fractured, week 14 at Baltimore, and they win the game. Let's say they win the game, just like they did this week, right? And they got a Monday nighter against Miami. Would there be an issue of starting him? Or just let's rest him up?
Yeah, it seems like an easy sit.
But the fact that this game's at Chicago?
It's one that Aaron's obviously had circled all season. If you
look at this schedule, you would have think, and given Rodgers a pen and say, schedule of 5, you definitely want to start. At Jets, right? Okay.
Yeah, Minnesota, Green Bay.
Versus Green Bay.
Chicago.
No, I mean, but I think, again, Minnesota, Green Bay, correct. At the Jets, I think he would have circled at Baltimore because he wants to be in this. He knows that he's in this mix, right? He might have circled Buffalo as well,
maybe.
But again, like neither here nor he's been there, done that with Minnesota. Honestly, I think I looked it up. Like he's punked Minnesota more than maybe more than Detroit, actually. And he punked them all in all that time. He might have like circled Baltimore, Buffalo. He definitely would have circled at Chicago. There's no doubt. If you gave him a pen and say the 5 games you want to start this year,
it was probably the first one he checked the schedule for to see when it was.
Where is Chicago?
Yeah.
And there's a reason why Lovie Smith stepped to the podium when he became Bears coach and say we're going to beat the Packers. And there's a reason why Ben Johnson, who doesn't strike me as, like he's going to show up at Second City anytime soon for an open mic, made a joke at the Packers' expense when he took the Bears job. So, again, I'm just wondering if a lot of this has to do with Tomlin. He gets it. He gets it. Rodgers wants to be in Chicago, and if I'm a coach, I want to use that to my advantage as well. Why wouldn't I? All right, Rodgers, we need to win this game. What do you think? They're the ones who are taking balls away and winning games at the last second. That's their recipe for winning. How about we go up so far in front and we don't give them the ball? That's the way we win this game. Because normally what they used to do back in the days, remember that Steelers-Bears game where it was in the snow and they're rolling Jerome Bettis downhill at Urlacher, and it was just like, yeah, man, let us swap some friggin' paint today. I don't know if that's what this is going to happen on Sunday. We're still going 5 wide, and we're going to try and beat you. But, again, I understand why Tomlin would want to have Rodgers in this game and understands.
That was 2005.
Remember that? I remember that one, man. Some NFL Films footage of that one. Big time. Just to give you the exact quote from Tomlin. I know he's working his tail off to be a component of this week. He and I talked yesterday. He expressed that directly. I'm of the mindset of supporting that, while at the same time I've got a healthy collective of guys as a team and as a unit to ready. Oh, baby. Week 12 on the line. 2 first-place teams, Steelers and Bears.
I don't.
You put him playing at what percent?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I also don't know. I mean, if I'm him, I'm just, I'm popping the Advil,
Yeah, put a little, soft.
A little somber on it.
Put a little cast on there. Let's rock.
Yeah, let's go. A little soft cast on it.
Come on.
That's it. I think he plays. Man, I just think he'd rather saw that thing off than not play this game. How does that sound? Like pull a Ronnie Lott. Forget just the tip of a finger. How's the whole hand treating you, Doc? Moon River?
Moon River.
You see the whole fist?
A little flash.
That's the way I feel about it. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. It's a Tuesday. It's time for Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Monday.
On a Tuesday.
Music's already begun.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
We're good.
I'm good.
You just want me to get going?
We're good. Come on, ask me.
You know who's really good?
Who's really good
today?
George, well, obviously, TJ, you're doing fantastic. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. They're the best wide receiver duo in the NFL.
I think Jamar Chase, when he's active, and T. Higgins. It's tough to argue with that one, man. It's tough to argue with that
Surpassed.
You think so?
I thought you would say Puka and Devontae Adams.
Oh, there's Puka and Devontae Adams as well. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah.
I had originally phrased this as surpassed Higgins and Chase, but then I thought about Puka and Devontae. I don't know, man. George Pickens looked awesome. Jerry Jones said, hey, I haven't seen anybody, a wide receiver, play like that. And I'm like, Randy Moss did it in your face on Thanksgiving a long time ago.
Talking about that's one of the original 88 clubbers. Well, I mean, the original 88 clubbers, you know, we all know in the Hall of Fame of trolling Eagles fans at the draft. But come on, man. Okay. They had a great game. It's outstanding. It's wonderful. Let's do it against Philadelphia, and then we'll revisit. Put a pin in it. Right now, it's an overreaction. What else, Chris?
By the way, Chris,
Yes,
I think that is a very great reaction. Right.
What do you think? Is that an overreaction or not?
I just said I think it's a great reaction, like they are. You said
you think they are. You really do, or you're just being a honk?
I've never been accused of being that.
That's untrue. Mr. The varsity plays tonight.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something else.
Okay.
No.
Do you think Mike Tomlin watching the game last night was like,
no,
probably should have kept that
again,
dude?
I'm gonna try and nail down Jerry Dulac on this. Any Steeler fan is just like he was a headache and needed maybe a change of scenery. And
I mean, it seems like he's still kind of a knucklehead, like based on some of the stuff he does during games.
The fact that he's doing the Antonio Brown celebration after Jamison Williams was flagged for it, and he just did it again.
But then he also does just some amazing athletic feat that's just like, look at
he almost Odell Beckham that one. He was clearly out of bounds.
I know, it's great. What else you got over there?
All right.
We the best.
Nice.
Let's go to the other side. It's bad for the Raiders. Seems like they might clean house after the season.
One and done him? Is that what you're going to say? One and done?
No, but I do think
my answer to that would be.
Well, I do think you kick Pete upstairs and keep him on the payroll.
He doesn't want to do that.
The Raiders should have went full rebuild at trade deadline, moved Max Crosby for a boatload of picks. It was right there.
I
Teams
know
wanted him.
Right
The
there.
team they played last night wanted him.
He didn't want to go, though. He didn't want to go.
Well, he's not the owner. You're the owner, and you say we're moving you.
I understand that. And by the way, you know, could you imagine if I had if I was the owner of the Raiders and I said, "Give me the same haircut"? I don't know, man.
This team is really bad.
We excoriated Jerry Jones for trading Micah Parsons, and I understand the Cowboys had more in the store than what you think the Raiders currently have. You don't trade people like Max Crosby. You just don't. You don't. You build around them. Their offensive line is the issue here. They can't get Genty running, and they can't keep Geno upright. That O-line has been brutal.
Then why'd you take Genty in the first place at 6th overall?
Only to come up with a game plan of play actioning, and then you use him in the second half, but then that didn't work out, so you don't use him in the second half? I don't know.
You knew your O-line was bad. Why'd you take him anyway?
When you lose, I don't know, because he's really talented, and you can build around these guys. That's why. I'll just call this an overreaction. He didn't want to go, and you don't trade people like him. What else, Chris? Find a plan B. What else?
The red sweater. The red sweater, yeah. Watching the AFC West last night. Watching the Chiefs. Chargers are back to charging, TJ. AFC West is only getting one playoff team.
That's not true. That's ridiculous.
Wait a second.
That's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? Is it?
No, because that means the AFC North gets 2, or the AFC South gets 2. So is that what you're saying?
Why not?
Okay, so the AFC South gets 2, and that means the AFC East gets 2. Then that would mean the
Steelers and the Ravens make it,
and then the AFC North get 2, and only one from the West makes it. Overreaction.
If you watch the way the Chiefs and Chargers are playing, I have no confidence.
I get it. I understand you have no confidence. But it also shows you how crazy this league is right now. 1 week, the Steelers look terrible. After 1 week where they look great, Steelers look terrible against the Chargers after they beat the Colts, right?
Yep.
And then the Steelers turn around, beat the Bengals, and the Chargers turn around and get blown out by Jacksonville. You know what I mean? Which just got come back on in a heartbreaking way by Houston. Then they turn around and punk the Chargers. So it's a week-to-week situation here that I'm not going to go blanket statement. AFC West getting only one playoff team. I say this is an overreaction and move on.
There's 3 good teams in the AFC, and the rest, it's like, who's the best of the mediocre?
Who are the 3 good teams in the AFC?
The Pats, Broncos, and Colts.
So you're calling the Bills mediocre?
I mean, did you watch them play against Miami?
I did, and then I watched them play against the Chiefs the week before, and I watched them play against the Bucs the week after.
So mediocre teams are up and down and roller coasters.
I don't think they're mediocre. I think they're better than most.
Their supposed best wide receiver can't show up to meetings and is, kind of not good. They lost the locker room.
Wait for you to see my power rankings where I put the Ravens and just hear you howl.
Oh, man, speaking of mediocre.
Okay. All right. A defense that has been 5 games in a row giving 20 or fewer points up. A streak that not even your Patriots have been able to accomplish this year. And Derrick Henry running it in. And Zay Flowers being healthy. And Mark Andrews running it in. And Lamar Jackson. Come on, man. The Ravens aren't mediocre. The Ravens are coming on strong. And wait till they take on your Patriots on an 8-game win streak and see what everybody's going to be talking about them then.
What is their record?
5-5.
Mediocre. Speaking of, I saw this with my own 2 eyes at SoFi on Sunday. Sam Darnold keeps showing us who he really is in big games. We should believe him.
That's not true.
I mean, it is true. Has he won a big game before?
Yeah, when he was put on his on the shoulders, right?
When he was at USC?
No. He was,
last year.
He was last year. The Vikings beat the Packers, and they put him on his shoulders. And he came in, and he was,
How'd that playoff game go in SoFi?
Not well. No, not well. And
TJ, when you only have the facts backing up your argument, really easy to make a case.
You know what? Unless you're a Patriot fan, then that whole "who have we really beaten" argument, that's not for us. That's not for us.
I've been very open to the fact that their schedule is pretty soft.
That's not for people to start talking about a 9-2 team that's lost to Vegas. Lost to Pittsburgh.
Why are we talking about
the
Patriots?
Because you're the king of, who have they really beaten? The guy's never really done anything.
He said
what have
earlier
you done?
today.
You won at Miami. You beat Carolina at home. You won at Buffalo, which you called mediocre moments ago.
I don't understand why we're talking about the Patriots.
Then they won at New Orleans. Then they won at Tennessee. Then they beat Cleveland at home. They beat Atlanta at home. And then they finally just took on a first-place team in Tampa. First-place team since Buffalo. No. But it's good for you until you don't want to hear about it.
I don't think that's true at all, but okay. Again, we're talking about Sam Darnold.
Sometimes when people are presented with facts.
I'm pushing back and saying...
Well, the Patriots have a better strength of victory than the Broncos. Why don't we talk about who the Broncos have beaten?
We could.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I think what we're ending up doing here is we're spinning our wheels in a league that is as wide open as we've seen in quite some time.
I'm trying to say that Sam Darnold doesn't play well in big games.
And I'm pointing out that I think that's an overreaction. He's done it well, and I understand what his reputation is. And there's still more to go.
I'm trying to say Will in the Sky keeps on turning.
Interesting. What else?
Last one. Hot coaching spot. The New York Giants is going to be a great spot. Really curious to see who ends up there. But Jackson Dart shouldn't play again this season.
Oh, you give me my boy. Give me my boy. Since this is one more,
one more. I did not know this.
I don't know why we needed that, but
it's because I like hearing my son's voice.
I know we haven't heard that in a while.
Don't you live with him?
I don't. By the way, I don't disagree. I don't.
Wait a minute. You don't think he should play again?
No, because I've seen enough.
Yeah, we've seen enough. We know that he's good
enough, and I've also seen that he needs to tone it down with his run style.
How's he going to learn that not playing?
One way to do that is to keep him safe.
Yep.
And by the way, while we're on the subject matter,
that's insane.
Do you know what?
That's insane.
Do you know what? Scattaboo is done going to Raw.
Yeah, why was he at Raw last night?
I'm a New York Giants. I'm saying.
It was Sean Cena's last time at the Garden. You can't stop me from going there.
I say, Scattaboo, love that you're wearing a Rangers sweater. Love that you're out and about.
Yeah.
Love that you're Cam Scattaboo. Love that you're going to Raw. But don't participate.
Look, man,
just spectate.
When Dirty Dom, who's the future GOAT of professional wrestling, is standing to you,
get out of here.
You got to, you know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? That's the GOAT right there.
He's like, that's amazing.
For my young Giants who clearly only know one speed that on occasion can be dangerous to their health, I'm going to sit them down.
Judgment Day,
So
baby.
I'm not I'm not discounting what you said.
6'7"?
I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
I don't know if you guys remember, but last year during an Arizona State game, I said to you guys, in 5 years, Scadaboo is either going to be a special teams nightmare
wrestler.
or the Intercontinental Champion going into WrestleMania. And both things can be true.
How about he's all things?
Yeah, well, he's not a special teams nightmare. He's an offensive nightmare.
He's had his Raw privileges revoked from a New York Giant front office member.
Respectfully, no. You can't do that.
Okay.
It's John Cena's last time, like I said.
You know, he's going to have a folding chair in his hands and, get out of here.
He should have had a kendo stick with him if he was smart.
Like, this was spectate and not participate.
No,
good stuff. Overreaction Monday, the podcast. There's a podcast version every single Monday. It airs on ESPN2 at 4:30 Eastern during the football season. And, of course, it's on our YouTube channel as well. We'll take a break. Jerry Dulac is on time, and he's heard us yelling about Raw. It's not about suits. He doesn't want to hear it.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidda Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidda helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th. And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds at a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Hey Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
On the job, every minute counts. That's why Lowe's now has ProBlock Quick Dry Primer, expertly manufactured by Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for pros to dry fast and go on smooth for virtually flawless results that keep your job moving. It's available in oil and water-based, and getting it is easy. Order online by 2 p.m. and get free same-day delivery right to your job site. Lowe's, we help, you save. Orders placed after 2 p.m. will be delivered next day. Valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. More terms apply.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Jerry Dulac, who's covered the Steelers forever and a day, is here on the program. Before we jump into the here and now, let me play the soundbite. I imagine, were you at the press conference with Tomlin earlier today?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, which is why you're at the Steelers facility right now. This was Mike Tomlin on Aaron Rodgers' wrist and his readiness for maybe this week even.
Aaron's got a fracture in his wrist. It does not require surgery. Really, it's just about bracing it and securing it for his comfort and safety. And then it's about how functional he is. And so we don't have the answers to that as we stand here today. But certainly I would imagine we're going to get some clarity as we push through the week. I think his experience really kind of aids in that. He's the type of guy and has the type of profile that doesn't require a lot of physical work in an effort to be ready to play. And again, as I mentioned, the variables are stabilizing it and making sure that he's safe and he can protect himself, brace himself as he falls, etc. Pain tolerance, but that doesn't seem to be an issue with Aaron. He wanted to go back in the game on Sunday. And then lastly, obviously, how effective he can be.
All right, I'll give you the floor, Jerry. What's your 2 cents on what you heard and what you know and what you can put on the table for us here?
Well, Rich, I think they're going to probably be overly cautious because there's a lot of variables there that you heard Mike Tomlin just list. And, one of them is functionality. How good can he function? What is it going to be like taking snaps, even though the vast majority of time he's in a shotgun? The pain issue is not going to be a factor at all for him. But then it becomes, okay, a lot with some handoffs. Do you become a right-handed handoff guy, which a lot of times he does not on play action? And then, and then it just becomes, the safety issue too. What happens, he heard it the other day when he fell. And so if that happens again, now all of a sudden the injury's a little bit worse. So I'm going to guess, based on all that he is not going to play. I'm certainly not ruling it out. But they also know they're comfortable that if Mason Rudolph has to play, it'd be different if it was just Will Howard, for example, the rookie who just came off IR. But knowing what Mason Rudolph is capable of doing and knowing the potential risk of maybe a greater injury, that injury does not, it's a fracture, but it does not need surgery. That doesn't mean that another hit or another bad fall won't cause that to not be the case. So that's going to be my guess, but I'm not going to rule them out either, only because they haven't, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, if we're talking ifs and variables, Jerry, if this was, say, the Week 15 game home for Miami or a Week 17 game at Cleveland, right? I would hear you saying, out of abundance of caution, let's not make it any worse. But this is Chicago, man. This is the home of the Bears. This is where he once told the fans, I own you. And, you know,
which he does.
Which, by the way, I'm not disputing. I didn't stutter either, right? But this has to mean this is Rodgers, no doubt, pushing. He's got to be pushing. Didn't Tomlin even admit that he did bring this up, like he wants to play this weekend to Tomlin, Jerry?
Yes, he did, and I'm sure he does. And he wanted to go back in the game on Sunday, according to Mike Tomlin. Of course, they didn't, because at that time they didn't know the extent of his injury. They didn't want to make it worse because they didn't know what they were dealing with. That's why they didn't put him back in. But yes, he wants to play against the Bears. He's beaten them 24 times in his career. That's more than any other team that he has beaten in his 21 years. And there's no active quarterback that has beaten one team more than the other than what Aaron Rodgers has with the Bears. I think the next closest, I think Joe Flacco has beaten the Bengals, the old Bengals, like 24 times, or the Browns, 18. But nobody has owned one team among active quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers has owned the Bears.
Right. And you know he wants to play the Bears in Chicago because he doesn't know when he's going to ever get that opportunity again, schedule-wise. It may not. This is his one shot. So that is definitely part of this, Jerry. There's no denying it.
Yeah,
this week is going to be part of the dynamic.
And I think, too, Rich, what could happen is, though, they could. This is very real as well. Is that he will start the game and they'll see how it is going. How is he performing? Is it a problem? In terms of again, functionality and how effective he can be, and then they can weigh it that way going forward. But this is a different Bears team too, as you know, Rich. I mean, they're 7-3. They've won 7 of the last 8 games. The offense is really clicking with Ben Johnson. And so they'll want to see how effective Aaron Rodgers can be because, I don't think this is going to be 34-31, but I think they're going to have to score some points against the Bears.
Well, and that's been an issue consistently this year, right? Like, let's remove the whole Rodgers health aspect of this week out. And what's your assessment of the offense so far? What has ailed it and what is fixable in your estimation, Jerry?
Well, one of the things that's ailed them, Rich, is their third down conversion rate. You look at the previous 6 quarters with Aaron Rodgers. They converted 4 of 18 third downs. And then Mason Rudolph comes in the second half. He converts 5 of 6, including 3 of 3rd and 11 or longer. And so the consistency, the rhythm on offense has been missing. There's been no flow to the offense. There have been examples of it, no question. But I think the overall consistency of what they want to do and what they've been able to do has been the biggest thing holding them back. The 340 yards they had against the Bengals, were the most they had in 3 games. And it's just been too up and down offensively. Aaron Rodgers has been very good, witness the 19 touchdowns, very few interceptions, very few turnovers, of course. And yet their rhythm and flow the last 3 games, or certainly their last 10 quarters with Aaron Rodgers, hasn't been what they would like, despite the fact I know he threw 4 touchdowns against the Indianapolis Colts, but that was somewhat the byproduct of a short field and all the takeaways that they had. But nonetheless, he made them pay for it. But the offense that game, 225 yards. A week later, 221 yards. Rich, that's the second lowest 2-game total they've had since 2019. That goes back to when Randy Fittner was the coordinator. So they have struggled offensively.
Well, what's the mood there in that town, Jerry? Because the up and down play since the 4-1 start only lends credence to any concerns that this season is going to end similar to the way the last several seasons have ended, either short of the playoffs, making the playoffs and short of a playoff win, Jerry. Right? The Ravens are right there. They haven't played the Steelers yet. They've won 4 in a row. The whole world thinks they're going to run the Steelers down, and I know Tomlin doesn't care what the whole world thinks. But the world of Pittsburgh, what's the mood there right now?
Yeah, Rich, I think there's a lot of trepidation there. You know, that 3.5 game lead that the Steelers had on the Ravens is all but gone. And if Mason Rudolph doesn't come in the second half and preserve that victory, and I know they got 2 defensive touchdowns as well, then all of a sudden they're tied with the Ravens at this point. 2 more games against the Ravens. They have Buffalo after the Bears. They still have to go to Detroit. And you look at the, 4 of the last 6 years in December, they've had 3-game losing streaks. Now, I know it was a bit of an extreme anomaly last year when they played the 3 best teams in 11 days in December. But that has been a repeated pattern for them. And these fans, the people around town, they know it. And that's why, there is a lot of trepidation about what's going to happen. When they were 4-1, I don't think people were making their Super Bowl reservations. And then, again, they lose Sunday. That's to the Bengals. That was 4 of their last 5 they would have lost. So, it would have been an early season, quote, decline for them. And I don't think anybody's doing cartwheels yet about where the Steelers are headed. And as you mentioned, Rich, they're quick playoff exits. They haven't won. They've lost their last 5 playoff games. Mike Tomlin's had 8 one-and-dones. That's one shy of Marty Schottenheimer, who has the record of 9. And they certainly don't want to see that happen again. They get there, but they don't do anything with it.
Man who's covered the Steelers for a long time, Jerry Dulac, here on the Rich Eisen Show. A couple more things for you before I let you go on with your Tuesday. In the building, what people might be saying about Jalen Ramsey getting ejected from a game for an offense that I don't think anybody begrudges him now that we know he had Jamar Chase's spittle in his face. And anybody maybe calling the league up saying, let's not fine Jalen? I mean, you ejected him, but this was justified, his actions?
Yeah.
Jerry?
Yeah, Rich, that's going to be a tough line to walk because he did punch him. And but, again, was it justified? Okay, you go back to Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott when we know what happened in that opening game of the season before they even started playing, and Dak Prescott didn't react that way. I'm not, and like Mike Tomlin said today when he was asked about it, he said he has no message for somebody how to react when he's spit upon. So,
right. I mean, that's a great answer.
Yeah, it is, and we know that Jalen Ramsey plays with an attitude. And the funny thing, Rich, is I'm watching the two in the binoculars. They weren't barking at each other. They were just kind of standing there. And then Jalen Ramsey reacts the way he does, and I go, "Oh, what is he doing? How stupid is that?" But yet, at that point in time, you didn't know what happened. And actually, I think they should give Jamar Chase 2-game suspension, 1 for spitting, 1 for lying.
Interesting. Well, I mean, 1 for lying to the press?
Right, 1 for lying, saying he didn't spit on anybody.
How dare he lie to the press? Now, if he lied to the NFL, now I understand. That's a totally different.
Imagine that, Rich. Imagine that a player lying to the press. I've never seen that happen.
That's a 1-game suspension on the spot. And then last thing for you, Jerry. How do the Steelers view George Pickens balling out the way that he is? And I have a follow-up question for you on this front. How do they view that?
Well, one, probably not surprising, because they know he's an ultra-talented player.
Right.
He has a quarterback. He's playing with a quarterback who, still can spin it and be very productive with Dak Prescott. So none of that is a surprise, nor should it be a surprise. But that isn't the reason why they got rid of him.
So why is it? Why is it? Let's get down to some brass tacks because,
he was disruptive. He was disruptive in the locker room, Rich. Late for meetings, late for games. I was told that his teammates were fed up with it. It's only going to be a matter of time probably before the same happens in Dallas if it hasn't already. But that's the biggest reason they did it. Now, would have it looked wonderful to have that tandem with DK Metcalf? Yeah. Absolutely. But it's part of the reason why they brought in DK Metcalf, because they knew they were going to move on from George Pickens.
Well, I mean, he was late for games, meaning what? Like he needed to be there before an hour before?
Routinely. Whatever time, Rich, he was supposed to show up, and I don't know what that is.
Right.
He was always late. And I will give you a quick example. Do you remember the incident last year where, the television reporter reported that he was going to play, would be on limited snaps. They got the information from Mike Tomlin. And the reason why that misinformation was transmitted to I believe, Tracy Wolfson, if I'm not mistaken, is because that's what Mike Tomlin knew without talking to George Pickens because he didn't show up on time. He wasn't there. And when he reported to the stadium late, they had to take him by ambulance with a police escort to the hospital to have a quick MRI or X-ray. And when he came back, they said he can't play. So that was an example right there of him showing up late and then it becoming a little bit of embarrassing for Mike Tomlin, giving some misinformation to the TV reporter 90 minutes before the game.
So it looks like none of that's happening in Dallas, or he did. Were they like nodding their heads, seeing him standing next to CeeDee Lamb before the game, and then getting flagged, hugging the goalpost? Jerry,
right? And I didn't hear why he sat down the opening series,
right?
But I'm sure it was probably for some no, which I'm sure, knowing George, is probably occurring in Dallas.
Jerry, I appreciate the time. What are you binge watching now?
Rich, Diplomats run its course. I've finished season 3.
Good job.
And now Landman is back, and I saw your guest the other day, which I enjoyed. And I'm Tulsa King and Landman.
You saw Ali Lauder here, Jerry, huh? You saw her?
Yeah. Your litany of guests. I'm so far down the totem pole, it doesn't even matter.
Come on now, man. But I guess I need to be fair and balanced because she was wearing a green dress because she's an Eagles fan. So I got both sides of the steak now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wore some gray today, I think, to be reflective of the weather, not necessarily an NFL team.
Jerry Dulac, everybody here. You're the best, man. Amazing. Thanks for making us smarter and taking some time.
All right, Rich.
You got it. Say hi to Bert and the rest of the Steelers for me, man. There you go. There's Jerry Dulac, everybody.
I'll wait when I leave.
Awesome. There he goes. I know exactly that room. I've done Zooms, I think, into this show from that room when I was doing the Steelers Christmas Eve game.
That's right.
Out there.
Yeah, we did shows once there, but weren't we in the radio booth, I believe?
Yes, when Manganello came by.
Manganello stopped by.
That's right.
Yeah. Radio only.
That's right.
That was fun.
That's right. I remember
stadium.
It was Heinz Field then.
It was.
They had ketchup bottles hanging all over the place.
Where are those?
I think they're back.
Are they back?
I believe that they're back.
I think they might be.
They might be back. Yeah. Remember, there was a hue and cry about what are you going to do with the what are you going to do with the ketchup bottles?
They had to go to storage somewhere.
I know. All right, let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Kyle Brandt has something to say about the Bears, I think, when we come back in hour 3.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors at GiveMeTheVin.com. Why did they sell us their cars? It's because you're worth more, and your car's worth more. I know that, and you know that. That's why I created GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the fastest and easiest way for you to sell your car for more money when it's time to sell. I'm sitting here waiting on the other end of GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
This Thursday, join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live from East River 9 ahead of Thursday Night Football. We're on air from 7 a.m. through kickoff, so play golf, crush some pickleball, then catch the game at the River House Restaurant at East River 9 this Thursday.
Sonos, everybody, back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Maybe you're listening to us with a Sonos speaker. If you are, it sounds like I'm sitting next to you, don't you?
I love my Sonos, man.
It's
so good.
the best. We have it in our house. Chris uses it in his.
I'm the only one that doesn't have Sonos?
Yeah, you might be.
And you're the one who stays in the house the most.
You should have like a whole. Get some of that.
Yeah,
beautiful design, sound. Incredible sound, effortless control means you can focus on what matters most, enjoying your time or enjoying the sports season or enjoying the season of giving. I love Sonos. You will as well. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, soundbars, and more at Sonos.com. Back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Christopher. You don't think Christian McCaffrey is on a Hall of Fame path, or you think he...
No, you guys said right now.
I said already, and you agreed. So I was like...
I kind of think he's there.
Yeah. Right now?
Yeah.
I have some stats.
Stop it.
Hold on a second.
He is.
If Del Tufo agrees with me, I need to come up with stats.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to
everybody back off, Mike.
Yeah. He's a great player already. That's it, Mike. That's all.
Hang on. Oh, here we go. Most games with 3 or more scrimmage touchdowns against a single opponent. He's one behind LaDainian Tomlinson all-time against the Broncos. He just had his 3rd one against the Cardinals, tied with Emmitt Smith against the Cardinals, too. And Emmitt played for them at the end. Fourth career game. He just had his 4th career game with 2 or more rushing touchdowns and 1 or more receiving. Tied for 3rd most such games in NFL history behind Marshall and Jim Brown. He's one behind them.
Yeah.
McCaffrey, fourth career season with 5 or more rushing touchdowns and 5 or more receiving touchdowns. That's the most ever. He broke a tie with Marshall this year. Fifth season with 5 or more receiving touchdowns. No other running back in NFL history has more than 3.
Come on.
Okay, I understand.
And now listen,
he was injury prone.
He's
before.
only played 4 full seasons. This would be his 5th if he finishes it.
Gale Sayers is in the Hall of Fame. TD's in the Hall of Fame. Wow. They didn't have longevity. He's had longevity. He just hasn't had longevity consecutively enough. And I understand that pushback.
Can I have Christian McCaffrey go on a Super Bowl playoff run like TD did?
To win it all?
Yeah.
Remember what he did in the Super Bowl? He was incredible, even though he did fumble early on in that game.
Just for reference, Jonathan Taylor has more yards rushing in 3 less seasons.
He has 900. He has 9 games of 100 or more scrimmage yards this year. No other player has more than 7.
And McCaffrey does have 600 catches.
Since joining San Francisco, he's had 3 games with 3 scrimmage touchdowns or more. They have all come against Arizona.
I want to see him have a... Remember a few years ago we were talking about Derrick Henry, and I'm like, not yet. Since then, Derrick Henry rattled off 3 or 4 pretty amazing seasons.
He's done the yet. He's done more. He's done enough in the yet.
Yes, that's what I mean. So I want to see Christian McCaffrey. He's 29. I want to see him do what Derrick Henry has done in his early 30s. I want him to rattle off 3 more spectacular seasons, and then then he can get in and win a ring.
But he's already done stuff in terms of multi-purpose on the air, on the ground, in the air, than Marshall, who is, without a question, the standard.
And what does Marshall have?
A ring.
MVP.
I got it.
Ring.
Yeah. Well, Marshall did it in a time where it wasn't just automatically a quarterback award either.
No. Yeah. And it wasn't we're throwing the ball to the running backs, and we're throwing the ball over the yard like it is kind of now. So, I just want to see a little bit more. I need 3 more years of McCaffrey doing this.
I understand, but you can also agree he already has metrics
to get in
for all-time greatness over people.
I also understand
over people who have the busts in the ring.
Sure, I also understand that I am a pretty strict bouncer of the Hall of Fame entrance, velvet ropes, more than most, and so I need to see more.
Speaking of bouncers, Big Dom was at Raw last night too.
Oh yeah.
Dude, you know how to talk about no contest wrestling.
I won't be talking about Big Don.
Why not? Just because he's an Eagle? Come on, man.
A Rams fan and a Cowboys fan have nothing positive to say about the Eagles.
Big Don was there with Cooper DeJean. Come on now.
A couple of exciting lights,
he's taking care of his kid.
We'll be talking about Scatterboo, without question.
Big Dom once said he would come on this program. Should I see if he'll take me up on it?
Big Dom.
Were we all intoxicated at the Kelsey party when that was said?
Party.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think he was intoxicated. I don't think that guy ever loses his
he's probably not in a position where he can. Yeah.
But he said he would come on.
For what? Get Big Dom.
I was intoxicated.
Yeah, I was too.
You were.
And when and Jake, who I got a photo was also.
It was that was wild. That party was great.
That party was great. That party was great.
Seeing an incredibly highly pregnant Kylie Kelsey being talked to by there it is.
Look at that photo.
Talked to Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav was there
holding Kylie for
wearing
a minute,
the clock,
and she's leaning over to hear what he has to say, but she can't get close enough because she was ready to roll.
Ready to roll.
Honestly,
it's a fun time.
Rich, you look a little happy.
I was.
Yeah.
It's Big Dom. I think that's his default. And at that, we took that pic. I'm like, of all the people in here that I want to take a selfie with, it's you.
That's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
Of all the people, I didn't get invited to this party, but I've been to the party the year before, and there were a lot of luminaries there. And you mean to tell me if those people, same people were at the party you were at, Big Dom would be the guy?
Now, let me ask you this question.
Yes, because he's an Eagle. That's why.
I'll ask you this question.
Yes.
I respect that you hate the Eagles so much.
Yeah.
And I don't hate much.
I understand.
He hates
Tom Pelfrey of
also
of a Giant fandom.
I get it.
You know, of Task. He said, I refuse to put on the gear.
Michelle Smallman here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity.
Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education, providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist powered by Parity.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. Close today, 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. GreenlightOffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-4000. Woo!
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Run! Ahead!
Got Lamb wide open on the right side of the end zone. Ryan Flanoy, touchdown.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth, Steelers Radio Network host Jerry Dulac. Coming up, co-host of Good Morning Football, Kyle Brandt. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. A lot of Steelers talk in the last hour on this program because Aaron Rodgers, as Mike Tomlin revealed, does have a break in his left wrist, but it's possible he could play this week. Stay tuned. We talked to Jerry Dulac, who's been covering the team forever and a day, about that in hour number 2. We had a nice chat with Mark Schlereth in hour number 1. Kyle Brandt of Good Morning Football is about to come and imagine crow about his 7-3 Bears. In a matter of moments. If you missed any part of this show on Disney Plus or missed any part of this show on the ESPN app or on ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance, there's all 3 hours. You can watch it on our page on Disney Plus whenever you want, on demand. There's our podcast version, all 3 hours. Also, why don't you go ahead and subscribe to Overreaction Monday or No Contest Wrestling or The Jim Jackson Show, all our offerings from our podcast world. We'd appreciate that. There's our YouTube channel as well. Be one of the 1.02 million subscribers and more at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let's go to AJ in San Antonio here on the program. What's up, AJ?
Howdy, fellas.
Hey. What up? Now, do you use that word? Do you use that word usually, or you just said it because I'd let everyone nationally know you're calling in from San Antonio? You say howdy to people?
Short answer is I've been saying that for about 3 years.
Oh, okay. So you're still new to the howdy. Okay.
I mean, honestly, I picked it up from my grandpa. So
that's good. Handed down from good stock. What do you got for me, AJ?
I'm handing it down to my son too. So
excellent. Nice. What's going on?
Well, I wanted to talk about last night's win against the Raiders.
Okay. You're a Cowboy fan.
I mean, I've called in a few times just asking about Houston, Dallas, whatever. I mean, I'm on good on that for this year. I mean, it's not really all that. I think we've played a little below our expectations, but last night was really exciting. Dak looked all Dak-tacular, throwing shot and dimers all over the field. He looked great.
Mm-hmm.
But I know there's a bigger deal behind that win. I know that there's something greater behind that. They're all playing for a lost brother.
Mm-hmm.
And my question to RES Consulting, if Cooper's in that locker room, what do you say to him before the game?
If who's in the locker room?
Cooper, your son.
My son. What do I say to him before that game? If if he's playing for the Cowboys or something like that?
Yeah, playing for the Cowboys.
Well, first of all, I would say to Cooper, you weren't with CD and George last night, were you? That'd be the first thing I would say. Assuming that's one of the things they missed.
Out the first series,
I wouldn't have missed that with Coop.
At a pool.
But I don't know.
That is great, Rich.
I don't know. Thanks for the call, AJ. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know. You just again, like I mentioned, to give it up to Schottenheimer is that you're disciplining 2 stars of your team while you're also being there for the entire collective, that it's mourning the loss of Marshawn Nealand, and they look terrific. And again, like I said, I don't want to hear that it's against the Raiders, so discount it. The Raiders have, in my estimation, a guy who's got a Hall of Fame credential at the head coaching spot. The Raiders have an all-world defensive end. And you're not going to tell Max Crosby you're done for the year, so why do you care, right? And say what you will about Geno Smith's ability to play football still, but he is a veteran who knows that this could be a last chance. He was the guy who basically said, everyone wrote me off, but I never wrote back, right? Well, people are beginning to write the same letter to him right now. And his ability to never write back is in question because they can't protect him. And the play calling last night was to come up with the chunk plays on play action. And for one drive, it looked to really work in that first quarter last night. They were cooking off of those play actions. But they couldn't put it in the end zone. And they were settling for field goals.
Tipped interception, kill the drive.
And then CeeDee Lamb finally caught a pass. Yeah. And then George Pickens caught more passes. And then Jake Ferguson got in on the act. Flournoy got in on the act, right? I mean, Williams was running it down their throat. And so the ability to keep up with the Cowboys, they just couldn't do it. And, Geno, to his credit, and this is why I think Pete keeps sticking with him rather than going to Pickett. And it's because this is his guy, and he takes the heat, and he does it like this.
Yeah, I mean, you can check into any play at any time, but would that be the right thing to do? Would you just go off script and just start calling your own plays? I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I think the right thing to do is to do what we practice and what we're coached to do. And like I said, the plays are there. I don't think there was any issue with the play calling. The plays were there. Guys were open. You guys watch the film. I know we got a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who like to watch film and take screenshots and see where guys are open. So I'm sure you guys will see where the guys were open. For me, again, I just got to play better. And I keep saying this, man. If something don't look right out there, blame it on me, right? If it don't look right, blame it on me. That's all you can do. Blame it on me. If your kids mess up at school, blame it on me. Car break down going to work, blame it on
me. So Geno's sick of us blaming him for everything. I got it.
I know. And Pete, took the responsibility as well last night. Because, Chip Kelly's trending.
He should.
Chip Kelly's trending, and everyone's like, we're paying him millions of dollars. Well, I think $1 million a year for the number of carries his running back got last night against a Cowboy defense that's supposed to not be able to stop the run. And even though that is Kenny Clark next to Quinnen Williams for the first time, they didn't even give it a test. They didn't even test it out. They didn't even take that out for a spin. They didn't take their Jason Stantz Ferrari out for a spin. This is what Pete had to say after.
Pete, you mentioned that the balance got out of whack there a little bit. It was 31 dropbacks in that first half, 3 runs. Is that, I can't imagine that that's something that you like to look at.
Yeah, it wasn't 31 dropbacks. It was a bunch of play action passes, and really, I really wanted to see us do that. There's only one person to look at, it's me, because I was influenced on the game plan. I don't really care about pleasing people with our run-pass mix. I'm trying to move the football, and we wanted to get the ball to Brock a bunch and see what he could do and our other guys, and that kind of worked out. But when you come back to it, we were supposed to be ahead with that approach, and then we're supposed to come back and run the football in the second half and later in the second quarter. But our inability to get in the zone and to stop them, it didn't work out that way. So I'm totally responsible for how that happened.
Nothing looks good right now. Certainly, again, when you draft a kid like Ashton Genty as high as they drafted him, and it's a Monday night football game, and it's week 12, and your season is circling the drain, and he's not doing anything. And then a rookie standing in front of his locker, what's he going to? Is he going to call out somebody like Pete Carroll who's done it, for decades while he was in diapers, you know what I mean? So hit it.
Nah, man. I don't call the plays. I mean, that's up to the guys upstairs. So I just take whatever I get.
Is it frustrating not getting the ball more?
Nah, I mean, just get whatever I get, man. I can't control that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to sit there and call into question his coaches as a rookie in the middle of the season. It's not working. It's not working right now. Nothing's working. And the problem is, Geno, is he the quarterback of the future? That's the tough thing, is when you have 2 wins entering week 12 and your quarterback of the future is most likely not on the roster. And and it's laudatory that you've got a coach who's taken the credit because he's trying to protect the quarterback, who's taken the blame because he wants to protect the coach. That's all admirable. But when it comes down to it, what does Tom Brady think of it? Notice I didn't say the owner. I mean, let's be honest. What does Tom think of it?
He was there last night.
I know he was. I imagine I didn't watch the entire game frame by frame. I was flipping around as a Manning cast too. Yeah. Did they show him? Was he visible?
Yeah, they showed him, but he was not. He's not.
Right. He wasn't like before. You didn't have the headset on, which caused alarms and bells to go off. Right. What does Tom think of it? Does Tom think that Pete's the voice in the room that needs to be in the room? Would Tom dare to one and done Pete Carroll, or you got to let him put his historically winning culture change approach to work? Or does Pete just say, yeah, Chip, it's not working out here. We got to go do something else?
What if?
Yes.
Tom lets Pete go and brings in Bill.
I think that's crazy talk.
I would be stunned.
I think that's absolutely crazy talk.
I was trying to think of the most ridiculous thing I could come up with.
You just did.
And I was like, what if, though?
That's it. But Pete, he could have done that before.
Yeah, what's the difference between Pete
when Bill was already available? I honestly, listen, I'm biased. I don't think Pete's the issue, except the fact that they chose a quarterback who is not performing well, and part of that may be because they can't protect him. Yeah. He's not protectable right now. And one way to protect the guy is run the kid. Run the kid. Run the kid, but the kid doesn't. The kid keeps getting hit as soon as he hits the line. When they do give it to him.
Yeah, the offensive line is pretty bad. They lost the starter last week. I was kind of thinking the reverse. Gino's been so bad they can't run the football.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing always cascades into another.
It's just kind of been a disaster. I mean, they're going to have a top 5 pick. They have to take a quarterback in the draft.
Do they?
Can't run it back with Gino, so what's the fix?
I'm not saying they do that.
They found a reclamation project.
Everybody seems to have one.
You go get Mac Jones, trade for Tua. Kyler Murray's going to be available.
I don't know. There's choices. It all comes down to
backups out there.
What does Tom Brady think?
Yeah.
Because if I am Mark Davis again, I'll take the haircut.
I want to see.
I'm asking him. Why the hell wouldn't you ask him? Why wouldn't you turn? By the way, I saw the other day, because he called Bears and the Vikings, they had the 2-shot of him and Burkhardt on up, and it's still jarring to me, man. It says 7 times Super Bowl champ under his name.
I mean,
and I'm like, that is stupid.
Yeah, it really is.
And he's just standing there with a microphone, hey,
KB.
7 times Super Bowl champ. It's not a misprint. It's not like call the graphics department and say, hey, you made a mistake.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think I'll ever not get jarred by seeing that on a screen.
All-time passing
leader.
So
why wouldn't you? That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I'm sure that he has had the input. You heard the reports from the draft that he was kind of dictating a lot of it. So
this is his vision. Let's get Pete. Let's bring in Chip Kelly. Geno Smith is 100% when that move was made. I fully supported it because that was an upgrade over, the spinning wheels that they had at the position.
Right.
I think Antonio Pierce would have taken Geno in a heartbeat, don't you think? When he was the HC there. So these are the best laid plans in the same way of let's play action pass it, and then we'll get a lead, and then we'll jam Ashton Genty down their throats, and that's the way we're going to beat the Dallas Cowboys, except for the fact that the play-action passes weren't resulting in touchdowns. They resulted in field goals until the Cowboys' offense began to get its footing. I mean, Pete had to look across the way and say, is that CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens standing there for the first drive? On a 3-and-out, okay, let's play action them. Let's go down the field. Let's put some touchdowns on the board. Instead, they put on field goals. The Cowboys got done what they got done, and now it's time to run Ashton Genty? No. And then at the end of the day, you look down at the play sheet and you see your quarterback who can't be protected with all those dropbacks and play actions, which is, appropriate parsing. Like a drop back is like, let's just fade back. There's no other trickery to this play other than let's just fade back and be a sitting duck there. But you'd look down and everybody looks foolish that Ashton Jeanty got 6 carries. That's it. So what does Tom think? You know, we're going to find out because Mark Davis is going to ask him. That's an impressive tool in the arsenal.
Oh yeah, and they can get. I mean, his contract is structured as such where
Right.
it's only $18.5 million dead cap if they release him. You know, he's doing $8 million roster bonus on the third day of the league year. So
the way Pete does his business is you got to hit the line, man. Just take a look when Marshawn was running all over everybody. He had Hutch up front there, man.
They had some key injuries.
With Holmgren, I mean, that's the way that it was working there. And then, you know, Pete comes in, and it's time to run the ball with Marshawn too. And let's go.
Everything starts up front.
You know what I mean? Like for him too, you also have those, and that's why you don't trade Max Crosby. You get a bunch of guys who can rush the passer and start changing them in. You get big, tall, long guys in the back end to play defense, and you run the ball, and you can play action off of it like that. It's a winning formula where everybody on the roster can play and compete. But right now, you know, they always compete. There's a bunch of young kids that I don't think they're trusting to play. He's just got to sell. I mean, if you hired him, you got to give him some time to let his mantra sink in.
His fingerprints on things.
But the problem is, you know, there's some fans out there that are probably like, I don't care who's taking responsibility for this. Somebody's just got to take it because we just can't watch this sort of stuff. And I think for the Raiders, you know, fortunately for them, it's their last nationally televised game where everybody in the whole country is just sitting there talking about it. They can hopefully retool in some anonymity in a way. Problem is for them, after Cleveland comes in, at the Chargers, home for Denver, at Philly, at Houston, there's a game that could be on NFL Network or nationally televised in Week 17, but I don't think Vegas hosting the Giants is going to be that. And they got Kansas City in Vegas the last weekend. So,
if you keep Pete and Chip,
I think they're gonna. I don't know about. I have no insight on it. What do I know?
Just saying, it's a fun Kyler Murray spot.
Ooh.
That's Russell Wilson vibes.
Yep, I got it.
Yep.
Let Kyler cook.
Yeah, yep.
It's not bad. You run a little RPO with Chip. You run a little fun.
Which, by the way,
college
Pete,
offense.
I think Pete bristles at the let Russ cook thing because who's the one who let him on the field in the kitchen to begin with? 844-204-RICH, number to dial right here on NFL Networks. Kyle Brandt is going to be joining us shortly. We're here on ESPN and Disney Plus and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. They make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com. All right, Kyle Brandt's coming on. Interestingly enough, his Bears are 7-3. That's weird.
Shocking.
Weird. Rich Eisen here, and we're brought to you by Sonos. The holidays sound better with Sonos speakers. Whether it's a movie night that feels larger than life or the roar of the crowd as your team takes the field, Sonos helps create the moments you'll remember. Beautiful design, incredible sound, and effortless control mean you can focus on what matters most, enjoying the season. I love Sonos, and so will you. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, soundbars, and more at Sonos.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. 713, call now.
Houston, your Cougars are 8-2 and ranked in the top 25 this week. Now let's show this team what Cougar pride really looks like. Join us this Saturday afternoon for Senior Day as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU at 3 in the final home game of the season. Let's fill every seat, turn TDECU Stadium red, and send our seniors out with the support they deserve. Tickets start at just $25, so bring the energy and bring the noise. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 2482473, Equal Housing Lender.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
This Thursday, join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live from East River 9 ahead of Thursday Night Football. We're on air from 7 a.m. through kickoff, so play golf, crush some pickleball, then catch the game at the River House Restaurant at East River 9 this Thursday.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
That's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
The Rocket Powered Podcast with Joe George and Sean Mapes is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Presented by D&M Leasing, the home of the easy lease.
We're back here on the Rich Eisen Show on a simulcast on ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. This man knows, okay? He knows he has an open invitation on this program. He knows it. The people who booked the show knows it, especially since they also help book Good Morning Football. They know it. And it's just interesting to me that it's at this point in time, it's like, I'm available. When the Bears are 7-3 and leading the NFC North, what timing by Kyle Brandt to say, I accept a Rich Eisen Show appearance. Good Morning Football's Kyle Brandt is on the Rich Eisen Show.
KB in the house.
Did I get this right, Kyle? Did I get it right? Or no?
I had to make sure that they weren't just in first place. They were all alone in first place. That was the stipulation. I don't want to share it with Detroit or anybody else.
Yes.
All alone. And there it is. You have it ready. Look at that. That's a beautiful thing.
That's odd. That's odd. We had this ready for this conversation. 7-3 still, man, is got to be beyond your expectation, right? Coming into the season?
You know what it is, Rich? It makes me think of the thing that you do in August when you do predict the team's record.
Yes,
and you sit down, with Ike Barinholtz or me or whoever, and they make it 16-0 or 17-0. If someone had predicted the record of 7-3, that's when you and the guys start going, whoa, who did out 7-3? He's drunk on the Bears. It becomes farcical. And yet they're 7-3. And I like it right now because I remember how I felt at 5-3. 5-3 with the Bears was like, well, they're either the best bad team in the league or the worst good team. You take your pick.
Nice.
Now it's becoming real. Now it's becoming real. And there are real brick and mortar football reasons why this Bears team is winning. And it's coaching, and they run the ball, and they lead the league in interceptions on defense. And Caleb doesn't turn the ball over. And he has turned into like the league's best scrambler. So it's gone from a joke to now it's like, whoa. Are the Bears going to win the North? Like, what is going on here? It's becoming real. And that's exactly why I'm here today, Rich Eisen.
I appreciate that. Regardless, I'll take you however I can get you, Kyle. Listen,
thanks, buddy.
When it comes down to it, though, I did say I want to see another game like their first win of the season beating the Cowboys. I want to see showing up, and that run game is dominant from the beginning, and the 3 and outs or 5 and outs or 6 and outs or whatever are not the predominant way that this offense is operating. I want to see them efficient, not settle for field goals, and I want the defense to punk people and continue to be the takeaway monsters that they are against an opponent that would leave me saying, okay, they can outlast Detroit and Green Bay, and maybe it is against Detroit, which is coming down the pike, or even Green Bay, who they have yet to face, or, as our friends on Prime Video would love it, showing up in Philadelphia and doing it. Like that, now you got me. Now the attention is worthy. I think 7-3 is nothing to sneeze at. You are what you are. Winning 7 of 10 games in the NFL, certainly after you start 0-2, and in division, no less. Very impressive. That's kind of what I need to see, is what I was saying.
I'm completely with you. The Bears were winning single-A ball. They're playing single-A minor league baseball and driving around on dusty buses against teams that have nothing. Last week against Minnesota, they got called up to Double-A on the road against a good coach and a good roster. This week, they're playing the Steelers, maybe their old friend Aaron Rodgers. That's AAA ball. And then on Black Friday, they go to Philadelphia in the same defense that just really embarrassed Jared Goff. Jared Goff, who embarrassed the Bears earlier this year. So that's that game. If they get there and they've won these next couple of weeks and they get to Philadelphia, that's the Kumite. They're going against the baddest group in the league. And if they show up, if that's a close game, Rich, if the Bears lose to the Eagles 26-20, that's considered really, really impressive because there's expectations for the Bears. Here's what Bears fans are. If you get to the wild card round this year and lose, great. That's wonderful. We're ahead of schedule. We'll take it. So it's right now 7-3 feels like 10-3. And if they play the Eagles tough, I'll take it, man.
Yeah, and you got the Steelers, and it looks like Rodgers isn't going to need surgery and is pushing to play. And you got to, right? That makes sense that Rodgers wants to play in this game in Chicago.
Rich, I'm not the insider. I don't work with the sources. I just watch the game and I have my guts.
Yes.
He's playing this game. I don't care if this is a freezing cold take. It is every single thing he wants to play. He's in Soldier Field, which is his de facto home stadium.
Yes.
Okay, he owns that place. With due respect to the McCaskey family, their dual owners are Aaron Rodgers. We all know that.
Yes.
This is his reason for living, to go to Chicago and once more dunk their heads in the toilet and flush it. It's what he's all about. And isn't it just setting up perfect, Rich? Like, Rodgers is hurt. He's basically going to do his version of a bleeping flu game walking in there. How many times have we seen him hurt, wounded, down, everything, and then all of a sudden Jordy Nelson scores a 400-yard touchdown and rips the Bears' heart? It's setting up perfectly just how he wants it, and I'd be shocked if he didn't play in this game.
Are you saying he's got a touch of the Big Ben in him? Is that where you're going on again, Kyle?
I think he does have some Big Ben, yeah.
Okay.
And I think Steelers fans are like, why aren't you playing your non-throwing hand? Get out there. We saw Bradshaw and Roethlisberger do this for years. He understands that. That's a big game for Pittsburgh, too. This is not all about him. They got to win this thing. And so I do think there will be some Big Ben going on. I freezing cold take me all day long. Aaron Rodgers is playing in this game. I'm saying it with my chest right now.
Well, and in terms of the Bears, one more thing on them. Did you see the video of Ben Johnson coming off the field after winning? Where he was walking with a fast pace gait, with his face looking like they just lost by 21. And it just seems like he's sending messages, man, or we ascribe that to winning coaches, right? Like we ascribe that to, for instance, to Caleb. He's gone from, man, his ability to get to read 2, read 3 is something that he's lacking to. Oh, he's a magician. He's running around. He's making things happen, which is what happens when you're a winning quarterback as the one that's not, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. A lot of things are happening right now. I noticed that the idiots online who want to make jokes about his nail polish don't have squat to say right now, because if he's supposedly nail polished, emasculated quarterback is running it up on your team and is 7-3 now. So you morons can shut up. He can paint his nails any color he wants. As for the brain trust, Rich,
yes,
you got to watch Ben Johnson. If you're not watching Bears game, Ben Johnson, it is so weird. He spends 4 quarters not blinking. He's like Dexter, like a serial killer. He does not
Coach
blink.
Dexter.
A fly could land on his eyeball and he wouldn't even blink. It is nuts. And then he walks into the locker room and he gets the game ball. And then he goes, good, better, pass, never let me. He just goes crazy. Like he erupts after 3 hours of just holding it all in. He goes from a serial killer to like Sam Kinison in the drop of a hat. It's nuts.
Kyle Brand here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, this is going to be fun. Have you ever, in the history of giving out scepters, given out scepters for being an angry fan, like Cam Scadaboo at Raw and Madison Square Garden on Monday night? Because, again, I miss Cam. I miss seeing him do his thing, but showing up in a Rangers sweater and being a participant with a surgically put back together leg, is that worthy of a scepter, do you think?
When that guy sneezes, it's worthy of a scepter. When he ties his shoes, it's worthy of a scepter. He's going to be it's going to be like the Lombardi Trophy. It's going to be the Scadaboo scepter in perpetuity as he stares down dirty Dom Mysterio and doesn't even blink as he's wearing a boot and a scooter. Incredible theater. I consider him my blood nephew, Cam Scadaboo. I am so proud of him. And I got to tell you, Rich, sitting here where I am in New York, big talk going on from a lot of people about, well, this is irresponsible and he is putting his football career at risk, as if he was mankind getting thrown off the cage by The Undertaker. Guys, I have this theory that might have been prearranged and scripted what happened last night. So everybody just take a deep breath, because my nephew is pissed off and he's on Twitter now tweeting like, oh, guys, my football career is taken seriously. Everybody breathe. That's the face of the scepter. He can do anything he wants in the world of pro wrestling.
I can't believe the league missed on him in the first 3+ rounds of the draft. Because we were talking about him. I mean, it's not like nobody discovered Cam Scadaboo. He discovered himself. You know what I mean? But I don't know how did the league miss him? And by the way, did you see his post in response to everything that's going on?
Oh yeah,
Kyle?
Yeah. Look it up.
honestly, did I pronounce that first word right?
Hey.
I don't know.
Hey. If you don't like that, I'm having a good time while dealing with a tough time, then just go ahead and unfollow and casually move on. I'm not able to play football and have the fun I've been having my whole life, so I'm doing things outside the box, trying to find stuff to keep me happy. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week, and just don't talk about me if you ain't got nothing nice to say.
Right? Keep his name out your mouth.
I was just going to say. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Shut up, wimps.
Angry tweets.
Shut up and leave him alone.
Angry
That's
tweets.
the guy, Rich. You know what I read as he's taking down all the dweebs out there who
look
say
at you.
should
Kyle's
just sit there and do
on fire.
nothing?
Yes.
I am. I'm protective of Cam Scadaboo, and I'm heartbroken that we lost him. I think that he didn't pass away. Thank God. He's
That's
just
right,
injured.
exactly right.
I think that he's the guy who's like, I'm all about football. I don't really know what to do with myself when I run out of football. I'm looking for things to make me happy again. I don't know what to do. I can't play video games. I can't listen to pods. I need something, and it's shoving Dirty Dom Mysterio.
That's right.
It's not a surprise, though, either, man.
That's right.
What else is Cam Scadaboo going to do? Like, Kyle, I said last year, at this point, in 5 years, Cam Scadaboo is either going to be a special teams star or the Intercontinental champion heading into WrestleMania. Like, that's it. There was only two things. And now it looks like he might be both a star on the football field and a WrestleMania main event.
It makes sense, man. And listen, some people do self-care like J.J. McCarthy by meditating. I think I've seen Mahomes do that. And other people do, self-soothing by hanging out with Andrew Schultz and going at Big Dom, right? Like, how many Big Doms are there?
There's Big Dom in Philadelphia,
right?
And then you have Dirty Dom.
Dirty Dom.
Okay.
Don't get it
Guys
twisted.
named Dom
Dirty
Rich
Dom.
usually have a nickname attached to the Dom. As I come to find out.
Except DeLuise, maybe. I don't know if Dom DeLuise had one. I don't know.
That's true.
He might be one of the only Doms out there.
That was awesome, though, last night to see.
But
to
Big Dom was there.
Big Dom
too,
was
with
there.
Cooper DeJean.
Yeah. But they didn't mix it up because the Judgment Day didn't, attack them.
Okay.
They saw the real threat with Scadaboo. Clearly.
I love it.
Yes.
Dom DiMaggio, did he have a nickname?
I don't. The other DiMaggio. That's probably what it was. With all due respect,
Dom from Entourage.
Dom Toretto.
Before I let you go, the thorny issue of who's the best team in the NFL. I've got my power rankings tomorrow. I had the Rams one. I can't foresee taking them out, but you never know how I'm going to think over the next 24 hours. But in my 22 plus on NFL Network, I can't recall. Obviously, since most of them were dominated by the Patriots anyway, that there's no dominant team. I can't recall a time where we're entering Week 12, and I can't even maybe peg the Final Four in either conference right now, Kyle.
It's tough, but that makes it fun. I feel like our Final Four in the title game weekend, Rich, could be a freak show. I'm thinking about the year we had a handful of years ago. Remember, it was Tom Brady and Blake Bortles and Nick Foles and Case Keenum were the Final Four quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We could be looking at this year. It's like, whoa, hold on. It's Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold and whoever's starting for the Niners. It's a weird year, and I'm here for it. In answer to your question, I like the Rams as much as everybody else does. I'll say this weekend, by far the most interesting game in determining who's good and who's alive is Colts at Chiefs. Like, I am so excited for this game because you look at the Colts and you're like, what is happening? And then you look at the Chiefs and you're like, what is happening? This is Daniel Jones has the chance to put Patrick Mahomes to 5-6 and give him for the third loss in a row for the first time in his career. Wildly interesting to me. And I just think, like, I'm still sticking with the Chiefs from my cold, dead hands. The only thing that's going to make me stop believing in the Chiefs is math. If they're mathematically eliminated,
I'm with you.
But at 5-6 with a home loss to Daniel Jones would be just bonkers, and that's what we're looking at.
Well, and I think it's going to be what Spagnuolo is going to try and make happen is that it's going to have to be Daniel Jones to do it, because it will take a village to stop Jonathan Taylor. I'm watching that game in Berlin with my 14-year-old Cooper. I'm like, you know what? As the game went to overtime, I'm like, I called the Giants-Carolina game in Germany that wound up being Daniel Jones's last game as the Giants quarterback. And I'm like, the reason why they lost, though, wasn't Daniel's fault. He's the one who handed it to his running back in overtime, and the ball wound up hitting the ground, and they lost the fumble and lost it. I said, I guarantee you, in this overtime, that will not happen when he hands it to his running back this time. And sure enough, Jonathan Taylor, they didn't even settle for a field goal. They just kept running 28 until the game was over. And that's one of the things that I can't wait to see. I know, and you have you're 100%, right to bring up Daniel Jones's name, but it really is Spagnuolo's defense, Chris Jones and the rest, and Nick Bolton and all of those guys. How do they stop 28 and make Daniel Jones put it on his arm in Arrowhead? That's going to be the good stuff to see what happens there on Sunday.
It's just, as you're rattling off those names, Rich, that's the craziest part of this Chiefs thing. The guys are all there.
Yeah.
When the Chiefs fall apart, it's supposed to be Andy Reid retired, Patrick Mahomes got injured, or they just got fleeced in free agency. The band's all together. Sark's there. Kelsey's there. The receivers are there. They're all there. It's just the band doesn't have its mojo right now. And I'm trying to remember, there's a time when Metallica decided to cut all their hair off and started making annoying albums. I'm like, is that where we are with the Chiefs? Like, are they going to find that groove again? Because I think this is Metallica cutting their hair off and putting on leather jackets. It just doesn't feel right, but you see the same guys up there. Right. And if they lose to the Colts this weekend, it's like an exit Sandman.
Is it stupid to ask you what you're watching with your bedtime and you got kids and stuff like that? Or do you have time to watch a show these days?
Never stupid to ask that, Rich. I'll tell you what I want to watch, and this is here. I have not yet seen the Running Man remake with Glenn Powell. I've not seen the movie yet. I'm holding out hope that they tip the cap to the original and put our guys, Whitman, Price, and Haddad, in there somewhere with Glenn Powell. Bring them back. That's the guys we want. I don't know if it's there yet. Don't ruin it for me. But I hope.
Spoiler alert, I don't think Whitman, Price, and Haddad are coming back from anything. Kyle,
but this is a rerun.
It's only in a rerun. I haven't seen it, but when Glenn Powell was here, he did say that it's not one game show in one spot, underground. It's the globe is actually what the game show is in. So it's a worldwide situation. But I believe the game show host is it's not an act. They didn't hire an actual game show host.
Right.
Why am I blanking?
It's not Richard Dawson.
No, it's not. I mean, or anybody like.
It's not like they brought Steve Harvey and he's going to be Killian this time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
come on,
Shut up.
No.
When I see it, Rich, I'm going to be sitting there through the credits, waiting for a post-credit scene with Whitman, Price, and Haddad. If they're not in this movie, even like a little Easter egg of them, those are my guys, and I just hope I'll be there. But I can only cross my fingers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be. So you'll see that. Okay, very good. I'm looking up the cast right now of.
You're talking about Coleman Domingo?
Yeah, Coleman. Yeah, he's the host.
He's the host. It's not Josh Brolin. Okay.
No, I think Josh Brolin owns the network.
Okay. See,
okay. So he's like a Killian. I got it.
But
I'm there.
But Richard Dawson is the bad man. Was really listen with Jesse the body before he was Jesse the mind. Jim Brown.
Maria Conchita Alonso.
Maria Conchita Alonso. Schwarzenegger. Whoever played Dynamo. Fantastic.
Maria Conchita Alonso had me at Ola.
I just rewatched that like 3 weeks ago. So good.
Kyle, great to chat with you as always. Thanks again, bud.
The best. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. See you, Rich.
Okay, Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football. Check it out on NFL Network. And then, of course, Good Morning Football Overtime on our old stomping grounds on the Roku channel. That's always a good time to watch them on NFL Network and then Roku channel. 844-204-RICH, number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Michelle Smallman here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education. Providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey, girl. I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
Houston, your Cougars are 8-2 and ranked in the top 25 this week. Now let's show this team what Cougar pride really looks like. Join us this Saturday afternoon for Senior Day as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU at 3 in the final home game of the season. Let's fill every seat, turn TDECU Stadium red, and send our seniors out with the support they deserve. Tickets start at just $25, so bring the energy and bring the noise. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen, broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Sonos is a partner of the Rich Eisen Show, and as soon as I heard they were interested in partnering up, I'm like sold, because I use Sonos in my house. And we do listen to music in our house. And it makes the holiday season that much more joyful to listen to the music on these Sonos speakers. A movie night feels larger than life. When you're watching a game, feels like you're right there. The moments that Sonos helps create, you will absolutely remember. The design is beautiful. The sound is incredible. The control is effortless, which means you can focus on what matters most, enjoying the season. I love Sonos. You will too. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, sound bars, and more at Sonos.com. All right, Jerry Dulac referred to this exchange involving Mike Tomlin. When I asked the longtime Pittsburgh Steelers reporter about how does the team feel in the halls this morning upon the news that Jamar Chase is now on the griddle for a one-game suspension that he's appealing for spitting in the face of Jalen Ramsey. And I asked him, are the Steelers going to basically ask to have Ramsey's fine revoked? Because, I mean, that seems like, I'm not advocating throwing hands, but it's kind of understandable when somebody spits in your face. So Mike Tomlin was kind of asked that question, as Jerry Dulac pointed out, and we decided to make it a straight out of Tomlin. Hit it.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Our kicker is a serial killer.
Straight out of Tomlin.
Mike Ramsey plays with an edge. He has his whole career. When something like that happens on Sunday, because the play before they had to be separated, was your message to him to try to simply remove himself from that stuff? And how do you, as a competitor, how do you sort of keep him from sort of, you know?
I have no message if someone spits in your face. Do what comes natural.
Straight out of Tomlin.
Yeah. Do what comes natural.
I don't care. People there in Western PA just always accuse me of just being a Tomlin, honk.
Accurately.
It is accurate. That's why his players love him.
Stay by your phone, man. I may need you.
I mean, I don't have there's no notes for a player who acts that way when he's spat in the face. You know what I mean? There's no notes.
I get it.
Do what comes natural. That's why players love playing for him. And I think at the end of the day, he's going to listen to Rodgers. And Rodgers like, I can go. And he'll be like, all right, you go. Mason, stay by your phone. I may need you.
I need you.
Like that drop that you would like to play.
Love that drop.
And you just did. Makes sense. Let's sneak this one in one more time. Noah in Oklahoma. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Noah?
Hey, Rich. How's it going?
How are you? Thanks for hanging on. I got about a minute. What's on your mind?
Well, had a rough kind of month at work. Furnace went out of the house. But worst of all, I had to watch the Bengals lose to the Jets, Bears in person, and Steelers over the weekend. And I want to ask you what your thoughts are on Joe Burrow coming back, if you think it's worth it, or if they should sit him and then work their way up the draft to get a better pick.
I think if I'm the Bengals, I turn to Joe and say, what do you want to do? Honestly.
Well, what's he going to say?
Then you play him. What do you want to do?
They have to be responsible.
How are you feeling? And
as a fan, I think I want to see him. But I'm just afraid that there could be an injury or it just be pointless and hurt ourselves in the draft.
And if Joe says, I want to play, do you point out who's available as an offensive lineman in the top 10 pick of the draft and say, you can get this guy if you sit down? So you don't have to sit out. They're 8th right now. I don't know. If I'm Zach Taylor and my job's on the line, which I don't think it is because he got 1 year left on his deal, and Mike Brown,
Velcro wallet.
1,000,000% doesn't pay people to not work for him. That guy right there. Thanks for the call, Noah.
There's a guy 6'6", 340 in Miami who would look great.
I know.
Blocking for Joe.
I think you don't tell Joe we're not playing you when he wants to play. No, and plus that helps my ability to win games, which I want to prove. I'm Zach Taylor. I say, Joe, what do you think?
But by not playing Joe, you're going to help your ability to protect Joe next year.
Right.
With a higher draft pick.
I don't know. Again, listen, all these draft plans, you thought, I need Travis Hunter. I want Travis Hunter. You want it with Will Campbell. How's that working out for you?
I mean, it's been great.
Yes, right. So,
yeah.
Best laid plans, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get a great deal on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe Hybrid models. There's also our bold and stylish Elantra, packed with all the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 and Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with an awesome deal only during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA-certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Ryan's back there. I just got in a bad mood.
What happened?
I don't know. I think part of it was my headphones. I forgot my headphones.
I thought I heard a yell.
No! Also, my balls are gone. I have a football and I have a Tampa Bay Ray baseball in the studio, and they're nowhere in sight. And I'm ADHD, so I play with those balls during the show.
Hey, phrasing!
I don't want that. No, you're the pervert that thinks that way.
Golf balls.
Where's my football? Where's my baseball? Who is touching my football and my baseball?
Okay, your football's right there, behind the B.
Oh, yeah, I threw it over there.
Here's a bigger one if you want it.
No, it's too big. Where's the baseball?
I don't know. I got one for you.
Something else made me mad, but I forgot. I already forgot what it was.
Is it just my presence?
No, you don't annoy me like some. Brian, you look good today. Why are you all dressed up? Brian's wearing a button-up, short-sleeve shirt.
Just felt like it.
Just felt like you wore gym shorts with it?
No, they're golf shorts.
Golf shorts?
Yeah.
Hey, you're looking good.
Thank you.
Looking sharp. You got plans after the show?
No, I just wanted to not dress like a schlub.
You have plans? Oh, Twitch is getting to you.
I don't look at it.
Bullying works. The Twitch has bullied you into
I
finally dressing appropriate for work. What do you want to talk about?
A fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
I'm visibly annoyed.
I can tell.
I'm so mad at myself for getting my headphones. No, I forgot my headphones.
And just
what headphones are you using?
No, I'm using these little, I don't even know what you call them, little over-the-ear plugs. Just sounds different.
Normal headphones.
Got an 1/8 of an inch instead of a 1/4 of an inch.
That's an issue.
Yeah, I'm so mad. Spinal. We'll get to the Monday Night Football game yesterday. CJ Stroud's out with a concussion.
Yes.
It's not for sure that he didn't pass the he hasn't passed the concussion protocol yet. He could pass the concussion protocol before Thursday's kickoff because of the short week. You could have a simulated full contact practice. Some people are saying that he didn't pass the protocol. That's not the case. He could pass the protocol by the time they kick off. There's just not enough time, get him ready for the game, all of that. Now, maybe he wouldn't have passed the protocol, but it's not definitive one way or the other. So he's going to be out on Thursday, which I'm okay with. Like, Davis Mills has won 2 games already. That's more than you can ask for a backup quarterback. Yay. Good job there.
Yep.
Even if you lose against Buffalo, I'm cool with 2-1 for the 3 Davis Mills games. Now, where you are in the standings kind of hurts you because you put yourself behind the 8 ball a little bit. So I'm totally fine with Davis Mills getting the start Thursday, even if C.J. Stroud were to pass the protocol tomorrow or Thursday morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's not – I don't know. Is it worth the risk for a guy that's had 2 concussions now in his career and has missed a total of 4 games but 5 weeks from those concussions, and then, 2 full half games? He missed basically that entire Broncos game and then also the entire Jets game. So he's been out for a while. He's had them. I'm not surprised at this point. It was nice to see him back at practice. And it's good to know that they expect him to be ready for the Colts game at least.
You enjoyed him being back at practice?
It was nice to see.
Was it?
Yeah, we care about our players.
In what way is it nice to see? I'm sorry, I'm in a mood. I'm just going to be in a mood the whole show. Why is it nice to see him at practice?
Because he's close to clearing the protocol?
Because don't you want your quarterback practicing?
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's like casually throwing footballs around. He's not going to play Thursday.
But it's a step.
His brain doesn't hurt.
It's no difference between him throwing a football today and throwing a football Friday.
That's true.
That part, yeah, true.
So, like,
I don't.
How nice is this on a scale of 1 to like a 1.5?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it makes you feel like he'll be back for next week.
I mean,
at least
for sure. I think he's back next week for sure. Like, I guess it's better that he's throwing the football and out running around than not throwing the football and running around. But like, it doesn't make my day.
Well,
You know,
I mean, Joe didn't say that, though.
He said it's nice.
It was
he said
nice.
it in a very
Yeah, nice
pleasant
doesn't mean
way.
it
I
made
told
his
you I'm
day.
in a mood and I'm going to
I know.
nitpick. I was wondering the
Honestly, I
level
don't
of
really-
niceness that it came into play here.
Yeah,
Like, how nice is it that C.J. Stroud, your concussed quarterback, whose brains are mush, is out there slinging the rock around?
Well, he's out there practicing, so his brain's not totally mush. So it's like a 3.
Okay.
Somebody go get this guy a Snickers.
No, I'm well fed.
I mean, is there really difference today?
No, I'm in a mood.
Okay.
No, I'm in a mood.
More than usual.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
No, I am definitely.
There's an aura.
Admit it. I am a moody man. Maybe it's just that time of month. I don't know. I am a moody man, and it didn't hit me until I was having a pleasant. I meditate before the show.
Mm-hmm.
I was having a pleasant meditation. I was in a good mood. I saw the boys. I was like, hey, this is good. I talked to Michael a little bit, gave me this read. I said, you're the man. He said, no, you're the man. I said, you're right. I am the man. And then I went to the backpack to get the headphones, and they weren't there.
And they're gone.
Mood.
Well, I mean, amateur hour over here.
Fair.
Are you upset that the cookies were gone?
No, I don't really care for cookies. And there was actually one in there.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not a huge sweets guy.
Okay.
As you can tell.
I think I knew that. But.
Is it fair to be critical for CJ Stroud, like in how much he misses football games whenever he gets concussed? Because this is the second recorded concussion for CJ Stroud. Might have been concussed in that Denver game in 2023 that went unreported and then got concussed the very next week. But if you just take them for, the reports and what they say, injury reports, we don't, make the assumption that he was concussed in Denver in early December of 2023, and we just take them for what they're, take their word for it. CJ Stroud back then was concussed on December 10th. And didn't play again until December 31st. Missed 2 games. It took 3 weeks for him to play again. Now, what's frustrating about this concussion is because they play a Thursday game. Like, if they played Sunday, do we think C.J. Stroud would play?
Kind of feels like it.
I tend to think he would.
Yeah.
I tend to think he would. But he was concussed on November 2nd. He's not coming back till the 30th. So 28 days between games this time around, 21 days between games the first time around. And look, I'm not sitting here being like, oh, Stroud's milking it, and I'm not saying any of that. I am always an err on the side of caution guy when it comes to any sort of injuries. I believe in resting a guy a day or a game too much than forcing him back, and then all of a sudden injury reoccurs and you're out another week or two. This isn't like Stroud is milking it or they should play Stroud. This is not that. I'm just wondering, as we look at C.J. Stroud as a player, and look, we look at quarterbacks differently whenever they get concussed multiple times. I'm not saying Stroud is entering Tua territory. I'm not saying he's entering Steve Young territory. I'm not saying he's entering Troy Aikman territory. But is it fair to have the discussion that the 2 concussions for C.J. Stroud this time is going to cost him 3 games? He's not going to return to play for 28 days. And in the first time he missed 2 games, didn't return to play for 21 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's not like a soft tissue injury. Because if it was a soft tissue injury, hamstring, anything, it would be very fair to be critical about how long it's taking him to get back. Concussions are just, they're so different. Like we're seeing, Petrie's missing the same amount of time as CJ Stroud here, but Titus Howard came back in a week. I think it's unfair to criticize him.
No, I didn't say criticize. No one said that word.
What's the word you used?
Question.
I think it's unfair to question a concussion. But I am concerned at the same time.
I think it's a fair question, Joe. I think it's a fair question. Why does it take C.J. Stroud longer to return than the average Bear?
I mean, but there's just no way to answer it because if it's, let's take Aaron Wilson for his reporting for now.
Mm.
It's sensitivity to light has been the issue. I don't know how you just overcome that unless you want him to lie.
But why it's fair to now question, and I'm not saying that he's a baby or anything like that. I'm talking about what it means for C.J. Stroud going forward and trying to prevent this from happening again. Like people, he needs to run the football more. Are you sure? He missed 28 days, 21 days to return to the football field because he is running the football. The first time he got concussed, he wasn't running. He got sacked by Quinnen Williams and slammed to the MetLife turf, which people hate that turf, famously hate that turf. The reason that I'm talking about it is if it takes, the average quarterback, they're out of game, they're back. It takes C.J. Stroud 2, in this case 3 games, let's call it 2.5. It's like you need to have more preventative measures in place to where C.J. Stroud doesn't get concussed again. What are those preventative measures? Well, you can start by building a decent offensive line.
Yep.
Secondly, Stroud needs to get rid of the football better. Thirdly, he needs to slide better. And that's something that he said he worked on in the offseason.
Don't agree.
Was that he worked with the dudes like on the slip and slide and that sort of thing.
Or you're not seeing it.
Or fourth, just don't run, or be very selective when you run. And when you do run, avoid contact at all cost. So I do think it is fair to discuss and have the question because he is missing more games than the normal quarterback. So if he's missing more games than the normal quarterback, isn't it fair to say that they should have more measures in place so it doesn't happen again? Not to say you wouldn't have that for a quarterback that missed a game. But like if you use a different sport, for example, like we don't want Yordan Alvarez to play the field. Why? Because he's injury prone. Okay, well, I don't want C.J. Stroud to take hits because he has been prone to concussion, and whenever he does have concussion, he misses more games than the normal quarterback does. So that's why I think it's fair to bring it into play. Not to be critical, not to say C.J. Stroud is a baby, not to say that he's milking it, any of those things. And I believe that he's sensitive to light and all of that stuff. But then, why is he sensitive to light 9 days after, whereas another guy's sensitive to light 2 days after? Even Titus Howard's case where he's having, dizziness and throwing up and all of these things. It's not a criticism towards C.J. Stroud. It's you have to plan for having a quarterback that when he gets concussed, it's an automatic 2 games, maybe 3.
Yeah, well, I think the larger discussion around CJ is I think we can kind of move past concussions a little bit. Just the fact that we see him multiple times. He's getting hit hard every game.
Yes.
So I think it's a larger discussion about how he's taking contact in these games. That, to me, is what the focus should be on, is whether it's in the pocket, outside the pocket, and that goes back to what you said, the offensive line. We're seeing C.J. Stroud all the time get up slowly, and the concussions end up being part of that. And, yeah, look, being out for that amount of time for a concussion and being on your second one, it's like, well, what happens when he gets a third? Like, is it going to be even longer for it to get back? And so now it's about how do you protect your quarterback? I know it doesn't look great, and I know players don't want to wear it, but like talk about preventative measures. I know he didn't take any contact today.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see a guardian cap today.
Yeah.
Out of
I don't care if it's so much today.
But during the game, he should probably be wearing one.
Look, why, we brought up Tari Eason yesterday, and I think Tari Eason's not going to make as much money as Tari Eason could make if he was, an Iron Man, right? He's injury prone. So, players who are injury prone lose money because they're injury prone. C.J. Stroud's eligible for a contract extension this offseason. So, again, these are the points where it is fair to talk about this. Junkie said, you said it's fair to be critical. Okay, I don't think that I did. Maybe that I did. I'm in a bad mood. I'm rattled. I don't know. Maybe I did. I'm talking about questioning the injury to C.J. Stroud, questioning the concussion for C.J. Stroud. He has 2 on record. One, he missed 2 games, span of 3 weeks. This time, he's going to miss 3 games, span of whatever it is, 2.5 weeks. And I do think he would have been back if this game was on a Sunday, so we can even call it 2, But that's a lot. It's a lot of games being missed for a guy who's taking hits. Yeah. And look, maybe you still pay him the money, but what are the preventative measures to where C.J. Stroud's not taking hits again? Since C.J. Stroud has been concussed, we have had people texting us in talking about how C.J. Stroud needs to use his legs more. How could you possibly have that stance while the dude is on the mend for a concussion and he's going to miss 5 games over the course of 2 different concussions?
Yeah, I think it's completely fair, not to kind of back up what you're saying. It's I don't think it's fair to question in terms of is he soft or not, which I know you're not saying. But when you're about to, within a year or 2, potentially pay a guy $60 million, and I know you don't want to give the Tua label to him, but let's all admit, if he has another one next year, he's going to get the Tua label. It's fair to question, are we about to pay a guy $60 million so that we have to be worried he's 1 or 2 hits away from retiring?
Yeah. Do I think that C.J. Stroud is more prone to concussion than
the average QB?
Who came out in his class? Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
I mean, I don't know Bryce Young's injury history.
And Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. I hate
he's had some concussions.
Bryce has?
No, Anthony Richardson.
Richardson hasn't even played. Yeah. So it's hard to compare those
Levis.
two. Yeah, he had the broken shoulder. ruined his career. Would have been one of the best.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been one of the best.
If it wasn't for that damn shoulder injury.
If it wasn't for the shoulder, I think he would have been. Although Levis was better in his rookie year in Tennessee than Cam Ward has been. Just saying.
No, facts.
Just saying. Yeah, I think that C.J. Stroud is more prone to concussion than the average NFL quarterback.
I do too.
Why is that the case? I don't know. Like, is it because he runs a little bit more than the average NFL quarterback? Maybe. I don't think it's much more. Is it because he's terrible at avoiding, like, that sort of punishment? And it was kind of fluky, right? Like, it was a terrible slide.
Yeah.
It was a late decision. It was a terrible lane. Why are you cutting right whenever you should cut left with open space in front of you? But, like, why? If we do think that Stroud is more prone to concussion than the average NFL quarterback, which it sounds like we all do, the question now becomes why? Why is he more prone? And I think all of those bullet points are the reason why. Like, he is not avoiding contact as much as he should. Avoid all sorts of contact. Maybe if you are going to run, slide a lot sooner, get out of bounds a lot sooner. Look, the general manager can do a better job of protecting C.J. Stroud. Stroud could also get rid of the football quicker to help protect C.J. Stroud. I remember when Tua was having his concussions, he went to MMA class so he could learn how to fall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and look, I know that Stroud is on record saying that he, like, worked with the strength and, sports medicine staff. I guess it was the strength staff to, like, be able to slide better. Okay? Like, that wasn't a good slide.
Yeah, it's almost like there's baby steps being made, but going forward, we need to see more from him. Maybe it's not sliding.
Yeah.
I think the sliding is a huge problem. We see quarterbacks get concussed from that all the time in an NFL season. I think it does not protect you in the way that it should. I think a dive forward protects you way more than a slide would.
I do too.
Because you're most likely taking the brunt of the hit on your shoulder. And maybe it's your throwing shoulder, so that's why you don't want to, because then you can hurt your shoulder.
And you get your head lower quicker. By sliding, you keep your head up longer.
Yeah. Look, maybe that's a team study. Maybe that's a sports science study that the Houston Texans have too. Like, what is the best way for us to prevent our franchise quarterback from getting a concussion? Mm-hmm. Like, if you've had 2 in 3 years, if you've missed 5 games over the span of 2 years because of the concussion, like, I would be moving heaven and earth to try to find some solution.
Yep.
And look, I'm not, and this isn't to be critical of the Texans and to say they're not doing that. But I would be trying to do as much research and study to figure out the best way to make sure that C.J. Stroud never has a concussion again. Brian, you brought up the point, like, if he has a concussion again next year. Well, what if he comes back against Indy and has a concussion in that game?
Well, season's probably
over. And now season's probably over. That's 3 concussions over a 3-year span. That's 2 concussions over a 1-month span. And who knows what that does for his contract?
We're definitely talking 2 at that point.
Yes. And we're talking no extension.
Yes.
No extension.
Or at least the fear of it.
So,
the Texans might still do it. But
these are the reasons why I think it is fair to discuss, A, the volume that C.J. Stroud is getting concussed. And maybe 2 in 3 years isn't a crazy amount. But then also the amount of games he is missing while being in the concussion protocol. We'll take your thoughts on it. 713-780-3776. We'll talk some Monday Night Football. Kind of a dud of a Monday Night Football game, but we'll talk it nonetheless. I thought Brian Schottenheimer coached his tail off. Brian Schottenheimer won that game before the game ever kicked off yesterday. We won't ignore in victory what we win in defeat. We'll cash them, trash them as well. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. We're also on the Twitter, ESPN 975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Also on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. Stroud concussion. Let me make sure I phrase this properly. Is it fair to discuss how long it takes C.J. Stroud to return from a concussion? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Still haven't ordered dessert for Thanksgiving? Skip the line and order today for a sweet, stress-free holiday to make sure your family's favorites are reserved. From rustic pumpkin to southern pecan to die-for fudge pecan and double-crust apple pie, every slice is scratch-made with the very best ingredients. Whether it's Friendsgiving, an office potluck, or game day weekend, Dessert Gallery brings everyone to the table. Visit DessertGallery.com or stop by our stores at Kirby or in the Woodlands before it's crumbs and cries of who ate the last slice.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. Your home for Aggies basketball is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Can you dig it? The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They call me the Huntington Bank Mad Boy. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Yes, 713-780-3776. Key from LA, they need to stop teaching quarterbacks to slide and teach them a different technique. I don't want my quarterback to get touched. Like, there's some moments in the game where I guess you really feel like you need to. But do you? Like, do you? Like, week 7 of the NFL season, do you really need to fight for that first down on 3rd and 1? Like, I want to win the war, not the battle. Like, I want my quarterback to play 17 games, not get that 3rd down and 3 scramble and then cost them 3 games.
I get your point, but, like, if it wins you a game, you kind of got to do it. Even if it's early in the game. Like, those 3 points that you could leave on the board from that drive by not converting could cost you a football game.
So could getting hurt.
I know. It's
6-7.
Which one's worse?
What are you doing
6-7.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Gary, you're in the junkyard with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Gary?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Always.
Quickly, that last point you made, you want to win the war, not the battle or whatever. Cam Newton, when he didn't jump on that ball, he's being lambasted. So we can't have
that was the Super Bowl.
If we need, if we need, I know it's the Super Bowl. But
that is the war.
What I'm saying, but what I'm saying is the bigger picture is that if, like your co-host said, if it's the 7th game of the season and we need that 3, and that's going to decide home field, playoff, or anything, you go after it and worry about that later. You got a bigger picture. The second thing is just like yesterday we were talking about the announcers and analysts and how they bring things to light. You guys do a great job, all talk show hosts, radio talk show. They do a great job of sensationalizing things. The guy had 2 or 3 concussions, and maybe they've done all their research. When you're saying, I want my team to do their research, I want this is hyper excited. And didn't we?
To be fair, I didn't say that they didn't. To be fair, I didn't say they didn't. And I said I didn't want to be critical of the Texans because they could very well be doing those things. Just to put that on the record.
Gotcha. Almost finished. Gotcha. We lambasted the Astros for their medical staff and their woes and their dozens or whatever. So the part about him taking his time on this next one, maybe that's the goal. Maybe that's the key to it. All those doctors and stuff probably gotten together. And if we need to take 9 or 10 games, I know we don't have a backup in what Tom Brady was because he was a backup and he came in for Drew Bledsoe and went. But you may catch lightning in the bottle. In the meantime, they're going to pay him next year. But what they're seeing is that we don't want it to reoccur frequently because we know that this is a contact sport. And if I have to hold him out 9, 10, 11 days, a little longer, people shouldn't complain because if they rush him back and he becomes Tua, we're going to complain on either way. I just think we need to pump the brakes.
No one's complaining.
They have done their research.
No one's complaining, Gary.
I didn't say you. I didn't say you guys. I'm talking about those who are saying, "Oh, he's been out 5 days. We thought it was going to be 5. Now it's 6. Okay. Or he's had 2 and 3 months. Or he's had 8 concussions. Or what if? What if we come back next year and he's out for 7 weeks? We're projecting something that's not here. And I think that they're taking all the precaution they can by saying, look, we're going to weather the storm, but we value this asset.
Yeah.
And we don't want him to become a tool.
I hear you, Gary. All right. Appreciate the call. I don't blame them for that decision. I would do the same thing. I'm not being critical of the Texans for how they're handling this. I'm not being critical of C.J. Stroud for the length of time it's taking for him to be good to go. I do err on the side of caution for injury, and especially on the side of caution, extreme caution, when it comes to the brain. So, I'm not at all being critical, maybe it sounds that way, and that's not my intent. Not trying to be critical of the Texans, not trying to be critical of C.J. Stroud. I think there are some sidebar conversations that should be had and need to be had based on the length of time it takes for C.J. Stroud to come back. Yeah. He's had 2 and 3 years. And look, I understand that the Thursday night game, he probably would have played this week, so we can even throw out that game for the record because some of the people are like, well, he would have played if it was a Sunday game. The fact that it's a Thursday game is an anomaly. Okay, fine, that's a good point. I'll concede that point. That's still 4 games over 2 years. And I know that college is very different. Arch Manning, how many games he missed with his concussion?
1.
No, he didn't miss any.
Oh, you're right. No, yeah, you're right.
And look, very, very different. I understand. It's not the NFL concussion protocol. And the NFL concussion protocol has got 5 phases, and they're going to be uber careful because of the lawsuit that was placed on the NFL and the movie with starring Will Smith. And they have to protect their baby. I get it. Their concussion protocol is going to be very, very strict. But to ignore the sidebar conversations that should and probably are and need to be had whenever we're discussing a quarterback that has had all these concussions is burying your head in the sand.
Especially when he's got a $60 million contract on his way.
Exactly. Because whenever Caserio is sitting there negotiating the contract with David Mulugheta, Caserio's going to have in the back of his mind, he's had 2. And then, Brian's point, what if there's another? And I get Gary's point, you don't want to play the hypothetical game, but the counterpoint to Gary's point, are you more prone to have another concussion once you've had one or when you've never had one? You're more prone every single time that it happens. The odds of you being concussed increase every single time that you have a concussion. So I get that you don't want to play the hypothetical game, but a quarterback who's had 2 concussions versus a quarterback who's had 0 concussions is far more likely to get another than the guy who's never had one.
And that's why it all goes back to protecting himself from everything. From the moment he gets the ball in his hands, C.J. Stroud has to do a better job protecting himself going forward.
Yes.
Whether it's running in the pocket, the offensive line itself, but CJ has to just do a better job because I don't think Tua's had a concussion since he got the contract. So that's not why that contract's not playing out in a negative fashion. Maybe he's had one, but it hasn't been a huge
Hold on.
Did he miss
concern.
like 6 games last
They
year?
gave him a contract after he had all the concussions.
Yeah,
Whenever
too.
he was, what do they call that word? Where you're-
Fencing, isn't it?
Yeah, what he so after he was fencing and missed multiple, like a month almost, they gave him a huge contract after that?
I think his contract came after the first 2, and then he had a third one after that.
They should have fired Stephen Ross way back then.
Because I think he missed, what, was it 6 games, 7 games last year? Because he went out like week 2 last year and wasn't back until like
it was
November.
a concussion last year.
Yeah.
So I think he's had one concussion since, that's the timeline that CJ's on.
Like, let's eliminate everything else. Would you give a contract extension to Tua?
No.
No.
With his
Absolutely
concussion history?
No, I mean,
No way.
probably not even the quarterback itself, but when you add that in, definitely not. I would not have done that.
Let's remember why the slide was implemented to protect quarterbacks from getting hit after hitting the ground. Slide equals play dead, but quarterbacks are trying to get that extra yard before sliding, and the defense gets theirs. Facts. I don't think this is a defensive player problem. I think it is a quarterback problem. Quarterbacks fighting for that extra yard. They're like Kenny Pickett in a bowl game faked the slide so he could keep running.
Yeah.
So like this is a huge issue. Like I don't blame the defensive player. I'm well on record to say I do not blame the defensive player. I didn't blame that no-name Denver Broncos secondary dude for hitting C.J. Stroud after a late bad slide. I didn't blame Azeez Al-Shire whenever Trevor Lawrence had a late bad slide and kept his chest up. Like I don't blame the defensive players here. This is an NFL issue. I think the slides are bad. I think there's more harm than good
100%.
that comes out of the slide. I think they should eliminate the slide from the game, quite frankly, because you pointed out a moment ago, like whenever you look at concussions with quarterbacks when they're running the football, more times than not, it's when they're sliding and they get whiplash back onto the turf and hit the back of their skull. Get rid of the slide.
And it's not even like it wasn't like the Azeez one even. And Azeez still just really put the forearm into Trevor Lawrence's head. Like it's the hitting on the turf that's the larger problem of the slide. Like it I don't think it really protects them.
The slide doesn't. I mean, it protects them from maybe a vicious hit, but I don't think it protects them from concussions.
No, but head-to-head contact is still like you still can't lead with the head, with the crown of the helmet. So like you're still protected in a way. Like running backs are still protected when they're running the ball in a way that they used to not be, but they don't slide.
No.
Like so, yeah. I've been anti-slide since the Trevor Lawrence play. Just it does not help. It's not good for. It's not fair to the defense. It's not really protecting the quarterbacks. It doesn't really do anything positive. You see a bad slide like this, the players it just doesn't do what it's intended to do. The intent is there.
No.
I get it, but it's flawed. I mean, the fact that we have to talk about slip and slides every year for various different quarterbacks is stupid.
Yeah, how much do Guardian caps reduce concussions? I don't know, man. Those are billable hours. I feel it would affect CJ down the road, head injuries, range, and effectiveness. What's to say he has a mad concussion and it started affecting his motor skills, even depth perception? That sounds extreme, but it's possible. The Dolphins paid their quarterback. How has that worked out for them? Not good. Stroud has no field awareness when running. He did not see that hit coming from his side. He slid way too late. Facts. Like, that's solid opinion of that run. Like, I thought he was dumb for running right when there was so much space to the left. There's no defense to the left. Mm-hmm. There's two defenders to the right. Schultz is running from right to left. You might even have a blocker. And Stroud went right.
Yeah, he went right into the defense.
I'm not sure he wasn't concussed when he left the pocket.
Well, that's what we thought of the Jets game.
I know. I do. I think he was concussed. I think he played in the Jets game with concussion symptoms.
With a minor
like he was
concussion.
sitting there like acting like he was, Mike Tyson after Buster Douglas knocked him out whenever he was helped onto his feet. Joe have a rebuttal. I believe the brain is soft tissue. Second, Jeremy, I believe it's more days this time because of the Thursday game. If it were a Sunday game, would it be the same amount of days and games? Yes, it would. It would be 3 weeks, 2 games. What about Jalen Petrie? He's been out with concussion also. Is it Texans protocol that's tougher than other teams? No, it shouldn't be, unless their independent neurologist or their medical staff is a little stricter, which I doubt.
And Titus came back quickly.
Yeah, Titus came back very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly. Whenever he was talking about, he was dizzy and throwing up.
Yeah, and then he's back.
And
he's the first one back.
And the Texans don't have a say in the process.
I disagree. I don't think that's accurate.
Well, I heard Caserio talking about this morning. Like they're at least from D'Amico and Caserio's mindset. Like they're hands off. The doctors tell us when he's ready.
Well, they have their own team doctors. Now, to Caserio's point here, you do have to clear the final protocol, phase 5, with an independent neurologist.
Right.
But their own medical staff can get him practicing quicker, can get him through the phases quicker, can get him to that independent neurologist faster.
True, but if the last step to getting actually on the field and playing real games is not out of the Texans' hand, then I wouldn't put this in the category of the Texans' process is different than other teams.
Right, I would agree with that.
Okay,
but they can impact the timeline. It's to say that they have no impact on the concussion protocols being disingenuous. Their medical staff are the ones that are diagnosing them, that are putting them in the room, that are taking their symptoms in terms of what they're feeling on the heels of the concussion. They're the ones that are getting them back on the treadmill doing exercises. They're the ones that are putting them back on the practice field. First non-contact, second day physical contact. And then the final step, when all that stuff has already been done, is the first time that you introduce an independent neurologist. So that's very disingenuous.
I guess it depends on what we're saying here. Like, certainly the Texans can have an impact on how he recovers from the concussion. I just don't think they're influencing the ultimate outcome of when he returns to the field, because I don't think however they handle the process up till step 5 is going to influence the independent neurologist.
I disagree, because if you would have rushed player A, let's just eliminate player names here. If you would have rushed, not necessarily rushed, but like, hey, you're not babying them. Hey, you're good. And your timeline on them is like, okay, we're not resting at all. We're not having any days. Your symptoms are very good. From what you're saying, I think we're perfectly okay. And then they're practicing on Monday and then having a contact practice Tuesday. If you didn't accomplish those steps, you're not even meeting the independent neurologist. Like, you could have done that and had them play on Thursday with the independent neurologist simply saying, yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're good. On either side of the day, on either side of the game day, whether it's pre-Thursday or post-Thursday. So I do think that they impact the timeline. Now, the neurologist has to clear them, but at that point, like, you can easily pass a baseline test, man. Easily.
Maybe.
Easily pass a baseline test.
And return to play in the same game?
No. Quicker. You could easily go the Titus Howard route as opposed to the Jalen Petrie route. Easily.
Yeah, maybe I'm mishearing what you're saying, but it kind of feels like the point is being made that they can influence how the final step goes with the independent neurologist by how they handle steps 1 through 4, and I don't believe that to be the case.
I think you're overrating the independent neurologist.
Okay, maybe so.
It's, hey, independent neurologist, here's our guy. He's good to go. What do you think? All right, that eye looks good. That eye goes. How many numbers do I got? What's your name? When's your birthday? Good to go.
I just thought the NFL, because of all the things you said earlier in the segment about, what's on the line for them, the perception and all that, that last step would be more than a rubber stamp. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but
yeah. Don't you feel like that's kind of gone away though a little bit from like a larger discussion point of view? The concussion concerns.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job with it. Actually,
yeah,
they've reduced concussions.
Like outside of like really Tua, like honestly,
and Chris Olave maybe.
Yeah, but like Tua's the one where because it's been so evident on the field with how bad it's looked with the stemming. It feels like it's not a discussion point very often anymore. Like
Stroud was fencing.
But not like Tua was. Like Tua was getting, like they were criticizing Tua and questioning if he should retire the next day.
See, Tua went back in the game too. Like that was
That's right.
I mean, there were independent neurologists there.
And he hurt his back.
Yes.
Is what they said.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
He went back in the game, man.
Yeah.
That was scary. 713-780-ESPN. John will get to you on the other side. The junkies want to talk brain injuries. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You want to watch some good football? I got the idea for you, the plan for you. Saturday at 3, TD ECU Stadium. The weather is going to be great. The weather's always great at TD ECU Stadium. So get on out there and watch the most underrated Power 4 conference in all of the land. But your Houston Cougars, 8-2, ranked number 25 in the AP, and let's show this Houston Cougar team some support. They're 25th ranking. They're 8-2 record. Let's show them what Cougar pride really looks like, and join us this Saturday for Senior Day. Honor the seniors as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU, the Horned Frogs of TCU. 3 p.m. final home game of the season. Last chance to get out there to TD ECU Stadium this year. Last chance to check out this football team at home. 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougars.com/tickets. Let's fill every seat. Turn TD ECU Stadium red and send these seniors out with the support that they deserve. Tickets? Well, they're 25th in the country. How about tickets at $25? How about that? What a deal. Tickets start at just $25. So get on out there. Bring the energy. Bring the noise. Get your tickets now. uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. Come early. Be loud and wear red.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Tonight, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Montana Grizzlies. Game coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors. Why did they sell us their cars? Because we pay more at GiveMeTheVin.com. And why do we pay more? Because you and I both know that your car is worth more than others will offer you. And your time is worth more, too. I'm John Clay Wolf, and I created GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell me your car faster and hassle-free because you're worth more.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Jeremy and Joe, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm a big believer in journalism. I'm big journalism. Big fan of it. I'm not a journalist, but I'm a big fan of journalism. Big journalism. I believe in the interest of journalism, one of you guys should get concussed for the show. And then we can kind of through the process and, see what it's like.
Been there, done that.
All right, well, let's try it again. You know what it's like.
I've already had, I don't want. 4 seems like a lot.
You had 4?
I've had 3.
Really? Yeah. No wonder you have CTE.
When was your most recent?
High school.
So they were all in football?
No.
None of them were in football?
2 of them were in football.
Whoa, go ahead.
Okay. From 2nd grade to 3rd grade, I had a growth spurt. But in 2nd grade, I was very
I'm going to let that one go.
I was very, it's okay. I was very, very short in 2nd grade. To where I could run under the playground without having to bend down.
I've heard this one. Yeah.
So I was just like the first day of school, I was just standing underneath the playground and just stood up and cracked my skull open. I still have a bump on my head.
You still got a bump?
Nice hands.
Thank you. Hands team.
Does that make you in a better mood now?
No.
You showed your hands
off?
off?
My baseball is gone. Somebody stole my baseball. I earned that baseball. I caught that foul ball at Tropicana Field. All 300 people were there. Junkie says if we want to discuss brain injuries, we're tuning into 610 right now. That's mean. We're not going to read. We're not going to read the mean things you're going to say about rival radio stations. 713-780-3776.
It might explain that.
We're not going to talk about the Baytown Batty having CTE. That's mean. That's rude. That's slander. Even 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. John wants to talk to concussions. What's up, John? You're in with Jeremy and Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, this is a response to John, the caller earlier that called in. So I believe the reason of these concussions, and it's according to the stats, I think black quarterbacks are more prone to injuries and concussions.
Woohoo!
Even
Bye, John.
Yeah.
You're ejected, John. You're out of here.
Legit banned.
I mean, unless you can back it up with facts. You can send in your facts, 713-780-3776. I don't know for sure that he's wrong.
I feel comfortable saying legit banned.
I'm pretty confident he is wrong. I cannot back that up with any sort of evidence or receipts.
But
John, if you can back it up with evidence and proof, 713-780-3776, we'll rescind our ejection.
How about you tweet them at us first so we can vet them, and then you can call in.
Did I say call?
Yeah.
I meant text.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. I say things I don't even know I say. I meant text.
Maybe you've had a concussion.
I said, I might be concussed right now.
Forgot your headphones?
You got concussed from forgetting your headphones?
Moody.
Sensitive to light.
Sensitive.
Are you though? The light's right in your face. I don't see. Doesn't seem like you're very sensitive.
It put me in a
right
bad
now.
mood. I was in a swell mood walking into the station today.
But that didn't put
and then
you in the bad mood.
immediately, it might have. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm in a bad mood. I just gave you examples of why I might be in a bad mood.
Do we need to give you the concussion quiz?
Yeah, give it to me.
I don't
See
know
if you
what
can
it is.
find one.
Okay. Joe, hold up a few fingers. See if Jeremy can
Concussion
identify
baseline.
it.
I mean, I've spent some time with some neurologists over the last couple of months. If anybody's spent time with
trying to
neurologists
figure out
over the
what's
last
making you
couple
tick?
of months, it's been me. I've rubbed elbows with some of the best neurologists in the city of Houston these last couple of months. So if anybody knows about concussions, it's me, I think.
Okay. Do you want to do like the cognitive one or?
Yeah, give me the cognitive.
Okay. When's the last time you hit your head? Last 24 hours, 2 weeks, 3 months. Last year is more than a year ago. Never.
3 months.
Okay.
I avoid contact. I don't want to get down.
In addition to your most recent injury, have you previously sustained or known about a probable concussion?
No.
This is going to be a no. You don't have a concussion.
Yeah, thank you.
I found a few more questions.
All right, what do you got?
Repeat the numbers 419 backwards.
914.
All right, I think you're fine.
No.
Is that it?
So are they giving Stroud these tests?
That's one of them. I'm just saying I think you're fine. Now, this is from Google AI, so, grain of salt. I mean, the other ones are like what month, day, and year is that. I feel comfortable you can do that. It's the top of our Google Doc, if nothing else. You can cheat.
Asking a team member to get a concussion for the sake of a radio bit sounds like when Jong had to take pepper spray to the face for the sake of radio. And you remember the moment, Jasper, so why are you telling us not to?
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do? Just like run into the wall?
The fake brick wall?
Yeah, run into the fake brick wall. Hopefully it doesn't fall down.
Can we just call HRMP, sign up a waiver? Can we make the interns do it?
That's a good idea.
I don't want to do this.
It really would be nice if there was an HRMP live right after this segment, but
I was thinking of something for our interns to do, but I forgot what it was.
Concussion.
Oh, didn't you want him to get tased or something?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I thought someone brought that up
I think
recently.
it was like to come up with takes.
No, takes. It was takes.
Takes.
Did you hear that as tase?
No, I thought someone said, maybe it was, I'm remembering another conversation with someone else.
I forgot what it was. I need to write down my
But
ideas.
someone wanted to test out like a tape. You know what? I know what I'm remembering. It was from a different show, so we're good.
I was like, I don't think that was us.
Yeah, no, it was a
You
different
listen
show.
to other shows, huh? A junkie who has been the best Texans quarterback. This dude sent this in 8 times. Who has been the best Texans quarterback this year, CJ or Mills?
CJ.
I think it's CJ by a mile.
Yes.
CJ by a mile.
If you think the answer is Mills, let's test you for concussion.
So the answer is not Mills, but the gap I don't think is tremendous.
That's fair.
And I have a theory on this. Watching Mills orchestrate this offense for 2.5 games, I think proves something about this Texans offense. I think it says a little bit about the Texans offense, and I think it says a little bit about C.J. Stroud. I'll tell you what the heck I'm talking about next. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Do you have a concussion? A good way to get over your concussions by going to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to enjoy rest and relaxation. You're not going to have a whole lot of light to be sensitive to. So get on out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and alleviate your concussion symptoms or alleviate your stress or anxiety. Whatever your issue is, Two Creeks Crossing Resort is going to make you feel better. Book now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Open green spaces, beautiful wildlife. The nature out there is obviously very good because it's nature. Hike on their 92 acres of property. Do some kayaking on their water. Maybe you like to play pickleball. They got pickleball courts for you and some of the best fishing fishing in Texas, too. The two creeks run alongside their property, the big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. You cannot beat it. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. You're there in an hour and a half. They got it all, too. They got glamping. They got cabins. They have a tree house out there that's awesome. Branham family loved it. You already have an RV? We'll bring it out there. They have RV hookup spots for you. The perfect stay for everybody. And they're always taking care of their customers. Look at this weekend, for instance. They have I'm Thankful for You Friday and Saturday. Bonfire and s'mores, things for the kiddos, bingo, some live music featuring Jesse Loving. And you're a college football fan. You're listening to us. They got your college football at Swampers. You're not going to miss a snap. And right now, from November through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays. It's the 40-20 discount, so take advantage of that. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. You can find them on social media as well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Follow them on Twitter. Keep up with them on Twitter. You might even win a free stay. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
That's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Easy on the intern talk. Ryan from KRBE got canned for intern activity. JT Ag.
Is that what happened?
I hadn't seen that part of it.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I heard he got fired. I didn't hear what it was for.
You heard he got fired?
Well, he got let go or whatever the verbiage is.
I read in the Chronicle that he left the show. So I don't know why he left the show.
Maybe he was given the chance to leave on his own accord before they...
I feel like we're just spreading gossip and innuendo. I feel like y'all are going to be sued for slander.
I didn't say anything. Radio. That was Brian.
Brian.
I said...
Brian might be leaving Jeremy and Joe because of Ryan from KRBE.
I said get a waiver first.
Yeah.
So
they would to
intern would have to sign it. We wouldn't actually.
Is Samantha Gibbons on that show? Who we used to work with at
Yeah, I know she went to that station after she was at 610, but I don't know.
Because the picture that they used on the Chronicle today to like the story, they had a picture I think looked like her. I was like, is that Samantha?
I think it is.
She could still be on the show.
Maybe
I don't know.
She's a producer or something.
I have no idea. I know she went there, but I don't know what happened
Samantha,
after that.
We got Brian. I gave myself a concussion in first grade by repeatedly banging my head against a metal pole on the playground. Why? Because I was bored, says Eric the buyer.
Cam Scattaboo.
Eric, I'm concerned about the things you're buying. If that's the case. Wheat Straw, it's probably a concussed C.J. Stroud texting in that question about who's been the better quarterback. We're not going to make fun of C.J. Stroud as he recovers from a concussion. That's insensitive. We don't do insensitive things on Jeremy and Joe. 713.
He's recovered enough.
78. What did you just say?
He's recovered enough.
I didn't think that was the R word he said. I did not. I was like, what in the world, Joe?
You think he went Chris Broussard?
I thought he did. For a brief moment, I was like, what did he just say?
I heard recovered, Joe, so you're fine. You definitely said recovered.
Thank goodness.
It's like,
new headphones, Jeremy Branham.
I am using inferior headphones with the inferior hookup spot, too. I do have an 1/8 of an inch, not a 1/4 of an inch. I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
Okay.
The size of the plug-in matters.
It does.
It makes it sound better.
Hey, phrase it!
Brian, you're the pervert. Do y'all think Texans will get any offers on Mills this offseason? I don't.
No, I do not think so. I also don't think you move on from him unless you have a sure plan going forward. And I don't know if drafting a quarterback in like the 4th round makes sense.
Oh, somebody said Instagram DMs with the details of activity surfaced is what I'm hearing on Ryan. Let's send those our way. I like a good little gossip and drama. What happened? Send them 713-780-3776. What you're hearing and reading, send those our way. Like to know. Adrian says yes. Samantha Gibbons is on the show. Sheesh, slow down, Adrian. She's married. Goodness, he was quick to answer.
Well, they know about the ladies, our listeners.
NFL is nothing but a bunch of bad words this day and age. Guess the bad word. 713-780-3776.
Let's start with.
Well, I mean, you can read it.
Oh, it's a cat.
I was about to say, does it start with the letter P?
Yep.
Is that cash or trash? The NFL is a bunch of bad word this day and age.
Trash.
I cash it.
I think it's more than it used to be.
I think they go to extremes to protect players. But I guess they have to, man.
They have to.
I mean, boxing doesn't.
Like $1 billion.
Boxing doesn't.
And lost.
MMA doesn't.
Well, it's because the referees are bad sometimes.
They're not in the NFL?
I mean, it's true.
All right, so watching Davis Mills orchestrate this offense for 2.5 games, it's clear to me what the Texans want from the quarterback position in this offense.
What is that?
I think they want somebody who's precise, quick, makes quick decisions, gets rid of the football fast, is willing to do the whole death by 1,000 cuts. And Stroud is superior than Davis Mills. But I wonder if Mills is better for the scheme than Stroud. And Stroud, I don't think, likes the scheme. Like, there's been times after a good game where he, like, talks it up a little bit and, like, Kaylee, yay. But he's also like, we have to make hard decisions. We have to do things that maybe are outside the box. He has talked negatively about a death by 1,000 cuts. So I think the scheme actually fits Davis Mills better than Stroud. Stroud is way better than Mills, but the gap seems smaller because Mills is a better scheme fit than Stroud. And I'm not sure that Stroud likes the scheme.
I don't think he likes the scheme at all. Quincy Avery, his quarterback coach,
that's him,
said on Ryan Russillo's podcast like a month and a half ago that he wouldn't be afraid. He thinks CJ would not be afraid to go to management to change the offensive coordinator.
Who said that?
Quincy Avery.
Ooh.
So.
Dang.
Like.
That's pretty damning comment.
Yeah. Like if he's already saying like he's not afraid to do it, well then that means he doesn't like it. Because I'm with you. The best version of Davis Mills we saw this weekend when it was step back, finish your drop, throw to Nico Collins. Don't have to think. Don't have to go to a second receiver. Go to your first option and move on. Nico's open. Move the chains. Same thing to Schultz. Just keep moving it. Stroud wants the bigger play. He wants to go for the deep ball. He wants to extend plays at times. Davis Mills is just operating this offense at the very basic level, and it worked for the most part this weekend.
It kind of feels like what you're describing, though, there when you talk, Joe, is more of the West Coast San Fran system than what we were interpreting as more of a New England system early in the year. Like the idea of
I think it's a hybrid of both. I think we say New England whenever things we don't like about the offense, and I think we say San Francisco when there are things that we do like about the offense.
Maybe so, but like if the idea is one step, throw your first read, and not really having to go through like option routes and like go just get rid of the ball quick, that seems more West Coast than what we were talking about 2 months ago.
Yeah, it is a little bit more West Coast, but option routes is more Patriots Coast.
Right. So, but by that token, like I kind of thought it kind of seemed like we thought CJ wanted more of the San Fran system back when he was unhappy with the offense. But if he's wanting to go for the more like the bigger play, kind of feels like he'd be on the New England side.
See, I think what Stroud, if you ask C.J. Stroud what kind of offense he would want, what would your answer be?
My guess would be the West Coast.
713-780-3776. I don't agree. What would your answer be?
Whatever the Rams are running now, because it's not what the Texans were running before.
It's like McVay Coast. I think that C.J. Stroud would want to run the spread. I think he would want to sit back in the shotgun and have 3-4 receivers every single play.
Yeah.
I think he would want the Ohio State offense. Like, I think that's when he thinks he is at his best. And I don't necessarily disagree with him. Like, I think he's at his best when he's, in the pocket. I think he's at his best when he does release the ball quickly. But I think he likes it spread out. I think he likes to have, multiple options. I think he wants a lot of freedom, too, which they preach freedom. But I think a lot of it's pre-snap, which I don't think is his strong suit. And I think that he feels like he has governors on whenever he's like, get rid of the football quickly. Stop trying to make the big play every single play, which I don't necessarily disagree with the Texans' mindset there. I don't think that the explosive play is the answer every single time. But you see what the Texans do with Davis Mills? It's short passes, quick. Short passes, get rid of it quickly. Quick slant. Maybe an intermediate pass 2 or 3 times every now and then. One shot play once every half, maybe once a quarter. And that's not C.J. Stroud. Stroud isn't dink and dunk and dink and dunk and dink and dunk, intermediate, dink, dunk, intermediate, dink, dunk, deep play. That's not Stroud. But that's what they do with Davis. And I think that's what they, in a perfect world, would want to do. Now, I would say that C.J. Stroud in the 5 quarters before he was concussed was starting to fit the scheme far better. He was looking really good in the offense, looking really good in the scheme. I think that he was starting to morph into the quarterback they want for this offense. But I think Mills is more natural for the quarterback they want in this offense.
Yeah, I think so too, because he fits more of what I think, in a weird way, he resembles Tom Brady more than C.J. Stroud does.
Yeah.
Like, that sounded what? Like, he's more Brady.
Yeah, he's more robotic, more knows to go over the ball, quicker, a little. Like, his feel's not bad. Like, he has pretty good feel, where I think C.J. Stroud kind of like, all right, vibes.
Yeah.
Like, give me 4 receivers. Let's go to the playground a little bit. Let me sling it around the ball yard here. I don't want to sit here and dink and dunk and dink and dunk. And that's why when he's had bad games, he's kind of talked about the death by 1,000 cuts in a very negative way.
And when he's been at his best as a quarterback, he's had a receiver, I think, that complements him more in what he wants to do in Tank Dell. Like, Tank Dell wasn't always just a first route guy. It was the big explosive plays.
Yeah.
Like finding
little scramble drill stuff.
Scramble drill. Like, him and Tank were really good at that stuff. Like, that's always when he wants to be a spread quarterback.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be the offense that he would want, is a spread. So let me be in the gun. Let's have 3-4 receiver sets the entire game, and let's ball. I don't think he loves the whole 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, people bunched up, little slots, dinks and dunks, intermediate routes every now and then. I don't think he's a perfect fit for the scheme. And I think that's why the gap, when we look at the production between Stroud and Mills, looks a lot closer than what it should. It's because Mills, because he's a better fit, is producing better, and Stroud, because he's not a great fit, is producing worse, with the caveat that Stroud was coming around, which is kind of, the double whammy of the concussion, is like he's starting to really get it. He's starting to look really good. Concuss, missed 3 games. Who knows what he's going to look like coming out of the concussion?
Well, it should look to me, if CJ is the quarterback that we think he is, it should just be where he left off. Like, that's what you would expect out of your quarterback, right?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Like, if Joe Burrow was in the concussion protocol right now, we wouldn't be expecting him in a new offense to take a step backwards.
Man, if these Ryan texts are real.
Oh yeah, I was trying to scroll in.
Yeah, I just zoomed in. There's a lot of words. Whenever you get these like texts that are like, just blocks of blue, like, it's never a good thing.
Yeah, there's something bad in there.
Whenever your word ratio is 99-1, that's usually a negative. Like, that's a red flag. Yeah,
big time.
You don't want those. Poor. I don't know I don't know who's poor in this case.
Usually the intern.
Yeah, it's not great.
I wouldn't send these texts to Sean, I'll tell you that. 713-780-3776, Monday Night Football. What do we make of this one? Brian Schottenheimer, just give him the Coach of the Year award now. 713-780-3776, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay, that's cool. This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
Let's go!
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I think I figured out why I'm in bad news. This color dude that can't get the start time of our show right. I'm going to have another reason to be in a bad mood. We'll get to Monday Night Football in a second. I don't like the way this Major League Baseball offseason is starting for the Houston Astros.
I don't
right
either.
Now. I saw something as I was meditating earlier today. How could you see something as you're meditating? I do it very uniquely.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my new favorite words, unique. As I was meditating today, Brandon Woodruff accepts the qualifying offer from the Brewers. I wanted him to be a Houston Astro on a $40 million 2-year deal. Thanks a lot, Brando. So that didn't put me in a great mood. And then Brian, wet blanket Brian over there, delivering the news, reported, I think, first by Chandler Rome, maybe Brian McTaggart. I don't know. There's always one of those two guys. Oh, yeah, go Cougs. I was wondering why you played that for a second. The Astros are DFAing Ramon Urias to make room for Miguel Ulola on the 40-man. Okay, that's fine. Like, Miguel Ulola needed to be protected. He's not a Rule 5 guy. If you place him in the Rule 5, he's going to get drafted. He's no longer going to be in your organization. You needed Miguel Ulola. But Ramon Urias over Mauricio Dubon? And I know I'm going to make people mad here. I know. Look, Joe just went,
No,
can't believe you just said that.
No, I think you're looking at the wrong people of the or part of this.
Okay, well, I went Urias and Dubon because they're very similar in terms of their position usage.
Yeah.
Now Dubon can play some outfield. Urias doesn't really do that.
Yeah, but you also could have DFA'd someone else.
Okay, well, then who?
Taylor Trammell.
Oh, yeah, good call. He's the left-handed bat they covet.
Logan Van Way.
Oh, Logan Van Why.
Why?
Yeah, get it right.
Is De Los Santos a must-keep on the 40-man roster instead of waiting to trade one of these guys?
Enyo De Los Santos. He was pretty good.
I agree.
I wouldn't mind if Enyo De Los Santos is on your big league roster.
Yeah, but could you have kept
Trammell is a good
Urias
call.
Yeah.
Trammell, some people would say Jesus Sanchez. I don't agree with the Jesus Sanchez part of it. You could have DFA'd Jesus Sanchez. I would have rather had Urias than Dubon, though. Urias is a better baseball player than Mauricio Dubon. Yeah, Doobie's got the double gold glove, but he's still not as good as Ramon Urias, and Urias is projected to make $1.5 million less dollars than Mauricio Dubon. Urias, 11.2 career WAR, 104 career OPS plus. Dubon, a 7.3 career WAR, 85 OPS plus. We don't care about their careers. We care about the right now. What did you do for me lately? WAR. Mauricio Dubon had a 1.7 WAR last year, Joe. Ramon Urias had a 2.2 WAR in less at-bats.
Yeah.
Mauricio Dubon couldn't hit his weight. Well, he had 241. But he had a 78 OPS plus. The average for a Major League Baseball player is 100. Dubon had a 78 plus. Urias wasn't great, 88, but over the course of his career, he's been a above average hitter. They kept Dubon, who's making $1.5 million more over Urias, and you're right. Like, there's some other names, like Logan Van Wy could have very easily been a guy. Taylor Trammell could have easily been a guy there too. So I don't hate those as well. But if I went tit for tat, Urias for Doobie, I don't care about the gold gloves. Urias is better and he's cheaper.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong move. I would have kept Urias over Dubon.
Dubon.
And look, I don't hate your idea. Keep them both.
Yeah, and then
make
trade
Dubon a backup outfielder. Get rid of Trammell.
Or trade one of, like, keep them both.
Trade
and then
one.
Trade one of them.
For anything.
Yeah, like.
I don't like the way this offseason started. This just cements
your bad mood.
But I wasn't going to go there. I was going to go with I don't really have faith in Dana Brown. Like, I know this is minor. I get it. Like, we're talking about a utility player. We're talking about a backup guy that hopefully doesn't even play that much. I understand. I get it. It's minuscule in the grand scheme of things. But if you can't get the minuscule things right, I'm supposed to trust you on the big things?
Yeah, it doesn't help their case for doing the big things in any of this. I don't like this move either. Like, is it a major move? No, but you could have saved $1.5 million and probably got the better baseball player. But this is probably a culture thing.
Yeah, they don't want to do. They believe in Doobie to do it.
Doobie do it.
Doobie did it. He got Ramon Urias, the better player, DFA'd.
He did.
I think was this Urias' final year? I think he might have had an extra year of club control too. If that's the case, I'm gonna be really mad. Because not only do you get rid of the worst player, but you get rid of the player who had more club control. I don't know if he had an extra year or not. But if he did, that's not great.
Looks like his arbitration ended next year.
Okay, so they're both in the final year.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a little more tolerable. Still not tolerable. I'm not happy about this, Joe.
No, I don't like this move.
Woodruff is off the board. You keep the worst player. I don't trust Dana Brown.
And just to get all the information out there, Fromber declined your option, your qualifying offer as well. That was inevitable, but just make sure you put it all out there.
So you're going to get a draft pick there.
You are. That's good. You get a draft pick because of Hunter Brown.
You want? Yeah, that's actually better.
That's a first rounder.
We think that the Astros were above the luxury tax threshold.
We Yeah, and look, it's not Santa asked us on Twitter, who's the backup shortstop if you move on from Dubon?
Urias.
Yeah, or Bryce Matthews, who's on the 40-man roster.
It doesn't seem like they like him there, though.
Well, you also have this guy named Carlos Correa that can play shortstop if you need help.
To be fair, Urias hasn't played short like the last few years, but that's not stopping me from keeping him over Dubon.
Yeah, it's not gonna make or break the Astros season, but I'm not as bad.
Or Correa.
Yeah, that's what I said. I just said that.
Oh, I wasn't listening because I'm angry. I'm seeing red right now.
I can tell. But yeah, Correa could have played shortstop for the month that Pena misses.
Are we talking Astros in November? Why? Hold on a second. This junkie said, are we talking Astros and November? No, currently we're just talking about the Astros. We said nothing about the month of November. You know what? You're gone.
See ya.
That was a quick trigger, Brandon. You're darn right it was a quick trigger. I'm in a bad mood.
Yeah. A lot of people are going to get banned today. Over-under, Brian? We're at 2 so far.
Ejections. They're not banned.
I'll put the over-under, including the 2, 4.5.
I don't think we get to that high. It's been 2
Two
in an
more?
hour. It depends if you ask Cutler when the show starts.
An hour and 12
minutes. Can I eject Cutler?
No.
That's third.
You can't.
Well, that's the third, though.
But he has to be part of it. You can't eject him.
Maybe Dubon has agreed to an extension. I hope not. I don't want to extend Mauricio Dubon. I hope not. I hope he did not get extended because his arbitration his arbitration estimate for Mauricio Dubon's $5.8 million. You want to give a multi-year contract to Mauricio Dubon for $6 million or more?
No,
that's bad ball.
Does it feel? It kind of feels like Dana Brown made this move based on vibes, which
Yes.
I don't love.
He's a chemistry guy.
Yeah, it's a vibes move.
You're overreacting, Branham. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. I am. But it just does not give me confidence in an instrumental, critical offseason that Dana Brown's going to do it right.
Well, this is probably a Joe Espada move, too, right? If it's a vibes move.
If Joe Espada's making managerial – that's not the right word. If Joe Espada is making roster decisions, then the Astros hierarchy is an issue.
You don't think that he has some say in like a situation like this? $1.5 million. Which guy do you prefer to have?
He might have say, but if he does, I cannot stand their policies and principles. A general manager should not give the manager roster decisions on November 18th on who to keep on the 40-man.
Yeah, I like having my manager a little involved.
When it's Joe Espada? Like,
Well,
if one thing, if it's Dusty. If it's Dusty, let's get Dusty into the room here. I don't mind that Joe Espada's in the room, but Joe Espada should not have any influence. Joe Espada's not earned that.
Well, I mean, he's been here longer than Dana Brown.
He was a bench coach.
I would say Joe Espada has say just because you kept him.
I don't like it. I don't think that Joe Espada should have any say on the roster. No say. I'm not even sure he should have say on the lineup. I don't like Joe.
Well, does he?
I think Joe's a mediocre manager. Joe Meh Spada. I do. I think he's a mediocre manager. I think if you blind ranked managers in baseball, 1 through 30, I think Espada would be in the middle.
I think
I don't think that's an outrageous take.
No, I think he'd be below the halfway point.
Why are we acting like that's an outrageous take?
No, you're just spicy today.
I know I'm not spicy. I am accurate.
Would Dana Brown also be bottom half?
I think he'd be in the bottom third.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm fine with that.
Unfortunately.
Hey, maybe we'll do that. Here's a general manager. Who's better, this guy or this guy? Who's a better manager, this guy or this guy? I think that we would all come to the conclusion that Joe Espada is somewhere in the middle and that Dana's probably somewhere in the lower middle. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener. I don't like that you call me spicy either. You're a gringo. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Yeah, Jeremy. You said something I didn't agree with there. Okay. You said Arias was better than Dubon. I don't know in what world you would say that. I know you
War, OPS plus.
You probably prefer offensive players over defensive players, but why would you take just an infielder over a guy that can play 7 positions and play them well, and a guy that in the first half of the season kept you in ball games with his timely hitting, even though he didn't get to play that much? I don't understand this one, Jeremy. I don't like Dana Brown either or Joe, but I really like Dubon.
Appreciate the call, Willie, and I respect your opinion. And I just disagree with it here. But I respect your opinion. You know ball. And you're right. I do like offensive players more than defensive players. I don't think there's a huge drop-off between Arias and Dubon defensively. I will agree with you that Dubon's better defensively. I have no problem saying that. But I don't think it's a massive drop-off. I don't think the gap between Dubon and Arias defensively is as big as the gap of Arias and Dubon offensively. Arias makes up the gap defensively with his bat. And Arias is a good defensive player. He's a former Gold Glove, too. Now, the 7 defensive positions for Mauricio Dubon, I guess we're talking about all of them other than catcher and pitcher. So you're talking first, second, short, third, left, center, right. Do you want Mauricio Dubon to ever play left or right field?
Not really.
Like if he's one of your corner outfielders where you're supposed to have offense, that's a problem. So yeah, tip your cap to the versatility, but you never want Mauricio Dubon in those spots. Maybe late game, defensive replacement. You never want him to start a game at left and right. Same thing at first. Same thing at first. Third base, okay, Dubon's better defensively than Arias at third base, but Arias is the better hitter. Arias hasn't played shortstop in a couple of years. You have some options there that don't include Dubon, whether, hey, Arias, pick up that glove, play a little shortstop, or you slide Correa over to short where he's still very good. So I don't see the advantage there that Dubon is able to play multiple positions.
Yeah, I just think you're just, at this point, you're strong enough defensively where how many like late game substitutions defensively are you trying to make for the Houston Astros outside of left field?
I also think people sometimes just far overrate like how many positions a guy can play. Like, okay, he can play 7, but if he's a minus hitter or below average hitter at all 7 positions, is that really like, yeah, okay, it helps if you have a bunch of injuries, sure. It helps maybe to give the guys days off, but like I don't see it as this trump card in the conversation. Like if he's a minus defensive or offensive player at one position, he's a minus at all of them.
Well, you can get away with a bad bat at some premium defensive positions, catcher, short, center, third base coming a little bit more.
It's just
premium
like he's going to be a hitter you don't trust regardless of where you play him.
Yep.
I have a big picture question for this.
Okay, you want to tease it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's tease Joe's big picture idea. I'm sure it's great.
Thanks.
And Keith on the
that
other
was
side,
spicy.
That's how you sell it, baby. That's how I keep you, the audience, through the break. I sell how great Joe's question's going to be. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You know what's as great as what Joe's question's going to be? Higgins Boat Rum. Higgins Boat Rum is sensational. You need to get your hands on a bottle right now. And whenever you do get your hand on a bottle, by the way, you're also donating to Camp Hope, which is going to support our veterans. What do you mean? Well, Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage. It's named after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. But Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope to support our veterans, so you're honoring heroes with every pour. So it's a win-win. You're getting fantastic top-shelf rum, and you're also helping the cause a bit. Higgins Boat Rum is known as the Texas bourbon drinker's rum. It is bold. It is smooth. It is steeped in history, honors the greatest generation. Perfect to sip neat on the rocks or the Big Rock. Higgins Boat Rum is excellent for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. I've been having my old-fashioned with it. Love it. I've heard that the Manhattan with it is good. Manhattan's not my drink, and old-fashioned is, but I've heard that it's very good there. Pina Colada, Mai Tai for the boys. They love it. Cuba Libre. It's perfect with them all. Higgins Boat Rum uses the Prosecco craft technology that we've all grown to love, makes it smoother, enhances those natural flavors and aromas while removing those bad, harsh elements. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all of their social medias. You're going to get live updates about your new favorite rum. You're going to get some behind-the-scenes stories, great content, too, on all of their social media accounts, tasty cocktail ideas as well. A premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now at Total Wine in Baybrook or at HigginsBoatRum.com. Shipping to 48 states across the U.S., so you can send this to your family members that you're not going to see. It makes a great gift. You can use Higgins Boat Rum to pay off a debt that you've never paid. HigginsBoatRum.com. Order now. Bring home a bottle of courage.
ESPN 97.5.
Tonight, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Montana Grizzlies. Game coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get Ramblin'.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
This Thursday, join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live from East River 9 ahead of Thursday Night Football. We're on air from 7 a.m. through kickoff, so play golf, crush some pickleball, then catch the game at the River House Restaurant at East River 9 this Thursday.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. What was your great question, Joe?
All right, so they've got a lot of infielders, Jeremy. A lot of infielders.
The Astros, yeah.
Mauricio Dubon is best in the infield, as is Urias. Is this an indicator that everyone else is going to return? Christian Walker, Paredes, not at all.
No, it's not an indicator that they're going to return. It's an indicator that they're going to be here for now. Like, they had to make that decision.
We think today.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So, like, either you don't, like, it was Ulola or figure out somebody to
DFA.
And to figure out somebody to DFA. Now, you could talk about who they should have DFA'd. I thought you brought up some good names. I immediately went to the player comp. Logan Van Wy would have been fine. I wouldn't have lost any sleep about Logan Van Wy. I wouldn't have lost any sleep about Taylor Trammell. And I like Taylor Trammell a little bit. I think he's got some thump. But no, I mean, they can still trade any of those guys.
Because if you were going to keep both of them, it feels like you would have still this. Yes, you could still trade someone. But based off the reporting we've already had about Christian Walker, about Paredes, all this stuff, it feels like it doesn't also then make sense to keep two utility infielders on top of that. And it feels like, for at least for today, that's part of the reason why they made this decision over Trammell, for me.
No, I don't think. I think it's more just the calendar. Like, if they had an offer next week that they could trade Christian Walker for a pretty good prospect and not retain any salary, are they making that trade?
Probably.
Yeah, so you're not committed to these guys the remainder of the offseason. Like, I still think you're going to kick the tires on things. You're still going to explore things.
Mm-hmm.
If they could trade Christian, and this is not realistic, I'm just throwing this out there for clicks. If you could trade Christian Walker for Brendan Donovan today, are they doing it?
Yes.
Yeah, so how does this move have anything to do with Christian Walker being on this team come opening day?
Well, I'm wondering if they want to. Like are they wanting to explore those things?
Look, I can't speak for Dana.
Yeah.
Dana can't even speak for Dana because what Dana says never comes out to be truthful. I don't think he's lying. I don't think that he's informing us misinformation intentionally. I don't think it's a lie. I just think he says stuff and doesn't always follow through. Like when he told Salisbury, like, we expect Kyle Tucker to be here for the remainder of his career, I don't think that he was lying in that moment. I believe that he believed that. Now, can we be critical of him believing that? Mm-hmm. Sure. And can we be critical of him saying things and then actually them never happening? Sure. But do I think he's like a cold-blooded liar? No, I don't think Dana's a cold-blooded liar. I think he's kind of loose-lipped and just kind of talks a lot and then can't always back up what he says. I don't think he's like an intentional liar or anything like that. But no, if a good offer came up for Walker, he would be gone. He would be gone because it opens up so many. Like I said, if the Cardinals, and they would never accept this, but if you could trade Christian Walker for Brendan Donovan tomorrow, do the Astros make that trade?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely they do.
So that's why I don't think that this move is an indicator about the rest of their roster.
That's fair.
The rest of the offseason. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love the baseball conversation. November. Obviously, a lot of action going on today. It kind of feels like, the Astros are, as long as Jim Crane's the owner of the team, they're going to be in a win-now mode. The window's open. I'm seeing the Astros linked to Dylan Cease once again. I think he's the best starting pitcher on the market, turns 30 this Christmas. Fastball slider, really good chase rate, a perfect pitcher to replace Frommer in the rotation. Where would you say on a 1 to 100% chance that Cease is an Astro? And I think with the Astros, resume and proof of, like, their pitching staff and their coaches have been able to elevate pitchers. What do you think of Cease being an Astro next year?
I think Cease would be a great option. I think they can help unlock him more than what he's been before. I was much more confident like 2 weeks ago, I think it was, or last week as we were discussing this. I'm like 30% chance the Astros can get him at this point.
30?
Yeah.
What you said the other day was like as good as happening.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
What's changed in this kind of dead period?
Just reading like what John Heyman, all these people are talking about his market, and it seems like it's bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Okay. Yeah,
I do think Woodruff and Imanaga both accepting their qualifying offers today, it then limits the market even more, and it just means Cease's price is going to keep going up.
Yeah, more demand, less supply.
Yeah, because I feel like those two guys were going to be high target free agents.
Well, equal demand, less supply, I guess.
Like, are they as good as Cease? No, I would say they're not. But now you just have less guys on the market that were good pitching, so it just makes it harder for the Astros to get them.
Yeah, my odds have increased based on a source that was talking to me that basically says that Crane loves Dylan Cease.
If Crane loves him,
yeah,
he wants him.
Now, there are a lot of things that make me skeptical of this, obviously. Like, Crane has never signed a pitcher to that big of a contract. The last pitcher that he did sign to that big of a contract immediately became a bad contract. Lance McCullers. They signed Christian Javier to an extension, team-friendly extension. That has been negative ROI.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Hader, depends on where you're at on that side of the conversation. Has Josh Hader's contract been positive or negative ROI? I think it's probably slightly negative, and he still has 3 more years left on that contract. But if Crane likes his shiny toy, Crane's going to go get his shiny toy. So the odds for me have increased a little, but I still think it's like 15%.
Yeah,
15%.
It just if he really wants him, he's gonna go get him. The only thing about the pitching, like the negative ROI on those contracts, it didn't stop him from signing Christian Walker.
No, it did
after
not.
Jose Abreu. Clearly didn't care. He went for an aging veteran first baseman immediately after getting rid of Abreu.
Key from LA, what do you think of my Angels' chances of beating the Astros this year in the division?
Not much. I think they're gonna struggle this year.
Yeah, I don't like your chances, Key from LA. You should enjoy football season. Enjoy your Chargers.
You trying to decide which ones you're gonna read next?
I didn't know what this one meant.
The 3955?
No, I haven't got there.
Okay.
Jeremy would be in Soft Boys if Joy didn't can him like a buster. Oh, okay. I think I know what that means. Eric the Buyer, if the Astros got rid of Dubon, who would take his place in the HEB commercials?
Great question.
I actually know the guy who does that. He
is
Cam
Smith.
He told me they might take a year off.
Ooh.
So we'll see.
It's like, because Cam Smith's not HEB ready.
He's like Diesel, you're off.
Who else could be? Who could replace Dubon?
Well, Cray is back in now.
Correa's
Correa's
back.
back. Yeah, I mean, Correa's probably already replacing Dubon.
I would get Jordan, but I'd be scared to get hurt on the way. Jeremy, your logic is as flawed as your taste in fashion. Every hitter had a bad year, Pena and Jake excluded. I don't know what that means. Like, are you talking about like my take on Dubon? Because Dubon didn't have a bad year. Dubon's had a bad offensive career. Like, what am I missing here?
Yeah.
Maybe you're saying something else. I don't know. Jasper says, "Oh, ban me." No, you're good, Jasper. You can hang around. Let's all make Brandon mad. Cilantro tastes like soap. Cilantro's pretty polarizing taste. I used to not love it as a kid. I love it now, though.
But that's like a genetic thing, right?
Yeah, like my wife has that thing.
It can't be genetic if I didn't like it as a kid.
No, I
and
meant
like
the soap part of it.
Oh.
That's for some people it does
Yeah,
taste
some
like
people
soap.
it just straight up tastes like soap.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My wife included.
Interesting.
Which that would be a bummer.
I love the flavor of cilantro.
So do I.
Same.
So good. As a Astros season ticket holder, I'm terrified for the 26th season. Just curious, why do you say a spot is mid? Because I think he ranks in the middle of Major League Baseball managers. I don't think he's a tremendous leader in the clubhouse. Game day manager, I think is pretty average. I don't think he just oozes leadership. I think he's a little cheesy. I think he's a little corny at times, quite frankly.
That's where he started to lose me a little bit last year.
Yeah.
With the Cam Smith stuff specifically.
I think he got outmanaged by Detroit whenever he lost the 2-game series. Just not a huge spotted guy. I think he's middle of the pack. The Dodgers' backup utility player is Kike. The position definitely matters, especially come October. No more coffee, Jeremy. I don't have any coffee right now.
But Kike Hernandez is also a starter on a lot of teams.
I disagree. I think he's overrated. I think he's perfect backup player.
He just comes through in the clutch every October.
He does have big moments. Yeah, he does have some big moments. This is why U of H lost to my Florida in the championship final. Cry about it more. You, sir, ejected. Gone for the rest of the show.
You just made the list.
Jeremy's ready to DFA Espada. I wouldn't have minded if they moved on in the offseason. Well, not in the offseason, at the end of the season. If they would have had a managerial change, I would not have minded. We talked about this because Espada was on the chopping block, according to reports. Dana Brown was on the chopping block, according to reports. I would have been okay with them moving on.
Yeah, I think they're both on the hot seat this year.
I think so.
I mean, if they miss the playoffs again this year, there's no chance they're back.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there's all these injuries.
It's one thing to criticize a player, a general manager, or a manager, being a broadcaster, or raise your personality. It's another thing if you're going to sound like you can do a better job than them. Why don't you apply for that job to see if you can do better? I don't think I would get the job if I applied for it. If I applied for the general manager job for the Houston Astros, because they'll post it on LinkedIn. Do you think
really?
Do you think I would get? No, I don't think so. Do you think I would get an interview for the Houston Astros? I love these. Oh, you should go out and do it better. It's like whenever a player doesn't make a catch and like you're critical of the player for not making the catch, like a routine catch. Well, you should go out there and try. One, they won't let me. Two, you're comparing an NFL level player with some jabroni who talks in a microphone. Yeah. That's the bar that you want to create for the player. I love those arguments.
It's my least favorite arguments in what we do.
Oh, man. The Astros have upgraded the utility position every year. Arias was the next link to that. This is against the formula. I agree. I agree with Branham. I would rather have Arias over Dubon. However, we were talking about bench players, so I'm guessing Dana Brown and company would rather have a position versatility off the bench rather than the better bat. That is their logic. And I understand the logic. I just think Arias is better than Dubon, and I think that you have backup outfielders that you're going to carry on the team.
Yeah. I mean, if Jesus Sanchez and Jacob Melton are on this roster, how many games is Dubon playing in the outfield this year?
He shouldn't play. Now, if you trade Jake Myers, it changes some things.
Of course.
Because we talked about Dubon being the right-handed option in center field against left-handed pitching. So if it's part of like a bigger thing and they trade Myers, okay, I'll back out of this a little bit. Like, okay, because now Dubon is probably your center fielder against lefties. So I guess I'll throw in that caveat. I will recant my madness over this move if they trade Jake Myers in the offseason and Dubon's your right-handed center fielder.
I just don't think we're going to see a lot of Dubon this year as the roster is currently constructed, frankly. Like, okay, if it's as is, no trades, Paredes and Altuve and Dubon can play second base. You have your shortstop position covered with Pena and Correa. Correa and Paredes can play third, as can Dubon. Dubon can also play short. You're locked in at first base. You have all these outfielders out there. When's Dubon playing on a regular basis? He should not be playing as much this year.
That's why this move will have to have trades to make sense.
Yeah.
Because you already have an infield surplus. You have a position player surplus. So unless you're trading two guys, this move doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
One of them's probably Myers and one of them's an infielder.
Yeah.
Because right now, if you keep all your infielders, then you're rotating Isak Paredes around the horn. You're DHing Isak Paredes. There's not really room on the infield for Dubon. Now, if you trade one of the infielders and you trade Jake, then it magnifies Dubon's importance.
Sure.
So I will recant some of this anger over Dana Brown if they trade at least Jake Myers and or position player. Hated onions as a kid, loved them as an adult, says a junkie. I'm coming around on onions. Used to not be a huge onion guy, but I like them a little bit more now. Please just this junkie really wants me to read this text. Branham is sponsored by Tampax today, but he misspelled today. He spelled it Toay. Like if you're gonna insult, which I'm fond of. I encourage that. I like conflict, and I love conflict. You know that, and awkward conversations. If you're going to insult, though, you got to at least spell today right. Mm-hmm. You got to hit on the words.
You got to get the spelling.
You can't lob insults and then misspell words, and you can't send it twice because that lessens the impact of the insult.
Was it misspelled both times?
It said Branham is sponsored by Tampax 2A, and then he said, please just say you're sponsored by Tampax today. So he got it right the second time. Asking nicely while insulting.
Nicely while insulting from a joke that feels like it's from 30 years ago, too. It's like that's such an outplayed
It's
joke.
also very misogynist.
100%.
Yeah, you're misogynist. Should we ban him from the misogyny or should we encourage the misogyny?
Ban him.
Go ahead, Joe. You do it.
Ban!
Is that your ejection
You just
call?
made the list.
It is now.
You need to work on that.
That was quite a wind-up.
That's 4.
What did you say?
Banned.
Oh, banned. They're not banned. They're just ejected. They can come back tomorrow.
Banned
Rocky, they won't get rid of Dubon because he's JV's personal center fielder and he's coming back. That might be the best take of them all.
I mean, if that's why he's here, I hate it even more.
What goofball listens to sports talk and then tells Sports Talk's host they couldn't do a better job than the people they're talking about? Clown emoji.
Great question.
No duh.
We should actually, that should be an open invitation. The guy that said that I can't catch a football or I can't manage a baseball game as good as Espada and can't general manage a roster as good as Dana Brown, which you're probably right, but we're going to be critical of it. You can come in and do the radio show for a segment. Come on. Why not? A segment.
At a remote.
At a remote. You can get the microphone.
We have the microphone.
I mean, we let Sarge do a whole show, so.
Wow.
Jeez. I like Sarge.
I do too.
Brian.
Sheesh. I thought there was gonna be a lot of conflict on that show.
Sure.
That was my hope. I was hoping there was gonna be a lot of conflict and a lot of argument. And it was very friendly.
It was very friendly.
And it was very disappointing. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Let's get to the thing that we wanted to talk about first today. The thing we were going to talk about first today was Monday Night Football. We'll talk about what we were going to talk about first today. Cowboys, Raiders, and the excellent coaching of Brian Schottenheimer next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Taqueria Sarandas is dedicated to the community. This season of giving, they are going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, a turkey, a pie, and sides. Come in to register at any of the locations, and they are going to select one winner per location. Available at any Taqueria Sarandas, Arandas Bakery, and Arandas Seafood. No purchase necessary. Taqueria Sarandas serving the community since 1981. Also remember to grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandas Bakery. That's Taqueria Sarandas and Arandas Bakery. Go now.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
I'm gonna change your push notifications. Look.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. New name, Jeremy Branham. Tiger and JT would have thought the Tampax joke was funny. Remember that?
I don't think I do.
Yeah, because you're a casual. You remember it, Brian?
I don't.
Casual. No. You guys don't keep up with the gentleman sport.
They
were playing in a round together. Tiger's older now. I think Tiger outdrove JT. They were walking up the fairway, and Tiger slipped him a Tampax.
Oh.
Or tampon. I guess. I don't know if it's Tampax or not. That was a brand, right? Tampax is a brand?
So. Was that during one of, the match?
No, I don't remember the event. I don't think it was the match because they would have been in carts in the match.
Okay.
This was some sort of event. Now, it could have been a practice round, but they're usually not filming that closely to pick that up. It might have just been a normal event. They're paired up together. That would be my guess.
Feels like that's a bold move on just a normal event.
Where's Will Doctor when you need him? Tiger's done a lot of questionable things in his life.
That's true.
I don't know if you're familiar with that. A lot of questionable things in the life of Tiger. I'm actually fascinated by the life and times of Tiger Woods.
Do you think he's sending DMs like Ryan allegedly sent?
I think that he probably has, yes.
Yeah.
But probably on his burner phone. Or probably had somebody do it.
Unique.
Yeah. Unique New York.
If you don't know, look it up.
Unique New York. Spicy Jeremy is fire. I got Pepto for the haters. Grade the joke. 713-780-3776.
4?
I like the emoji use.
Yeah, the emojis help.
The emoji use was strong.
Yeah.
Pepto for the haters, not the best put down, but not bad.
Yeah, it's a 4.
Plus he curried some favor with me. So I'll give it a 5-6.
Curried some favor? Spicy?
Now it's a 2.
That's bad, Brian.
I thought that's the joke you were making. I was asking.
Brian, I thought the same thing.
That was not a joke.
Hold on. Jeremy gave me a look. He was totally making that joke. You gave me almost like a little wink.
You got a bleepy grin on your face right now.
You were totally making that joke.
Purpose.
No, I say that line all the time.
This is like your 6'7". I didn't mean to do it on purpose.
No, dude. I say curried favor all the time.
I do not. No,
yes,
you don't.
I do. Yes, I do say
all
curry.
The time?
Yes, I say curry favor a lot.
No, I think you're running from your own joke.
No, and I can actually tell you the genesis of curry flavor.
Oh, please
curry favor.
do.
The woman's wrestler, the soldier lady. They would talk about how she would curry favor with people.
Oh, from
May
Young?
Jane or whatever?
May Young back in the day?
No. She was new and then got pregnant and never has been seen again. I think they were going to try to do a thing with her and Ric Flair where Ric Flair was dating her.
Forget her name, but
that would be something whenever she had the Southern gimmick.
Yes, I know.
They would talk about how she would curry favor, and I was like, "That's a good line. I'm going to use that." And I have used curry favor a handful of times in my radio career.
So now you back down from a lot.
So I got
to a
receipts.
handful. But you don't have a receipt.
I did. I just told you the whole Genesis story.
That's not a receipt. You can't prove it. You're just saying
that is exactly proof. That it does a great job of highlighting and proving that it wasn't some cheesy pun.
It's not proof. You're just saying that you said it. That's he said, she said.
I think it's more than he said, she said. There's literally a lineage of where it came from.
Lineage.
I was gonna say, you say lineage.
The first time that I did 6-7, I did on that Two Creeks read. That was not on purpose. The first time was not.
Okay.
The times after
it was on purpose.
Yes. The first time was not. I don't lie because if you lie and the person catches you in a lie, you will forever be thought of them as a liar.
Yep.
So I don't get caught up in lie. I'll tell you the truth, man.
So can we go back to lineage now?
Did I say it wrong?
Yeah.
Did I say lineage?
No, you said lineage. Is it?
Yeah, you said lineage.
How do you say it?
Lineage.
What did I say?
Lineage.
Lineage instead of lineage?
Yeah, you said it instead of Lynn, you said lean.
You guys are mean, man. I'm ESL. English is my second language, and you're sitting here, emphasis on the vowel.
I think it was mostly because we were already arguing, so I was just going to pile on.
I also have no leg to stand on there. I bash y'all for getting names wrong all the time.
Yes, of course.
I got no leg. Look at this. Junkie. I remember hearing JB say curry favor a lot.
Define a lot.
I said a handful of times. I don't know. If I had to put a number on it, I would say a dozen times. A dozen times. Lacey Evans was her name.
Yep, that's it.
Somebody said China. No, China's not currying favor.
She's also not with us.
She's gone?
Yeah, she died 10 years ago.
I didn't know that.
Wait, are you being for real?
I didn't. Now that you say it, it like jogs my memory.
Okay.
But I would like if you would have just asked me point blank, is she alive or dead? I wouldn't have known the answer to that.
Yeah, she died in 2016.
Dang, I didn't know that. What did she do? Like how?
I want me to read her Wikipedia?
I brought it up.
I don't know.
Did you see the coaching job of Brian? The Cowboys got their head coaching job right, by the way. You know why I think that? Because of Brian Schottenheimer, baby.
You love
Brian
Schottenheimer.
Brian Schottenheimer won the football game yesterday because he laid down the law. He dropped the hammer. He showed everybody in Dallas that he means business. He's not a Jerry Jones puppet. He is not that. He is a leader of men. He means business, and he stands on it. Brian Schottenheimer yesterday benching CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens for one entire series where they went 3 and out. Benching him for that entire series was excellent coaching, excellent leadership, and it is no surprise that Brian Schottenheimer and the Cowboys rolled the Raiders after that because he got the locker room in his corner and even the respect of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens the moment he made that decision.
Do we know what they did yet?
I don't know.
Just have both guys, it's like Abdul Carter slept through a meeting.
Yeah, which he admitted it. He's like, yeah, it happened.
Yeah,
bad mistake, my bad.
But like, how do both guys, like, what did they do?
Hopefully they weren't sleeping.
It's true.
That'd be bad if both your receivers are sleeping.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great.
No, it wouldn't be good.
Or if just both missed practice.
What if they got in a fight?
That's what.
I mean, it was only one series, so it could have been anything. Like, my guess is they were late for a team meeting.
Yeah.
They were probably late for, like, the offensive walkthrough.
Carpool got delayed.
Well, the quote from Schottenheimer said things that were missed. I mean, what can that be other than
they missed a walkthrough?
They missed a walkthrough or a meeting. Yeah.
But that was excellent leadership, I thought, by Brian Schottenheimer. Cowboy fans should be happy today. 4-5-1. They're in the race, Joe.
They are.
They're in the NFC race, kinda. That's good. It's good for the Cowboys. They're sticking around in the race. They're currently, San Fran's 7-4. Like, it's a pretty decent gap.
Yeah, I mean the gap between them and even just the Panthers.
That tie hurts them, man.
It does.
Because 5-5.
It feels like that tie between either trying to catch up and then for the Packers as well is going to play a big factor this season.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the NFC is so deep right now. You have 9 teams with 6 wins or more.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's gonna be hard for the Cowboys to overcome.
Last night was kind of a must-win for them, but I'm glad that they got it. Dak Prescott was feeding families yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Love that from Dak. Chip Kelly.
Who wanted that idiot?
What was like $6 million to be the OC there?
Yeah.
Oof.
Even Pete Carroll. I mean, maybe it's more of a roster issue than it is just the 6 carries for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, I mean, game script though, you fell behind early. You weren't running the ball at all.
I thought I saw a stat though that was like first 30 plays, it was still only like 3 carries. So it wasn't like they got so far behind and then they abandoned the run. They just didn't do it from the beginning.
And even then, he's your best weapon on offense, him and Brock Bowers. So, I don't know if there's anything wrong with trying to continue to run the ball with Ashton Genty in that game. And he's been poorly used all season. So, last night just kind of adds to this entire year.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You boys good with game balls?
Game balls?
713-780-3776.
We can do that.
Let's hand out some game balls next. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Affordability right now, biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000 and most people wages, well, they just haven't kept up. That's why some people are stuck with these 7-year loans just to make the payments work. You got negative equity. You're trying to sell that car and you just can't because you still owe a ton of money on it. It's all bad right now. At D&M Leasing, they solve those problems with the Easy Lease. They offer lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem. Just go to dmautoleasing.com or you can call 713-290-1000. You submit your information. You're going to get a call from a leasing agent. They're going to walk you through the process. Very simple. You're going to be working with one person the entire time. They're going to bring that car right to you, whether it's to your office, your home. If you're at lunch, and say, hey, this is the best time for you to come get my car, and they're going to take your trade-in with you as well. Check them out, dmautoleasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them Joe George sent you.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What kind of Mexican name is Branham? My dad's white. My mom.
And I'm Mexican.
is Rios. So that's where the I'm half. Dad is white. Mom is Mexican. Pete with Lambs and Pickens. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. All right, game balls. Are you giving a game ball to 713-780-3776? Giving away U of H Cougar tickets later, by the way. So make sure you're locked in. All right, what are you giving? Who are you giving your first game ball to, Joe?
I mean, there's not a lot to choose from in some of these games. So we're going to go Jordan Brooks, Miami Dolphins, 20 total tackles in the game this weekend.
You're not going to believe this.
Is that what you wrote down?
You stole mine.
I'm surprised you both gave it to him over Achan. Achan was great.
Yeah, but I like to give defensive players the game ball in defensive games. And Achan couldn't punch it in from the one, you jabroni. Some people own you in fantasy football. Think about that when you're trying to punch it in from the one.
Yeah.
Do you have a burn with him this weekend or something?
Oh, yeah, I did. I played him against Joe. Yeah, I lost.
Oh, who won?
Joe did. Joe smoked me. It wouldn't matter if he got in either. Joe smoked me. All right, I'm next. Bryce Young, the little guy, 448 yards, 3 touchdown passes. Bryce Young is the man in Carolina. Game ball.
I'll give someone a game ball that Jeremy will probably point out. He also threw 2 interceptions, but Josh Allen, 6 touchdowns, 317 through the air, 40 on the ground, plus 6 touchdowns. I'll repeat again. Gets my first game ball.
My note on Josh Allen was half a dozen TDs. LOL.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah, but he's never going to win a Super Bowl.
We'll see. Travis Etienne, 19 carries, 73 yards, 2 touchdowns in the game for Jacksonville.
I don't think he was the leading rusher for Jacksonville.
By a yard.
Okay, was that? I remember him being second.
Yeah,
Tootin had more rushing yards?
I didn't know how many
74 to 73.
Okay.
But he had 2 touchdowns. Tootin only had 1.
I'm big on Tootin. Big fan of his. The beast incarnate, Brock Purdy. 3 touchdowns in his return. He's back, and he's better than ever.
All right, I'll go local. Nico Collins got targeted early, often. 9 receptions, 92 yards, and a touchdown. Plus that 3rd and 17 was ridiculous. Both the throw and the catch. But Nico Collins deserves a game ball.
Let's go Matt Stafford here. 2 touchdowns on the day. Ooh. No, thank you.
I had 2 people over him.
Who'd you have?
I gave mine to Cameron Kitchens, 2 interceptions in the win versus the Seahawks.
I had Puka and Kyron over him, too.
Yeah, you're an offensive stand. Give me the defensive guy.
I'm
2 He had half of the interceptions that Sam Darnold threw.
That's true. I missed that.
That's okay. It's your game ball.
I was looking at the offense, but I'm going with Stafford.
You want your defensive side of the room to hate your guts. That's fine. That's your prerogative.
Got to give it to the MVP.
Christian Watson.
Oh, yeah.
4 catches, 46
Really
yards,
the only
with
one.
2 TDs for Christian Watson.
I'll give my next one to I didn't think I'd be doing this, but Kenneth Gainwell. He was a PPR machine. 7 for 81 through the air, 2 touchdowns receiving, plus 24 rushing yards. Really stepped up with. Even before the injury to the other running back, he was still seemingly outgaining that room. So Kenneth Gainwell gets my next game ball.
Okay, my wife was texting me. I got distracted. She told me to TikTok more. All right, what is yours, Joe?
Jaquan McMillan.
Oh, yeah.
2 sacks on the day
for the
Broncos.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That
was mine for that game.
No, you didn't scroll down far enough. No, you ruined it.
What?
You ruined it.
Who did I miss?
You ruined it. What did you say he did?
2 sacks on the day.
Yeah, you scroll down.
It was 2 interceptions and a sack, by the way.
No.
Oh, 1 interception.
2 sacks. You're both wrong.
Yeah.
2 sacks and an interception.
That's right.
You're not giving them full credit.
Why do they separate the box score like this?
2 sacks and an interception for Jaquan McMillan. Good job recognizing ball, but bad job with the numbers.
Right,
my next game ball goes to my good friend, Braden Mann. He had 7 punts, 4 inside the 20. He touched the ball, Joe and Brian and Junkies. Braden Mann touched the ball more than any Eagle receiver and was equal to A.J. Brown. Touched the ball equal to A.J. Brown more than any other Eagle receiver. Braden Mann is the greatest thing in Philly.
Since you're playing into a bit, I'll give the real game ball from that game. And I'm going to give it to Jordan Davis, who felt like he had, 17 pass deflections. Nearly half the passes Goff threw were batted down by Jordan Davis. I think you can really give it to anyone on that entire Eagles defense. Nakobe Dean was also great, had a sack, and felt like he played really great in coverage. But, Jordan Davis was a monster.
All right, sometimes you have to go outside the box here for a game ball, okay?
Outside the box.
Brandon gave one to a punter.
Yeah.
Twice,
and
2 weeks in a row.
I'm giving one to someone that's not even on the team.
That's fine.
But there's no explanation for what's happened to the Chicago Bears except for divine intervention because Da Pope has helped the Bears. 5 comeback wins this year. I'm giving my game ball to Da Pope.
Why did you say Da Pope?
Da Bears.
Oh, okay. I knew that there was something I was missing there.
He's from Chicago. I give no other explanation.
Yeah.
I'll give it to the Pope.
Now he's got Da Pope. He's got touchdown Jesus. This is turning into a weird thing.
I gave mine to Cairo Santos.
Probably fair.
I actually did too.
But the thing is, he also missed the field goal that could have cost him the game.
He did.
So that's why I didn't want to give it to him.
Fair enough.
But there's no one really to give it to. I mean, maybe Swift.
Yeah, you could go Byard maybe.
I'll go Dak Prescott. He had more touchdown passes than he does letters in his first name.
I will go see. I'm trying to see who we have left here.
Come on, Brian.
I think we've hit all the games.
There's one.
There's one game. Derrick Henry's on my list. Yeah.
That's it.
Derrick Henry, thank you. 103 yards rushing and a touchdown. Derrick Henry was very good, even though the Ravens as an offense weren't all that great.
There you go. Cleveland. Game balls, week 11.
Yep.
NFL season. There's only 3 more weeks in the fantasy football regular season. King of Twitch was asking earlier. Playoffs in fantasy football, King of Twitch, are right around the corner. You wouldn't know about that, though, because it ain't none of your teams.
Oh, you think he's not good at fantasy
football?
football?
No, he doesn't play fantasy football. He says it's for nerds.
Okay.
He does other thing like hang out on Twitch all day. 713-780-3776.
A fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Yeah, he's on the streaming sites all day, and other things are nerdy to him. All right, don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. What are things that happened in the Texans game that even in victory you cannot ignore? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Someone texted in, Gino is your quarterback. YOUR going to suck. Apostrophe RE. 713-780-3776.
Worst quarterback in the NFL.
That is helping your case.
A little bit.
75. He says, starting a boy band, J-Bone, living La Vida Loca. He actually said, living La Vida B-Mac. We should start a Joe y los Dinos. Did you see the new Netflix movie, Selena y los Dinos?
I've not yet.
You going to watch it?
Probably.
Yeah, right. He's not
Why not?
I will admit that I'm not going to watch it.
I think I got you pegged, Joe. I don't think you're watching Selena
I'll
y
give it a
los
shot
Dinos.
if it's good.
Did you ever watch the one, I think it was on, was it Hulu, where they did it on Yolanda Salazar?
No.
I don't know who that is.
She was the murderer.
Oh, okay.
Even I knew that.
Yeah.
I watched Landman last night. First episode.
It was pretty good.
Joe's trying to change the subject.
Very good. I'll watch it if it's good.
You know what I've been watching?
It's not at 9:55 in the morning, so Brian's not going to go see it in theaters.
Well played.
Facts.
That was pretty good.
I did see a movie today at 9:55.
Did have a 9:55 showtime. Brian's out. You know what I've been watching? And the final one is today. The Squid Game Challenge.
Is it good?
It's kind of fun.
I think I watched it's the second season, right?
Yeah.
I watched the first season.
I did
haven't
too.
watched this one yet.
I did too. I turned it on the other day. My wife was like annoyed. She's like, I don't want to watch this. And I was like, well, so what? I watch your Bravo. You're watching Squid Game the Challenge.
Yeah.
And then now she's like likes it more than I do.
Nice.
Yeah, she's like on the edge of your seat. It's a good morning. It's a good TV show tonight though. You got final episode of the Squid Game Challenge. You have a new episode of the morning show.
Okay.
You got Dancing with the Stars. I think it's the semifinals, Joe.
Awesome.
Semifinals.
Who's left?
I think that's why Braxton Berrios was a healthy and active. He's probably on his way to L.A. to watch his beautiful girlfriend.
It took him 3 days to get there.
It's a long travel.
Yeah.
It's a lot of time zones. You didn't want to be
He's not making top of the roster money, Joe.
That's true.
He's not.
He's got to get budget travel.
You know what kind of annoyed me with Dancing with the Stars this year, though?
What's that?
They let Andy Richter go far too long. Like, he should have been the first cut, and he went like halfway through the show because he's lovable. The dude can't dance.
Are you fat shaming him?
No, I'm dance shaming him. He was awful. He was terrible.
See it, so I can't fact check.
He survived like 4 weeks over actually good dancers, and Richter's up there like doing like staying alive. He can't dance. I think the fan vote carried him on, and Bruno, who like wears his shirt all the way down to his belly button and like does like the dramatic like what a dance like that sort of stuff.
I don't know if there's any show I'm more surprised you like than that one.
I wouldn't say I like it, Brian.
But you break it
but
down.
You watch it every week.
Well, I watch it because of the wife.
Okay. All right.
This is the first time I've ever watched Dancing with the Stars.
Are you hooked?
No. Okay. No. If I didn't finish this season, I would be okay.
Okay.
But I do feel pot committed. Like now that I've watched the season, I kind of do want to see who wins. I'm actually pulling for Alex Early.
Okay.
I want her to win.
We want the Texans tie.
I think it's what it is. I'm a homer. Swarm! That's what I yell when I watch Alex Early dance. Yeah. I can't think of any of the other. Who's the pretty boy Disney guy from? He played in the Von Erich movie. Zac Efron.
Yeah.
His brother's in it. Dylan Efron, who's like he does like social.
I was like, is he famous?
He's like a social media star, but he does like reality TV show games for like his career.
Okay.
It's like his profession. He just does like a bunch. He did Traders. He's doing this. Who knows? You might see him on the Challenge next.
I mean, that'd be
the
great.
Challenge is on tonight. What a
That's
TV!
right.
What a TV watching show tonight.
It's almost finale time.
I know. Getting down to the brass
Or
tacks.
like one more episode.
Yeah, and then you got great college basketball.
Yeah, who's playing now?
Duke, Kansas, Joe.
Oh, can't wait.
I expect an essay on the game tomorrow. I want a 300 word.
No.
What is Joe more
summary.
likely to watch? Duke, Kansas, or the Selena movie?
Duke, Kansas.
Probably the Selena movie.
He's gonna be playing Dungeons and Dragons, is what he's gonna be doing.
We got college football playoff games tonight to get underway.
Joe might have a national title game tonight.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
I'm gonna watch the John Wayne Gacy show.
Oh, Monster.
What did you call him?
John Wayne Gacy.
What do you hit? Why? Why is he that?
Isn't that his name? Or just
no, you're thinking of Ed.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
No,
actually,
you're right.
there's two different shows. Is it Monster or is it the John Wayne Gacy show?
The John Wayne Gacy show.
Okay.
All right, don't ignore. We're not talking video games. Don't ignore in
We're not
victory
talking
what you
TV.
wouldn't in defeat. You're talking about how you had video
We
game
gotta
college
quit.
football.
You accused me of Dungeons and Dragons. I have to defend myself a little bit.
Is it better?
Yes.
Well, playing college football on video games for sure.
I mean, I don't think that it is.
It's way better.
It's a time suck.
It's not.
You could be spending your college football time adding 30 minutes to your daily prep.
So is Dancing with the Stars. They're all time sucks.
Yeah, but it's no, that's not a time suck. That's quality bonding time with my wife. Are you? Does your wife sit next to you and watch you play video games?
Not that one, but other ones, yes.
She does.
Yes.
What games?
Witcher, Assassin's Creed, basically any game I play except for sports.
Poor lady. You make her watch you play video games?
She's into it. She likes it.
She's into you playing video. She's like, oh, my
she
macho
likes to
man.
Watch the story of the game.
Whenever you beat the final boss, does she like give you a kiss on the cheek?
Doesn't stop there.
That's the funniest thing Brian's ever said. All right, I think we got to move on. Don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat, Joe.
They suck at the red zone still.
1 for 3.
They're terrible at it.
Yeah.
It's not getting any better. It's not going to get any better.
Long neck, ice cold beer can't even figure it out.
No, he can't. Just reach that neck over the end zone line. Can't do it.
You know why they're bad, I think, in the red zone? Is because their offensive line play is still mediocre at best. And they're having to, try to out-scheme it, and it's more difficult to do. I think, whenever you have a shorter field, especially on the goal line. I think that's why they were so bad at scoring inside the 2, and it took them forever. They were the only team in the NFL. They were the last team in the NFL to score inside the 2. I think it's because it's a bad offensive line.
I actually don't know. Wasn't it on the 3-yard line, so they still haven't done it yet?
No, they did it. They did it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah. I remember because I tweeted it and threw a celebration gif. Like they did something that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, it's just they don't have the. They're
when
not
you
moving
win the
bodies.
national championship in your college football video game, do you throw a celebration for yourself?
They do celebrate on the field, though.
Yeah, no, I don't celebrate. We just move on to the offseason.
All right, what else you got?
They just can't move bodies. That's the problem. They cannot move bodies at all.
Speaking of that, I thought Ariante Ursary had the worst game that he's had in a while.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah,
he's
Schlereth killed him.
He had the really bad game against Jacksonville the first time that they played. And then he was really good ever since then. It was really good the second time they played Jacksonville, which that's great. Love to see that. And then he had his worst game since Jacksonville against the Titans, which Joe wanted to bench him to Ursary at the left tackle.
I'm open to it.
He was really bad. He was really bad in that game.
If your best 5 is not including him right now, I think that's okay.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they run out there on Thursday.
I don't think they will. I think they'll put out the line we saw last week unless Ingram's healthy. If Ingram's good to go, then Titus will be back.
So I have a theory on Ingram.
Okay.
Because he was practicing last week. My theory on Ingram is that they didn't want him to play 2 games in 5 days.
That's fair.
And then you get him for the game that's going to be more difficult to win. You get him for a game where then you have a long layoff between games. That's my theory on him. But if he's not playing Thursday, then that theory's stupid.
Yeah, I think it's also possible. Maybe they just think their offensive line is just better with Titus Howard at right guard. I know what the Pro Football Focus numbers say, but maybe they don't agree with it.
Yeah. I thought they left points on the field, kind of to your point. It shouldn't have been a tie game, in my opinion, in the fourth quarter. They should have put them away. I thought they were played with their food a little bit, which against good teams, you're not going to get the result you want by doing that. So, playing with their food a little bit. No snaps last week, clearly because of game script. They went back down. I was listening to Nick Caley today on the drive in, and somebody asked him. I forgot who it was. My bad. Can't give you credit for asking the question. But they asked him, what does Jalen Noel have to do to get on the field more? And Kaylee's like, well, he's doing a great job. We just have guys that we like better, paraphrasing. So it doesn't look like that's going to increase anytime soon unless there's injury.
No, it's not. I would like him to be a little more decisive.
No?
With punt returns?
He does.
Yeah.
Did you see him deke his own guy?
Yes.
He thought you could tell his own guy thought that he called a fair catch.
Yeah.
Because he was just stood there for a full half a second.
Yeah. I'd like to be a little more decisive back there because he's good at it, but just catch the ball, run, please.
I noticed that early. I wonder if it's okay, these are my avenues, here, these are my lanes. I'm catching the football. I'm taking a second. Boom, go. Mm-hmm. Le'Veon Bell used to be that way, not as a returner, but as a running back. He would get the handoff and kind of freeze for a little, a brief moment, and then, boom, there he goes.
Yep.
So it looks unorthodox.
It does.
It looks very weird. I don't know if it's ineffective, but it does look very weird.
I know we hit on it yesterday, but the challenge again, it's a disaster challenge.
Yeah, it's a disaster. Derek Stingley.
Okay.
I put this play on my social media, my Twitter, Jeremy Branham. Do you remember the play, Tennessee's first drive, where it's a 3rd and long, Cam Ward, I forget the receiver. Maybe it was still Ridley, I don't know. But he puts the ball up to whoever Stingley is marking. Stingley has a chance to catch it, and he bobbles it out of bounds, goes out of bounds. Like, it's a corner. You stink. Like, you don't have good hands. You would be playing offense if you had good hands.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that I'm pointing this out, though, is because I've heard somebody that I really respect, one of the best football minds in the city, said that he thinks Derek Stingley has the best hands on the Houston Texans.
Oh.
So, like, better than Nico, better than Higgins, better than Noel, better than Kirk, better than Schultz. Somebody that I respect in this city said that he thinks Derek Stingley has better hands than anybody on the Texans. Did you see him drop that interception?
Yeah, you can't. That's not best hands on the Texans.
That's why I think it's important to point out, to critique it. I'm nitpicking. I get that I'm nitpicking.
Yeah.
And look, he broke it up, PBU, whatever. But it did cost him 3 points. Because if he intercepts it, you're off the field. Offense has the ball. Yay, Texans, swarm. Joey Sly came out the very next play, hit a 56-yarder. You trailed 3-0, and this is a game that it took to the final possession for you to win. Look, very nitpicky. I get it. Very critical. I get it. But you can't have John Harris say last week that Derek Stingley has the best hands on the Houston Texans, and in the very next game drops what should have been a very easy interception for a guy who has better hands than Nico Collins.
Would Nico Collins have made the same catch?
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that's why I'm being
it's more
super
the hyperbole
nitpicky.
than anything.
If I didn't hear John Harris say that, I probably wouldn't have brought it up.
Hyperbolic Harris? Do we have a new thing?
Yeah. No, we don't have a new thing because he's not usually hyperbolic.
Okay.
I've never really noticed John be hyper. And again, I think John Harris is one of, if not the best football mind in our city.
Agreed.
I could listen to John Harris talk ball for 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
His energy, his knowledge for the sport. He loves the Houston Texans, which you should if you're working for the Houston Texans. I mean that. I respect his football knowledge more than 95% of the people I know. But if we're going to say he's got the best hands on the Houston Texans, he can't drop that interception. Nico would have made that play. Higgins would have made that play. Noel would have made that play. I think Bionic Knee Tank Dell makes that play.
I mean, Schultz makes that play.
Schultz
Could he get to it? It would be the first question.
It wasn't that high.
It wasn't that high. Now,
no, it's just like I'm saying he's slow. I think he would have been further downfield.
People in my Twitter comments were saying the sun was in Stingley's eyes.
Oh.
And they said that John Harris said that on the broadcast.
We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting.
So maybe the sun got in his eyes.
I don't like that excuse, though.
People were in the comments saying the sun got in his eyes, and that John Harris said it on the radio broadcast.
Well, and I'm anti that take.
Yeah.
Catch the ball. Everyone's playing with the sun.
The sun's there for both teams.
Yes.
All right.
It's a hot take.
713-780-3776. Let's cash him or trash him. What are you cashing or trashing? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Cash him or trash him. What are we cashing or what are we trashing here, Joe?
The final four for the Heisman is set. Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Jeremiah Love, Jacob Rodriguez. That's the final four for the Heisman.
What does that mean, though, the final four?
Well, there's 4 people invited.
They changed the number.
It's not always 4, though.
Yeah, right?
It's not?
No, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 3.
Yeah, sometimes it does. There's not a set number.
Oh, I thought there was.
Yeah, like the year Reggie won, it was just Reggie, Matt Leinart, and VY.
Okay, well, that's those 4, no one else.
I feel like it's never been fewer than 3.
I don't remember a 2.
I don't remember a 2.
But I've seen it between 3 and 5.
Yeah, I'm trashing it for simply not knowing that.
4 people, that's it.
Trash.
Those are the 4. No one else invited.
So you're saying that those will be the 4 invited?
Yeah, those are the 4 invited.
Are you sure? I don't mean to imply Golden Dome bias, but are you sure Jeremiah Love's to get invited?
I think so. I know the numbers don't necessarily reflect it. That's why he's not.
Who did you say?
Jeremiah Love, Ty Simpson.
Oh, no, trash.
Mendoza.
You forgot Sayin.
Trash.
Yeah, Julian Sain's going to get there over Jeremiah Love.
Or Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I think Rodriguez is shooing.
I think Sayin's going to finish top 2.
You think so?
Yeah, I looked at the odds today. He was second. Behind Mendoza.
Yeah, I guess I just feel like because he doesn't play enough in the fourth quarter, I feel like that would hold him back some because we've seen it hold people back in the past when they don't play enough in these games.
Yeah. Junkies brings up a good point. Marcel Reed. I think Marcel Reed has the best chance to be the state of Texas representative.
I agree. I put Marcel Reed over Love and Jacob Rodriguez.
He might not be there.
What about Trinidad
But he has
Shambles?
a better chance.
I think there's. No, I don't think so.
You think he's out?
I think he's out.
Yeah, I kind of think he's on the outside.
Honestly, I think it would be a shame if Jacob Rodriguez is not invited. I mean, there's only.
You're saying this now after you had disrespect for defensive players earlier.
There's only 4 teams in college football this year that have more forced turnovers than Jacob Rodriguez has.
So, I mean, I'm glad that you're appreciating the respect that the Big 12 deserves.
He has forced 13 turnovers this year. Only Alabama, Notre Dame, Indiana, and Texas Tech have more. And Texas Tech, he has 13 of their 25.
And he's scoring a rushing touchdown.
Like, I don't know how he's not going to win it.
Your miss was saying, though.
It's just,
your
miss
miss
how the
was
Heisman
saying.
votes.
I forgot saying.
Yeah, you trashed that.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Trash. I'm going to steal mine from Uncle Jack, who sent me this on Monday morning. Nico Collins is better than Andre Johnson. Remember here, there's 2 ways of looking at this. There's resume, and then there's the actual talent of the player. Right? It's like there's no way that Nico Collins has the resume of Andre Johnson. Just like Tom Brady and maybe like a Peyton Manning. Manning was probably the better talent, but nobody has the resume of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith. Barry Sanders was better in my mind than Emmitt Smith.
Absolutely.
Doesn't have the resume of Emmitt Smith. So we're not talking resume here. We're talking about the physical presence, the talent of said player. Uncle Jack says Nico Collins is better than Andre Johnson.
I mean, I lean Andre, so I'll trash it.
Trash.
Yeah, I trash it both on resume and skill.
Recency bias.
And I like Nico.
No, I mean, Andre,
he's actually arguing it.
I know. I realized as soon as I said, "Oh, Jeremy's winding me up." But
Nico's very, very good. I can't put him better than Andre.
Andre was always considered, even without some of the superior stats, was always in that conversation of one of the best 3 wide receivers,
probably
in the NFL, probably at worst in his era.
Yeah.
And what's the highest we'd ever go with Nico?
Like 6, 7.
Yeah. 8.
Oh, I don't think Joe even caught it initially.
I did. As soon as he said 6, I heard the 7 coming.
When people text,
I think that's the window, though. I really do.
Yeah.
I think it's top 7-ish.
At the peak, though,
Andre was never 1, though.
He was top 3, though.
Right.
Multiple
I said.
I know.
It was always.
I know, but I'm saying that
Calvin.
as a point of reference that's higher than 6. Yeah.
Facts. Fair point. I'm talking sidebar. Sidebar, yes, Andre was always top 3. Was never top 1. Not that it matters for the sake of this take. Brian.
I think Pete Carroll should be one and done with the Raiders. They need to move on.
No, you got to let Pete trash. You got to let the old man get his culture in place.
Yeah, I mean,
give his culture in place. Shouldn't be one and done.
I thought it was a bad hire. I've seen nothing to dissuade me from that opinion. I mean, the guy's 74. Let's not remember. Let's not forget what happened down the stretch with Seattle. They were pretty mediocre to I mean, they were a mid-team, like post-COVID. Like this is not something that's going to trend to the upper direction.
Why does being 74 have anything to do with this?
Because coaches eventually, like the game passes them by at some point. I think the game's passed Pete Carroll by.
Coaches evolve. Coaches
in
keep
their
up
70s?
with the trends.
In their 70s, they
Yes.
start following new trends. They hired Chip Kelly, and they follow new trends.
Not all 70-year-olds are older.
Well, and I'm saying not that one.
No, I think that you're being discriminatory to ages.
Yeah, I'm gonna trash it. I think you gotta give him one more year.
Yeah, he deserves
Trash.
it. And I also don't like your disrespect for people in their 70s.
Why does he deserve it? Back of the baseball card?
No, he's a good culture builder. He's going to get that
Is he?
culture going. He's going to lay the
Yeah, he's a
foundation
good
in
coach.
Vegas.
No, is he is he going to build a culture in
Yes,
Las Vegas?
He is. He's gonna.
I mean, it wasn't good when he first got to Seattle.
Here's the thing: building a culture doesn't translate to winning either. People
mean,
are always like, "You gotta only
It
winners
did
have
for
good culture."
D'Amico.
No. So, yeah, because we think that those two things are correlated. They're not always correlated. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not.
Even if you're good at building a culture, if you're then getting your head beaten in on the field, I think that gets kind of canceled out. Like it's
It will
hard to build a
eventually.
strong culture when you're getting your head beaten in.
Yeah, but like, what if?
It is more difficult. It is more difficult.
But what if like Ty Simpson is legit right away for them next year?
Yeah, they're an instant winner.
It's just like, is D'Amico a winner here with Davis Mills instead of C.J. Stroud? No.
I mean, it's 2-0.
Yeah. He also benched him for Case Keenum.
I mean, the greatest statistical quarterback in college history.
It's a fact, not an
That was
opinion.
like-
I'm not the only one saying it. The Athletic is saying
It's
it.
like 2 decades ago, though. 3 decades ago at this point for Case Keenum.
3 decades.
What are you
That's
saying?
the 90s.
What do you mean? What am I missing here?
Case Keenum's old.
Pete Carroll's dad was in the Civil War. Why are we doing this?
Please send them in 713-780-3776.
Ageism, violating labor laws, trash that. The next question is, are receivers today better than 10, 15, 20 years ago? Bigger and stronger, I would say. Yeah, I think so.
Absolutely.
I think the evolution of the position, although, like, I still think Jerry Moss. I still think that Jerry Rice plays. I still think that Randy Moss plays.
I think the peak of the receivers match up with where we are now, but the middle ground and the bottom is still much better than it used to be.
Who's the most talented receiver you've ever seen?
Randy?
Mine's Calvin Johnson.
I think it's a two-person answer, but I would probably side with Randy.
I think it's really close.
Nico isn't nowhere near as talented as Andre, says a texter. Jeremy, I would have to disagree with you. Andre was top 1 for 2 or 3 years. Yes, I'm a homer, but I remember clearly ESPN ranked him 1 at least for 2 years in a row. I don't think that Andre Johnson was ever better than Calvin Johnson. Cash or trash, Joe Mixon will be the starting running back for the Texans in 26.
Trash that thing.
I'm not sure that he's going to have a foot in 2026.
He's not going to be on this team.
I don't think that you can afford to keep him. I think he's on the hook for like, I forgot what it was. I think it's like 9 million, something like that. Like, you can't do that. You got to move on. You have to move on from that and sign, somebody else. Or maybe you just repurpose the money. It doesn't have to necessarily be for a running back either. I'll save that one for next week. Eric the Buyer, NFL teams should have at least 102 timeouts for an entire season. They should have a set 102 timeouts for an entire season. Not 3 per half, just 102 flat. Rules about icing and challenges still apply, but if you want to use 9 timeouts in a single fourth quarter, go for it. So instead of giving a team 6 timeouts a game, 3 timeouts per half, you just give them their full allotment at the start of the season.
Cash.
I think I want to cash it just so we can identify the idiots and the smart coaches.
I just want to be like, it's week 15, and
They have
D'Amico
no timeouts
D'Amico
left.
has 10 timeouts for the final 3 games of the season, or has 8 timeouts for the final 3 games of the season. Yeah, let's do it.
This might be one of the worst ideas.
It is. It's admittedly a horrible idea, but I want to see it.
It's so bad, it's good.
No, it's not. It's so bad, it's horrific, and I'm going to have nightmares about it.
This is a great idea.
Could you imagine if a coach... could you imagine a fourth quarter in a tight game and they take 20 timeouts apiece?
It would be bad football to watch.
The game would end at 6 o'clock. A noon game would end at 6.
I know, but that means they would have no timeouts for the last 2 weeks of the season.
I don't care if they don't have any timeouts for the rest of the season. I don't want a fourth quarter to last 2.5 hours.
I'm in on this.
Oh, Davis Mills had one today. Candy red uniforms help a quarterback.
What?
He was to be fair to Davis, he was asked, do you think the candy red uniforms will help you see your receivers? And I think he was just being polite. But he's like, yeah, it helps a little bit.
Okay.
Do you think the brightness of the uniform helps quarterbacks?
3-parter here. Trash the question.
Trash.
Cash the politeness.
Yeah.
Trash the answer.
I do think it helps slightly.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like substantial or like worth anything, but do I think I would have a better chance of seeing a bright red uniform as opposed to like
the dark blue,
like a white on white? Probably.
No, I mean,
or dark blue is a good call.
Yeah.
Or like the Eagles who wear green. Sometimes that can blend in with the turf or the grass.
I guess.
I do think that it would stick out more. Like there's a stat. Like this is why if you have a red vehicle, you have to pay more on your insurance. Because statistically, red vehicles get more speeding violations and traffic violations than like a neutral color.
That's true.
So I do think there's something to this. Now, I don't think it's like a big gap.
It's like one completion.
I think it's like one. No, I don't even think that. I think it's one completion like on the entire season.
They only wear it once. That's the problem.
Yeah, true.
So
I think it's going to help your completion percentage by 1% on the entire year. Ryan Hollins would think that would make or break somebody millions of dollars in free agency.
That's true.
That 1%.
Like, you got to sign with the red team, so it's easier to be seen by the quarterback.
That's right.
Not the green team.
NFL overreactions.
I'm leaving because
what is everybody else overreacting about? 713-780-3776. Joe cutting off early. He prepped too much today. He's got to leave early. He's tired. Brian and I will take you the rest of the way. Hopefully less of him, more of me. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Time to give you some tickets. Houston Cougars, TCU coming up Saturday at 3. Cougars 8-2 on the year, number 25 in the country. Senior game for Houston. Come early as we'll be honoring the seniors. Tickets at just $25. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, wear red. We're going to give away a pair of tickets right now. To the all-time leader in NCAA career total yards. Who is the all-time leader in NCAA career total yards? First person to call in, 713-780-3776. You're going to see Houston and TCU coming up on Saturday. Joe has dipped out. He has left us. Wrong answers only. Where has Joe gone? 713.
Play Dungeons and Dragons.
780-3776. He's what did he say? He had college football playoff games?
Yeah, we're in the playoffs in that league. We could face tonight if we both win our next game.
He's going home early to motivate his team.
he's got
going to say, win one for the Gipper.
He's got I think he's actually Texas in that league. I don't really like that.
I don't care who he is.
I'm just saying I don't like it.
713-780-3776. Where has Joe George gone? Someone said that was not an easy catch by Stingley. The angle was weird and was possible. A wide receiver drops that. Great hands, it's an easy catch.
If you have the best hands on the team, you should catch. I would agree that's not an easy catch, but we're operating on the assumption that he has the best hands on the team, and if you do, and that's true, then you catch it.
Joe's going to Case Keenum's house, says somebody. I don't know why we would do that. Josh from Seabrook, just like everyone on the Vegas Strip, Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, they're barely performing past their prime. That's pretty good. Somebody said they bought a red truck. When did the dynamic of a good receiver change? Andre Johnson, Des Bryant, Megatron, Julio are better than CD, Justin, and Jamar. Yeah, I agree with that.
It was on. Who were
They're
the three?
just as good.
Who were the three that he said? Andre. Who were from the original?
Dez and Megatron and Julio. Those guys
Okay,
are
I would take
studs.
Megatron over all of them, but I think Jamar is second on mine.
See, I consider that kind of the same era, though. Like when the game started to evolve to way more of the forward pass, I think all of those guys would be in that era.
Yeah, Andre would be the closest. He was drafted in 03. It feels like he's kind of on the near the fringe of the change, but I would agree he's still in quote unquote modern NFL.
Branham, the red car thing is a myth. Sounds like a good story. 713-780-ESPN. Joe's gone. Wrong answers only. Where did he go? Hockley Dan, Joe went to bed early to catch a movie tomorrow morning at 9:55 a.m.
Wrong guy.
Joe left early because his mom said the pizza rolls are ready. Not a bad reason to leave. Where did Joe go? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel tried to do me dirty, by the way. He was listening to the show earlier. Will be on with me on Thursday, East River 9. We'll see you there. And then he'll be on with Joe Friday?
Yeah, correct.
So we'll have Thursday and Friday. So remember earlier I said that Davis Mills, I think, fits Kaylee's scheme better than Stroud? Will was listening. Thank you for listening, Will. You're part of the dozens and dozens. My sweet love, Jeremy Branham, believes Davis Mills is a better fit for the Texans offense than C.J. Stroud. If that's so, do you think the Texans should bench Stroud? Furthermore, do you think the Texans should move on from Stroud ASAP? That is a bit of a reach.
Is he trying to
massive reach?
Is he trying to do some gotcha questions?
I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, that is a massive.
That's not
reach.
at all what I said.
No, you were saying like stylistically, Davis Mills' style of play
in fact,
huh?
Yeah, in fact, I said Stroud is far better than Mills, but the reason that the gap looks closer is because Mills fits the scheme better than Stroud does. That is some. That's a lot of things. It's gotcha journalism. It's clickbait. It's putting words in my mouth. It is a reach. It is a stretch. What other superlatives can we say?
I think he was trying to back you into a corner.
My goodness.
Like, if you believe this, then you have to believe this.
I responded to him. I said, fitting Kaylee's scheme better doesn't mean he's the better option. Let's not twist things. And I have received more likes than his original tweet.
Okay.
So I think I've won. I've proved my point, and I think I got scoreboard here.
It's because you're the influencer of the two, I guess.
Nah, Will does good work. I am getting crushed for asking my C.J. Stroud question, though. little bit earlier.
What, the concussion thing?
I said, is it fair to discuss how long it takes Stroud to return from concussion? And then I'd put the timelines on them.
I think people read that and take it as you criticize. I know you're doing it partially for the engagement, but people read that as you criticizing him and calling him soft.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, how dare you question their return to play?
They're not reading the context
not really
that you meant that with.
My intent's more, what does it mean about his future? What can he do to prevent them? What can he do to avoid being Tua? What can the Texans do to help? And then all of those things collectively, at what point does it enter into the contract negotiations
One
or
more.
impact it in any way?
I think one more.
What's that, offensive line?
No. Like one more concussion, and it's officially a part of my conversation with David Mulligetta.
I thought you meant one more reason. Yeah, good point. All right, NFL overreactions. Are these an overreaction, or is this not an overreaction? The Rams are the best team in the NFL.
I don't think that's an overreaction.
Really?
I know the push. I think the Eagles would be a favorite if they were to rematch in what was an NFC divisional round game last year. And I believe the Eagles beat the Rams already once this year. I just believe the Rams are overall the most talented team. I just don't like how inept at times the Eagles offense seems. I think clearly the Eagles defense is probably the best defense in the league. It feels like they have too deep at every position. But I would take the Rams.
Rams and Chiefs on a neutral field tomorrow.
Rams.
Really?
Yes.
Give me the Chiefs. Rams and Bills on a neutral field tomorrow.
Rams.
Interesting. Rams and Eagles on a neutral field tomorrow.
Eagles, I know that contradicts my previous statement, but I feel like the Rams are overall more talented. But the best team doesn't always win. I think the Rams are more talented, but if my talking in circles, maybe so. I think the Rams are more talented, but the Eagles probably win the game.
Yeah. I don't think it's a crazy overreaction, but I don't think the Rams are the best team in the NFL. I think they're close. I think they're in the hunt. I think they could win a Super Bowl, but I think the Eagles are better. I know the Chiefs have a worse record. I think the Chiefs are better.
Would you take the Bills?
No.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't.
So of all those,
I think they're probably top three.
Okay.
Top three. AFC West now belongs to the Broncos. Overreaction, no overreaction.
For this year, I guess it depends on how you define belongs, because to me that kind of
let's go this year.
Because that kind of infers it's their division until further notice. I don't believe that, but for this year, for sure. I mean, they're 3 games up with the tiebreaker,
they're 2 on the Chargers.
Okay, sorry.
3.5.
Sorry, but I think the Chargers are going to slide the other way. I still think they probably squeak into the playoffs, but their offensive line is so beat up. We saw how the Jaguars have had no pass rush this entire year, and they absolutely destroyed Herbert, knocked him out of the game at one point.
You say a Jaguar or Jaguar?
I usually incorrectly say Jaguar. I don't mean to, but it usually comes out that way.
Is it incorrectly, or is that like a European-American thing?
Well, I don't think it's supposed to be Jaguar. I think it's supposed to be Jaguar, right?
I don't know.
But if I'm just talking and not thinking about it, it always comes out as Jaguar.
I always have to think how to say it. I'm always like Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, well, there's another one like that always I have Nevada. If I don't think about it, I'll mess it up.
Appalachian for me. A lot of people say Appalachian. Nope. Appalachian.
I think I would have said Appalachian.
I remember it like Latch. Appalachian.
Okay.
How about the team in Spokane? Washington basketball. Mark Few's their coach.
Oh, Gonzaga, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, some people say Gonzaga. Yeah, it's Gonzaga.
Because of the Zags.
Yeah, Zags. Yeah.
Nevada's one. Boise.
What's the other way people say it?
Boise.
I guess I'm not hearing the difference.
Boise.
I've never heard the C. I've always heard it with Boise.
Nope.
It's
what's another one? How about bison?
I've always said bison.
No, not the animal. I think it's which.
Is it North Dakota?
One of them. I can't remember.
I think it's North Dakota where Carson Wentz played.
Yeah, they say bison.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's weird. Next one here. Overreaction, not an overreaction. Bears deserve more respect than they're getting.
What sort of respect are you giving them?
Me?
Yeah. Because I don't know I don't get a sense for how people. I think people view them as largely a good team, but probably not 7-3 good.
Right, you're always trying to get these caveats.
Well, that is the definition, or that is the question, though.
West, are we talking this year? Or are we talking about in the future?
No, but the question is better than people think. So I'm trying to define how people think of them.
I think that's on to you to decide.
I think they're not as good as 7-3 would indicate. I don't think they're like their third best record in the NFC.
Yeah, I don't
view them as that.
I don't disagree with you. I disagree with the notion that they deserve more respect.
Yeah.
Because currently they're the division leader. They're the third seed in the NFC, And if I just looked at the 7 teams right now in the NFC, that if the season were to end today, and you can even throw Detroit into the mix here, Philly, L.A., Chicago, Tampa, Seattle, Green Bay, San Fran is your NFC playoffs if they were to start today. Detroit's the first team out. If I took those 8 teams and I said which of the 8 would I bet would lose their first playoff game, Chicago would be my first pick.
Them or Green Bay, but I agree. Chicago's in the bottom 2 of that 8.
Yeah, so disagree that they should be getting more respect. Bills will go as far as their offense takes them.
Yeah, but I think let's define that as Josh Allen.
Here we go. Caveats.
No, it's not a caveat. I'm actually co-signing an opinion that you've given for 3 years now, or however long it's been. It's true, but I mean, I'm not putting that on the rando wide receivers they have out there. I'm putting that on, does Josh Allen turn the ball over in the biggest moments? So, yeah, I think it does go as far as the offense will take them, but it's not so necessarily the offense as a whole is Josh Allen mistake prone.
Manville, not Manville.
Oh.
It's a good call on that one. B-Mac literally walks around the block to get next door with some of these takes. It's a good way to put that. Eagles the most talented team by far. Overreaction or no?
I think it's not an overreaction.
Okay.
I struggle with the offense just because they're playing poorly, but the defense is insane.
What are the odds Joe George sleeps in a race car bed with dinosaur bed sheets? Why does Joe seem like a giant toddler to me?
You, Joe.
Meatloaf is ready. Ma, the meatloaf.
What's more likely? Texas makes the playoffs or Joe George sleeps in a race car bed?
Joe sleeps in a race car bed. Joe went back to school to get his master's in baiting. No, I can't read that.
Oh, you can't believe you read that. Did you just get Ron Burgundy?
No, I knew what it was in. I was saving it for the end.
Thought we were going to get a Junction Jack moment
it's
there.
Tomato. I did. It was pretty similar to what I wanted to name the podcast, Junction Jack. All right, 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only. Where is Joe at? Also, Junkie of the Day. What is your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe with no Joe. All of Brian, though, on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know the greatness that is Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is awesome. They're the best. You need to listen up if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Why? Because Monument Chevrolet celebrating Black Friday pricing all month long. Not just one day in November, the entire month of November. Enjoy employee pricing on their entire inventory of new vehicles. How about the Silverado? Wouldn't you look good in a Silverado? Of course you would. I hope you're back in that Silverado, though. A spacious hauler of the family like the Tahoe. Love me the look of a Tahoe. Maybe the Sporty Trax is more your style. All are great and all are available at Monument Chevrolet with employee pricing because they're celebrating Black Friday all month long. So if you're looking for a fantastic deal, make sure you're shopping at Monument Chevrolet. Great feel at Monument Chevrolet, friendly feel. They hire great people. The culture's fantastic. They've been serving the Houston area, as you know now, for 50 years. They've been a pillar in the community, and it's because they don't waste your time. They're not trying to trick you. They're not hiding charges on you. People love their car buying experience at Monument Chevrolet. So get out there, take advantage of these Black Friday pricing all month long, employee pricing. Check out the full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person, 225 Bellway 8. They'd love to see you out at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Where's Joe George? Wrong answers only. He dipped
Just
out
you,
early.
Joe.
7375. I giggled, but I'm not saying it. Joe went home to watch a Jason Statham movie marathon. That's the wrong jabroni.
Yeah, that's twice now. The 9:55 movie thing and now Jason Statham.
Brian, you have to share your love for Jason Statham in 9:55 movies, okay? It can be more than just you.
No, I think I own that brand.
You do. George left to go play with his son's toys. He is playing with his PS3 or whatever you boys play on.
Oh, come on. That's fake. You're faking not knowing what PlayStation
PS3.
we're on.
I have no idea which one they're on. The PS3.
You know it's not the PS3, though.
I know that it's not, but the PS3 is the last one that I own.
Okay. That was.
What are they on?
PS5.
Oh, okay. There's not a huge gap there.
No.
What's the Xbox on?
This one is Xbox Series X. Their names are dumber. PlayStation keeps it simple with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but
okay,
Xbox not as much.
Joe is out shopping for a Lightning McQueen bed at the Disney store. To infinity and beyond. I like Toy Story. Toy Story is a good show.
That's from Cars.
Oh yeah, my bad. I get them confused. My Branham baby loves Cars.
Right.
Loves Cars. You ever see these little box Tony things where like you put a toy on the Tony and it like plays you a story?
I haven't seen that.
He loves Lightning McQueen. But I do a bad job. I confuse Lightning McQueen and Buzz Lightyear. I always confuse them. Yeah. Maybe it's the L. Lightyear, Lightning. I get them confused all the time.
You need a word association like you had with Jim Harbaugh.
That's tough. I might have to think about it. 713-780-3776. Where's Joe? Wrong answers only. So I did a poll, Brian, whenever the Astros DFA'd Urias, which I don't like this. Who would you rather have, Mauricio Dubon or Ramon Urias? I did a poll. Guess who won the poll?
Doobie seems fairly popular, so I'm going to say Dubon.
Okay, you're right. What is the percentage here, you think?
65-35?
Wow. That's pretty close. It's 78-22.
Wow.
I can't believe 78% of my pollsters were wrong.
I just think, I don't know why. I guess it's because he's got a fun name and he wins Gold Gloves, but I think Doobie seems to be a fan favorite despite his below average bat. I don't know why, but he has seemed to latch on as a fan favorite.
Ryan says Joe George is a giant toddler. Why do we think that Joe's a giant toddler? All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's move on. Junkie of the day. Brian, who is your junkie of the day?
I've got a few nominations. I don't know if you've seen this, but Buc-ee's is suing an underwear company.
What?
Yeah, there's John and Lance said the company name this morning. I don't know if I can say it because they can get away with more. But they're suing a underwear company because they're using a beaver mascot. To me, the beavers look nothing alike. But Buc-ee's saying, I guess, that's too close to their beaver mascot, and so they're suing an underwear company.
They have the market closed up on the beaver.
I guess. All cartoon beavers belong to Buc-ee's.
Interesting.
Yeah, the other one's Ole Miss for this whole thing. Now, Lane Kiffin came back and said there was no ultimatum given to him to make a decision about his future next year. That's the whole situation's pretty messy. And then just the Raiders in general.
I believe Kiffin for what it's worth.
I do too, but where does that story come from if it wasn't true? That's the puzzling thing.
Starkville planted a story to try to get on the right side of the Egg Bowl.
I guess. I'm just trying to figure out what the win is for the Ole Miss side to fake a story about an ultimatum.
Because now there's distraction for the Egg Bowl.
Okay. Oh, you're saying, sorry, I misheard you. You said from Mississippi State's side. That is 3D chess right there.
It never made sense to me. It never made sense to me that Ole Miss would do that.
No, same. Like, I don't know. That was why it confused me when I initially thought I heard you say it came from Ole Miss. Like, I just don't see what the win is there.
No, it doesn't.
Like, I don't think you're going to back Lane Kiffin to a corner where he feels like he has to, bow down to your commands.
What was your last one?
The Raiders for wasting Ashton Genty so far.
Oh,
he's under 4 yards per carry this year. It's not been great.
Maybe it's a Ashton Genty problem.
Maybe
he's the issue. Alex wants to nominate Joe for leaving early. I agree. Nobody should ever leave early.
I don't feel like that can come from you.
No one can ever leave early on the show. It's a good point on Joe. My junkie of the day, Dana Brown, for getting rid of the better utility player.
He's still pretty
I don't trust Dana Brown.
I hear you.
Don't trust him. Coming up next, we're going to have Aggie basketball, 6:30, a little bucky ball. They take on the Grizz of Montana. All right, who's winning?
Buc-ee's?
That's fine by me. Love the Beaver Nuggets, though. Buc-ee's, congratulations. You're the junkie of the day. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for all the hard work. Thank you to Joe for bailing early. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston.